Chapter 740. Success or failure depends on this, Elder Han said in a low voice. Ever since they discovered Fang Chen, Elder Han and the dean had been secretly nurturing Fang Chen. They believed that he was the most promising student to enter that place. This time, in order to let Fang Chen grow quickly, they set a trap for Fang Chen to enter the Sky Pass to train himself. How is Zhang Jingtao? The dean did not dwell on the topic of Fang Chen and turned to ask. Although Zhang Jingtao has comprehended the true meaning, his talent in the sword principle is very weak. He is not suitable, Elder Han said. The ancient sword continent was originally a continent of sword cultivators. However, as time passed, sword cultivators declined due to certain reasons, causing other martial cultivators to rise rapidly. On the surface, the Five Elements Academy accommodated everyone, but in reality, it was nurturing inheritors of the sword principle. This was also the reason why the dean and Elder Han would nurture Fang Chen with all their might. In order to enter that place, one had to be an extremely talented sword cultivator to have a chance of entering. If Fang Chen could comprehend the true meaning and enter that place with it, he would definitely be valued. Once he gained a foothold in that place, his name would spread throughout the ancient sword continent. Even the Five Elements Academy would benefit from it. Continue to monitor the situation in the Sky Pass, the dean said. Elder Han nodded and left the main peak of the Five Elements Peak with the little mouse. Sky Pass, Tongtian Peak before the second pass. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and cultivated diligently. 3 months after entering the Sky Pass, Fang Chen finally broke through to the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm. At this time, Fang Chen's combat power also soared. However, he still had no chance of winning against the orc at the 7th level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, at this time, Fang Chen also learned some techniques. One day, the orc appeared and accepted Fang Chen's challenge. Without another word, Fang Chen set up a supreme grade black level formation. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the true meaning appeared and the golden light, bright dragon sword technique was executed instantly. Seeing this, the beast man clenched his fists and directly punched the supreme grade profound rank array. However, how could Fang Chen let him attack the array so easily? The golden sword light shot towards the half-beast man, causing him to retreat. Kid, you're too weak. The beast man sneered and punched out with earth-shattering force, directly shattering the formation and sending Fang Chen flying. Fang Chen, who was lying on the ground, had a helpless expression on his face. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual vortex realm, but he still could not defeat the demi-beast. The second stage was too difficult. Kid, according to the rules of the Master of Tongtian Peak, you have comprehended the true intentful form. Before you challenge me, you can choose one item, the half-beast man suddenly said. What is it? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. While the half-beast man shook his wrist and the scene changed. Fang Chen found himself in a huge palace. Inside the palace, there were countless dazzling treasures. There were cultivation techniques, secret soul techniques, powerful weapons, and even some powerful talismans and elixirs. In short, there were countless treasures here. This is... Fang Chen looked around and was a little surprised. Kid, this is a palace in the periphery of Tongtian Peak. You can choose one item here, the beast man said. Senior, can you recommend something to me? Fang Chen asked. When the half-beast man heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, You're smart. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother to recommend it. But if it's you, I can make an exception. Hearing the beastman's words, Fang Chen chuckled. Your current cultivation is too weak. It's not possible to raise your cultivation in a short period of time. If you want to pass this stage quickly, you have to choose something that can raise your strength, the beastman analyzed. At that moment, the beastman's wrist shook and 3 items appeared in his hand. These 3 items are the most suitable for you right now, said the beast man. The first item was a ginseng-like spirit grass. This spirit grass was called extreme, profound grass. If a spirit vortex realm martial artist consumed it, they would be able to raise their cultivation realm by a level for a short period of time. But once the medicinal effect wore off, their cultivation realm would drop. The side effects were very great. The second item was a glowing disc. That disc was a saint weapon. Although it was only a low-level saint weapon, its power was unimaginably strong. This holy weapon could also raise a martial artist's combat power by a level for a short period of time. However, a martial artist had to be completely compatible with the holy weapon. If the holy weapon didn't approve of them, then they would have chosen for nothing. The third item was a saint-tier medicinal pill called the Extreme Heaven Pill. After consuming it, one could permanently raise their cultivation realm by a level. According to Senior's analysis, this Extreme Heaven Pill should be the most suitable for me, right? Asked Fong Chen. The beast man nodded. Correct. The extreme profound grass side effects are very great. As for the holy weapon, you have to consider the issue of approval. So I recommend the Extreme Heaven Pill. The Extreme Heaven Pill could be considered a peak medicinal pill amongst saint-tier medicinal pills. For spirit vortex realm martial artists, the first one would have the best effect. If they consumed it multiple times, it would completely lose its effect. Then I choose the Extreme Heaven Pill, said Fong Chen. To choose the Extreme Heaven Pill, you have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones, said the beast man. This was a rule set by the Heaven Link Peak's master. He had no other choice. How many spirit stones? Asked Fong Chen. 100 million spirit stones, said the beast man. 100 million top-grade spirit stones was an extremely large sum in the outside world. But within the Heaven Link Peak, it was nothing. 100 million. Fong Chen was startled before he asked. Little fellow, that's already cheap enough. In the outside world, the Extreme Heaven Pill isn't something that can be bought with money, said the beast man. The beast man was correct. In the outside world, the Extreme Heaven Pill was priceless. Even the 5 Elements Academy's Pill Cloud Saint Master, known as the strongest Saint Master in the 5 Elements province, was unable to refine the Extreme Heaven Pill. It could be imagined just how valuable the Extreme Heaven Pill was. All right, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen nodded. He took out 100 million top-grade spirit stones and obtained the Extreme Heaven Pill. Crash! The scene changed. Fong Chen once more appeared in front of the second trial. He didn't waste any time and directly swallowed the Extreme Heaven Pill. Rumble. After swallowing the Zenith Pill, its majestic medicinal effects instantly flooded his chi. His golden heart began to rapidly beat as it dissolved the Extreme Heaven Pill's medicinal energy. As for Fong Chen, his true intent enveloped him. Boundless heaven and earth energy began to gather around him. The beast man nodded in satisfaction. According to this child's combat power, he should be able to pass the second trial after consuming the Extreme Heaven Pill. As for the third trial, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. I hope you'll be able to pass. The beast man watched from the side. Time slowly passed. Fong Chen's mind was filled with boundless sword intent. His golden heart was also rapidly beating. What is the sword? Is the sword in my hand a sword? What is the way of the sword? Is the way of the sword hidden in my heart? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Above his head, the golden sword of the Dharma idol was transforming. Within his body, the golden heart was spinning rapidly. Within his chi, the Extreme Heaven Pill's medicinal energy was condensing the 6th spiritual spiral. Just like that, Fong Chen continued in this state. It wasn't until the 5th month that a shocking fluctuation suddenly alarmed the beast man. The beast man instantly appeared. He saw the power of laws descending from above Fong Chen's head. Seeing the scene, the beast man was dumbfounded. He naturally knew what the power of laws represented. He also didn't expect that Fong Chen would be able to comprehend true intent after consuming the extreme heaven pill. Only when one comprehends true intent will the power of laws descend. The beastman's heart trembled. This was only the second stage, and Fong Chen had already comprehended the way of the sword. He was simply a genius of the way of the sword. The baptism of the power of laws allowed the residual medicinal energy of the extreme heaven pill in Fong Chen's body to be completely digested. At this time, Fong Chen's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th level of the spiritual spiral realm. At a certain moment, Fong Chen opened his eyes, and the power of laws receded. Fong Chen sensed that his body was enveloped by the way of the sword. This is the way of the sword, Fong Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood the difference between the way of the sword and the way of the sword. The way of the sword was only a superficial application of the power of heaven and earth. The way of the sword was a profound application of the power of heaven and earth. It could even completely mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Within the range of the way, Fong Chen could clearly feel every movement within it. What a powerful way of the sword! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the heaven stage for 5 months, he finally comprehended the way of the sword. Senior. Fong Chen tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. He looked at the demi-beast man and asked, "I want to challenge you." Hearing this, the demi-beast man pursed his lips and said, "I'm not your opponent." What kind of joke was this? His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm and comprehended the way of the sword. How could the demi-beast man defeat Fong Chen? Then can I enter the 3rd stage? Fong Chen asked. The demi-beast man nodded and said, "Actually, you've already passed the 3rd stage." "And why is that?" Fong Chen didn't understand. The 3rd stage's test is to comprehend a way of the sword within 3 months, the demi-beast man said. Fong Chen was startled, and then he was overjoyed. If he passed the 3rd stage, wouldn't he be able to leave the heaven stage? "I can leave," Fong Chen said excitedly. "You can leave, but don't you plan to continue? Once you pass the last stage, the entire Tongtian Peak will be yours." The demi-beast man tempted Fong Chen. However, he was directly rejected by Fong Chen. "I want to leave." In his heart, he was worried about the little mouse. "All right, I'll wait for you to come in again," the demi-beast man said. Crash! The demi-beast man shook his wrist and sent Fong Chen out of the Tongtian Peak. At this moment, the weapon's spirit appeared. "Kid, your potential is the most heaven-defying I've seen in the past 100 years. I have high hopes for you," the weapon spirit said. "Senior weapon spirit, please send me out," Fong Chen said. The weapon spirit nodded and sent Fong Chen out of the heaven stage. At this moment, in the 3rd stage, the star and moon's aura was chaotic. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. With her as the center, the surrounding 100 miles was filled with an extremely cold aura. Seeing this scene, the demi-beast man sighed slightly. Chapter 741. If she couldn't comprehend a true meaning in 3 months, she would die. Logically speaking, the star and moon should die here. However, she still had a chance to live. Strictly speaking, she had already comprehended the true meaning of Xianin, but she had entered a state of madness and couldn't stabilize herself. Therefore, she had passed the 3rd test, but she couldn't leave this place. She wanted to use the complete rules here to suppress the true meaning of Xianin in her body. She could only leave this place after she had completely grasped the true meaning of Xianin. Otherwise, she would die. Xianin evil body is indeed powerful. The half-beast man sighed. If it wasn't for the Xianin evil body, it would be impossible for her to comprehend the true meaning of Xianin. In the 5 Elements Academy in the 10th area, Xiao Fong and the others were stopped by Jin Yuanliang and were scolding them. "I heard that you are Fong Chen's good friends." Jin Yuanliang's face was filled with a sinister smile as he said disdainfully, Jin Yuanliang, you are ranked 35 on the battle tablet. Why are you bullying us? Xiao Fang asked, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Fang Chen's good friends. Fang Chen is a coward. He has been hiding in Elder Han's mountain for half a year and hasn't come out. I can only find you. Jin Yuanliang grinned. Jin Yuanliang was a disciple of the Saint Master of the Pill Cloud sect. He had been looking for Fang Chen and wanted to challenge Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen hadn't appeared for half a year, which made Jin Yuanliang very angry. Therefore, he turned his attention to Xiao Fang and the others. Kneel on the ground and say that Fang Chen is a coward, then I will let you go. Jin Yuanliang said. Hearing his words, Xiao Fang and the others' faces changed, and they looked at Jin Yuanliang angrily. Humph, impossible. Qing Jingtong said. Bang! With a loud sound, Qing Jingtong's body was sent flying by Jin Yuanliang. Qing Jingtong fell on the ground and spat out blood. His face was pale. Jin Yuanliang was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. You have no choice. Jin Yuanliang said. Speak. Jin Yuanliang's scolding was useless. A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. Xiao Fang and the others stood there quietly, enduring the pressure from Jin Yuanliang's aura. Xiao Fang stared at Jin Yuanliang and said coldly, Jin Yuanliang, you will suffer retribution for doing this sooner or later. Retribution, ha ha ha. Jin Yuanliang laughed out loud and kicked Xiao Fang away. Are you going to tell me or not? Jin Yuanliang looked at He Jingwei. Bah! He Jingwei spat at Jin Yuanliang. This action completely infuriated Jin Yuanliang. The latter's face turned gloomy. He grabbed He Jingwei's arm and pulled with all his might, breaking He Jingwei's arm. Ah! He Jingwei let out a miserable shriek. However, his eyes were filled with rage. He wouldn't compromise, nor would he submit. Kneel! Roared Jin Yuanliang furiously. He kicked He Jingwei's knee, making him unable to stand and kneel on the ground. You 3 trash dare to oppose me. If it weren't for the 5 Elements Academy forbidding killing fellow disciples, you'd all be dead, roared Jin Yuanliang. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, Fang Chen had just left the mountain peak where the heavenly pass was located. He hurriedly went to another mountain peak. He was preparing to go find Elder Han, but coincidentally he ran into a student. Yes, Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen, that student's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted, and he wanted to say something, but stopped. Fang Chen saw that and immediately asked, Brother, do you have something to say to me? Fang Chen, Jin Yuanliang is looking for you. You should hurry back to Elder Han's mountain peak, reminded the student. Jin Yuanliang is looking for me? Asked Fang Chen. For the past half year, you've always been on Elder Han's mountain peak. Jin Yuanliang couldn't do anything to you, so he took his anger out on your friends. If my guess is correct, he should be in the 10th region of the theoretical peak right now. Fang Chen's heart sank. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the 10th region of the theoretical peak. If anything happens to Jin Yuanliang, Xiao Fang, and the others, I won't let you off, roared Fang Chen inside. With Fang Chen's current speed, he arrived at the theoretical peak in the blink of an eye. He then appeared at the edge of the 10th region. He just happened to see Jin Yuanliang cut off He Jingwei's arm and kick his knee, forcing him to kneel. You trash! Jin Yuanliang sinisterly laughed when he saw the 3 of them being suppressed. Jin Yuanliang, Fang Chen won't let you off. Xiao Fang roared in pain. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he mentioned Fang Chen, Jin Yuanliang became angry. He suddenly looked at Xiao Fang and stretched out his hand. Paw-paired fingerprints appeared on Xiao Fang's face. Facing this extreme humiliation, Xiao Fang and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Jin Yuanliang, Fong Chen roared angrily as he walked step by step toward the 10th region. The sudden voice shocked many of the students. Immediately, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Fong Chen appear, they were all stunned. "Fong Chen, you're finally willing to show up?" Jin Yuanliang laughed sinisterly. Fong Chen looked at the three of them apologetically, then looked angrily at Jin Yuanliang. He said in a low voice, "Do you dare to accept a life-and-death battle on the martial arts stage?" Fong Chen's voice was as deafening as thunder. Seeing this, Jin Yuanliang sneered and said, "Why not? See you on the martial arts stage at this time tomorrow." After finishing his words, Fong Chen turned and walked toward Xiao Fong and the others. He returned to the sword-hidden peak with the three of them. Looking at Fong Chen's back, Jin Yuanliang sneered. A life-and-death battle between students must be approved by the higher-ups of the academy. After Fong Chen left, Jin Yuanliang went to apply for a life-and-death battle. The news of Fong Chen's return also reached Elder Han's ears. When Elder Han learned about it, he was very excited. "He's back!" Fong Chen came back safely, which meant that he had passed the 3rd level. He comprehended the gist of trueness. 5 months later, Fong Chen returned safely. Elder Han couldn't wait to come to the sword-hidden peak. Fong Chen. Elder Han saw Fong Chen and was very excited. "Elder Han," Fong Chen said. "Fong Chen, you have comprehended the essence of truth?" Elder Han asked. Fong Chen nodded and didn't hide it. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed the genius that I chose." Elder Han laughed excitedly. Fong Chen only briefly explained what happened in the Heaven's Gate, and Elder Han didn't ask for details. After chatting for a while, Elder Han also knew that Fong Chen's strength had improved a lot. Now he was not afraid even if he faced a LV8 spiritual vortex realm martial artist. This was the strength of a martial artist who had comprehended the essence of truth. "Fong Chen, your current strength is enough to be in the top 10 of the battle power tablet, or even the top 5. Elder Han said. Fong Chen didn't care about the ranking of the battle power tablet, but he cared about Xiao Fong and the others. "Elder Han, can you treat them?" Fong Chen asked. "Of course." Elder Han agreed. With Elder Han's strength of the real martial arts realm, it was easy to treat the three of them. Even if He Jingwei's arm was broken and his knee was shattered, he would be able to recover. In a short while, Elder Han stabilized the three people's injuries. The three of them need a long time to recover from their injuries. Elder Han said, "Thank you, Elder Han." Fong Chen thanked him. "Fong Chen, you and Jin Yuanliang issued a life-and-death challenge?" Elder Han waved his hand and asked, "That's right, Jin Yuanliang is too much." Fong Chen said. Elder Han nodded and said, "With your current status, even if you kill Jin Yuanliang, it's fine. However, if you do that, people will gossip. I have already informed the higher-ups of the school to approve your application for the life-and-death challenge." Elder Han's meaning was obvious. For Fong Chen, it was nothing to give up Jin Yuanliang. Jin Yuanliang was destined to be cannon fodder. At this moment, in the Saint Master Pill Cloud's courtyard, Jin Yuanliang stood there quietly. His face was pale as he looked at the Saint Master. In front of the Saint Master Pill Cloud, Jin Yuanliang could not remain calm. The Saint Master's aura made Jin Yuanliang feel pressured. "Saint Master, tomorrow I will have a life-and-death challenge with Fong Chen." Jin Yuanliang said, "Are you confident?" Saint Master Pill Cloud asked. "I am confident." Jin Yuanliang said. Saint Master Pill Cloud took out an 8 trigrams plate and handed it to Jin Yuanliang. He said, "Take this. If Fong Chen sets up a formation, pour your spiritual energy into the 8 trigrams plate and you'll be able to break the formation." Without the formation, Fong Chen would not be able to defeat Jin Yuanliang at all. Saint Master Pill Cloud had put in a lot of effort in order to kill Fong Chen. Don't worry, Saint Master. I will not let you down. Jin Yuanliang put away the 8 trigrams plate and said excitedly. Jin Yuanliang was very happy to be entrusted with such an important task by the Saint Master. If he could kill Fang Qin, the Saint Master would make an exception and take him as an unofficial disciple. The status of the Saint Master's unofficial disciple was not something an ordinary warrior could compare with. All right, you can go now. Saint Master Pill Cloud waved his hand and said. After Jin Yuanliang left, a black shadow appeared in Saint Master Pill Cloud's courtyard. Saint Master, will you be going to the battle tomorrow? The black shadow asked. The Bone Warrior and Dan Qin will definitely be there. Of course I will be there. Saint Master Pill Cloud said. Saint Master Pill Cloud looked at the black shadow and said, Hu Jinlong, with your strength, you will definitely be in the top 3 of the battle power tablet. Do you know why I asked you to hide your strength? I don't know. The black shadow Hu Jinlong said. Go cultivate well. Saint Master Pill Cloud did not answer Hu Jinlong's question. He waved his hand and said with a smile. Hu Jinlong nodded and left the mountain peak. In the eyes of others, Hu Jinlong was only a student who was ranked 10th on the battle power tablet. Although he was strong, he was not strong enough to be proud of. However, no one would have thought that the person behind Hu Jinlong was Saint Master Pill Cloud. Moreover, Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength from the very beginning. Although Hu Jinlong did not know why Saint Master Pill Cloud wanted him to hide his strength. However, he had no choice but to listen. Without Saint Master Pill Cloud, he would not be who he was today. Saint Master Pill Cloud could make Hu Jinlong, but he could also destroy Hu Jinlong. With his strength, he could only listen to Saint Master Pill Cloud's words and work for him. Chapter 742. Fang Qin had disappeared for 5 months. Now that he had returned, he was going to fight with Jin Yuanliang. This caused many students to be curious. The next morning, many students appeared in the martial arts practice field. These students were all here to watch Fang Qin fight. Among the crowd, there were many top-ranked martial artists. These martial artists were usually in seclusion, but they had also come out this time. They wanted to see what was so special about a student that could cause 3 true martial realm martial artists to fight. Lin Yenner, who was wearing a fiery red dress, stood quietly among the crowd, looking around. Ever since Lin Yenner found out that the man elder sister Yu had been thinking about was Fang Qin, she had developed a strong curiosity about Fang Qin. What was so special about this man that could make elder sister Yu wait for him so wholeheartedly? Why isn't he here yet? Lin Yenner muttered to herself. Beside Lin Yenner stood Blazing Heaven, who was wearing a black robe. Blazing Heaven had a complicated expression on his face. When he first heard about Fang Qin's achievements, he did not think much about it. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Qin's name had already spread throughout the 5-Element Academy. Xianyuan Feng, who do you think will win, Fang Qin or Jin Yuanliang? Blazing Heaven grinned and asked. Xianyuan Feng thought for a moment and said, Brother Fang is not a reckless person. Since he dares to challenge, he must have a lot of confidence. Hearing this, Blazing Heaven nodded. From his achievements, it was clear that Fang Qin was not a reckless person. Just as everyone was discussing, Jin Yuanliang arrived. Jin Yuanliang's body was surrounded by the metal concept. A majestic aura filled the sky. He stepped onto the martial arts practice field, his face full of arrogance. Where is Fang Qin? Jin Yuanliang shouted arrogantly. However, no one replied to him because Fang Qin had not arrived yet. Not long after Jin Yuanliang arrived, a figure appeared, shocking the entire martial arts practice field. Saint Master Danyan, why is he here? Heavens! Saint Sovereign Danyan has also come. Could it be that he has come to support Jin Yuanliang? When the many cultivators saw Saint Sovereign Danyan, they were extremely excited and exclaimed. However, after Saint Master Danyan arrived, Another 2 old men flew over side by side. Everyone was completely shocked. Saint Master Danqing and the Bone Weapons Saint Master came together. Were they here to cheer for their disciple? Saint Master Danyan saw this and sneered, "Are you two here to collect your disciple's corpse?" Hearing Saint Sovereign Danyan's mockery, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign's temper exploded. He directly scolded, "Danyan, don't be too pleased with yourself. Fang Chen's strength isn't something Jin Yuanliang can compare to." "That's right. My disciple doesn't need anyone's help to become an enemy," Sage Master Danqing said coldly. The 3 sacred masters had just arrived, yet a dispute had already broken out. The other students all looked at the 3 sacred masters. "Humph, you won't say that in a while." After Saint Sovereign Pill Cloud finished speaking, he turned to look at Jin Yuanliang and stopped arguing with the 2 Saint Sovereigns. "This old man isn't late, right?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard in the training ground. Behind Blazing Heaven, Shen Yuan Feng and Shen Yuan Qin were filled with excitement. "Grandpa is here," the Shen Yuan siblings called out. When everyone heard this voice, they all turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered an old man wearing a silver robe, slowly walking over from afar. This old man was very old, as if he could collapse at any moment. His body didn't have any aura fluctuations. However, within the 5 Elements Academy, no one dared to look down on him. That was because he was also a true martial expert. Moreover, he was the 5 Elements Academy's only saint-level symbol master. His accomplishments as a symbol master were extremely heaven-defying. The talismans he inscribed were extremely tyrannical. This was also why the Shen Yuan siblings weren't recruited by the 5 Elements Academy. They were able to freely cultivate within the 5 Elements Academy. When Blazing Heaven saw this person, his expression changed slightly. Because of the Shen Yuan siblings, Blazing Heaven's relationship with this person was very good. "Xianlong, you old man, you've always been in seclusion. I didn't think you'd come today." Saint Master Danqing grinned. "Xianlong, have you broken through?" asked the Bone Weapon Saint Master. Among the true martial experts, the one with the most hope of breaking through was Saint Master Xianlong. He had always been in seclusion. How could I miss such a lively event? Saint Master Xianlong chuckled. His stooped body slowly walked in front of the 3 Saint Masters. Immediately, the 4 Saint Masters stood side by side below the martial stage. Of the 4, Saint Master Danqing and the Bone Weapon Saint Master were in the same camp. Their disciples were the same, so they naturally stood together. As for Saint Master Danyan, he was in the other camp. Because of Fang Qin, his relationship with Saint Master Danqing and the Bone Weapon Saint Master was extremely bad. As for Saint Master Xianlong, he was neutral. He didn't care about these things. The 4 Saint Masters chatted below the martial stage. As for the many students in the martial stage, their gazes were fixed on the 4 Saint Masters. Originally, the most glorious person in this battle should have been Jin Yuanliang. However, the 4 Saint Masters had stolen the limelight. At this moment, Jin Yuanliang's face was filled with a sinister expression. He was waiting for Fang Qin. After about an hour, Fang Qin finally arrived. When he stepped onto the martial stage, Jin Yuanliang sneered, "Fang Qin, I thought you didn't dare to come." Fang Qin didn't even look at Jin Yuanliang. He cupped his hands towards his 2 masters and Saint Master Xianlong. Then he asked, "Can the battle of life and death begin?" "Qin, this is a battle of life and death. You don't need to hold back. You also don't need to consider the consequences." Saint Master Danqing nodded. Saint Master Danqing's meaning was obvious. He wanted Fang Qin to ignore Saint Master Danyan and just fight without holding back. Fang Qin nodded. At this moment, he turned to look at Jin Yuanliang and asked, "Are you prepared to die?" Jin Yuanliang was enraged. "Fang Qin, I must kill you today," Jin Yuanliang shouted. "No need. You won't have the chance. As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, the aura of the 6th level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. Then he held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the transformative realm golden light, bright, dragon, sword technique. Whoosh! Fong Qin didn't activate his true intent because Elder Han had told him to hide it. However, even so, it was enough to kill Jin Yuanliang. When Fong Qin displayed his fierce and domineering attack, the 4 Saint Masters' expressions changed slightly. On the martial arts practice stage, Jin Yuanliang was puzzled when he saw the situation. However, he still attacked and wanted to block Fong Qin's sword light. Puchi! Fong Qin's sword light contained a majestic power. Without any fancy moves, the sword directly pierced through Jin Yuanliang's body. With a thud, Jin Yuanliang's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he didn't know how he was killed. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin killed Jin Yuanliang. He put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. This, after Fong Qin left, the entire martial arts practice stage was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked. He killed Jin Yuanliang in one strike. He's too strong. What level has his strength reached? Why is he so strong? Genius. He's a genius. His combat strength is enough to rank him in the top 20 of the battle tablet. Many students cried out in confusion. Even Lin, Yenner, Blazing Heaven, and the others were shocked. Even they couldn't do what Fong Qin did and kill Jin Yuanliang in one strike. As for the 4 Saint Masters below the martial arts practice stage, the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing were grinning from ear to ear. Their disciples' strength had exceeded their expectations. This made them very happy. On the other hand, Saint Master Danyun's face was extremely gloomy. He fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. As for Saint Master Xianlong, he nodded and had a meaningful smile on his face. On the mountain peak where Elder Han was, Fong Qin and Elder Han stood side by side. Fong Qin, the news of you killing Jin Yuanliang in one strike has already spread throughout the 5 Elements Academy. Elder Han said with a smile. Fong Qin smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't care about Jin Yuanliang at all. After 5 months of tempering in the Heaven Pass, Fong Qin had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His current combat strength was enough to rank him in the top 10 of the battle tablet. If he added his sword intent, his strength would be unimaginable. Elder Han, can I buy the reincarnation grass and the 9-colored ink lotus? Fong Qin was most concerned about the little mouse's injuries, so he hurriedly asked. Elder Han nodded and said, Of course you can. When you came out of the Heaven Pass, the Dean had already agreed. 2 kinds of heaven-defying spirit herbs. How many spirit stones do they cost? Fong Qin asked. The 9-colored ink lotus is worth 60 million top-grade spirit stones. As for the reincarnation grass, it's worth 80 million top-grade spirit stones. The total is 140 million top-grade spirit stones. Elder Han said. Fong Qin was stunned and a little speechless. He had spent 100 million top-grade spirit stones to buy the absolute heaven pill in the Heaven Pass Peak. Now he only had 30 million top-grade spirit stones on him. However, at this time, Fong Qin thought of the Western region pirate sage's wealth and said, Elder Han, I need to leave the 5 Elements Academy for a while. When I come back, I can send you the spirit stones. Looking at Fong Qin, Elder Han nodded and said, Recently, the 5 Elements Academy has been in turmoil. The remnants of the Yellow Springs sect have been secretly slaughtering people. You have to be careful. In fact, with Fong Qin's strength, unless he encountered the 8 great kings at their peak, he wouldn't be in any danger. In order to save time, Fong Qin immediately left the 5 Elements Academy. Just as Fong Qin left the 5 Elements Academy, Saint Master Danyun found out. At this time, in Saint Master Danyun's courtyard, a black-robed Hu Jinlong was quietly standing there. Fong Qin has already left. You know what to do, right? Saint Master, Dan Yun whispered. Don't worry, Saint Master. He won't live. Hu Jinlong turned and disappeared. Back when he had obtained the Western Region Pirate Sage's spatial ring, Fang Qin had obtained the addresses of several wealth points. When he went to the Iron Blood Empire as a supervisor, he had only cleared out one wealth point. This time, Fang Chen's target was the other wealth points. I hope he won't disappoint me, Fang Chen thought to himself. His speed was extremely fast. In just a day, he had arrived at a hidden location. This hidden location was within a swamp. Who would have thought that wealth points would be established within a swamp? Fang Chen was a bit speechless, but in order to save the little mouse, he still followed the address to find wealth points. After a while, Fang Chen had found a wealth point. After a round of inspection, he easily opened the wealth point's stone door. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen had swept away all the spiritual stones here. Not a bad harvest. Leaving the swamp, Fang Chen grinned and laughed. This wealth point had a total of more than 60 million top-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 30 million that Fang Chen already had, Fang Chen's spiritual stones had once again reached 100 million. Continue. Fang Chen left the swamp and continued to the next wealth point. 7 days later, Fang Chen arrived at a city. This city was called Iron Blood City. According to the records, there is an overlord-level force in Iron Blood City called the Iron Blood Alliance. Its leader is a martial artist at the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Then he entered Iron Blood City. Sometimes Fang Chen thought that the Western Region Pirate Sage really did not take the usual path. Some wealth points were placed in the swamp, some in the depths of the mountains, and some on the cliffs. And now, this wealth point was actually placed in Iron Blood City. Is this the so-called most dangerous place, is also the safest place? Fang Chen shook his head slightly and entered Iron Blood City. As soon as he entered Iron Blood City, he was noticed by the people of the Iron Blood Alliance. In the meeting hall of the Iron Blood Alliance headquarters, Alliance Master, a young martial artist, just entered Iron Blood City, a subordinate reported. How is his strength? The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance asked. Judging from his aura, he should be a mid-level martial artist at the Spirit Vortex realm, the subordinate said. A young martial artist at the mid-level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Could he be a student of the 5 Elements Academy? The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance muttered to himself. Only a student of the 5 Elements Academy could have such combat strength. Where did he go? The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance asked. He went to the west of the city. Continued to monitor his every move, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance said. Fang Chen followed the map and arrived in front of a dilapidated warehouse in the west of the city. The surroundings of this dilapidated warehouse were desolate. There were almost no buildings. This place had already been abandoned by Iron Blood City. Normally, no one would come here. Is it here? Fang Chen muttered to himself and then entered the dilapidated warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Fang Chen discovered that this should be the wealth point. This was because the layout of this place was exactly the same as the previous wealth points. Fang Chen began to look for the entrance of the wealth point. Soon he found the entrance. After entering, Fang Chen discovered that this wealth point was empty. There was nothing there. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled and his expression changed. Someone really came. A man in a blood-red robe appeared in the darkness. This man had a demonic expression on his face as he laughed eerily. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. It seemed that this person had obtained all the wealth here. Who I am is not important. What's important is who you are, the man in the blood-red robe said eerily. It seems that you have obtained all the wealth here, Fang Chen said. As expected, you are the owner of the wealth point. That's even better. Hand over the rest of your wealth. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this dilapidated warehouse. The man in the blood-red robe laughed. At the same time, a strong evil aura emerged from his body. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Fong Qin frowned and said, "Kid, you have no other choice," the man in the blood-red robe said. Fong Chen sneered and said, "Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, you are really troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen exploded with the aura of the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm. It instantly enveloped the entire dilapidated warehouse and directly surrounded the man in the blood-red robe. "Kid, you want to kill me with your little power?" The man in the blood-red robe sneered. "You talk too much nonsense." Fong Chen shook his wrist and used the Golden Radiance Dragon sword technique. Sword intent was contained in it as he stabbed out with his sword. When the man in the blood-red robe sensed the danger, it was already too late. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into his head, shattering his jawbone. Sword intent. The man in the blood-red robe said these 2 words with difficulty before he died. After the man in the blood-red robe died, Fong Qin took his interspatial ring and found that there were indeed spirit stones inside. 50 million supreme grade spirit stones. Fong Qin put the 50 million supreme grade spirit stones into his interspatial ring. In this way, the number of spirit stones had reached 150 million. However, since he had come out, he might as well clear out all the wealth points of the Western region pirate sage in one go. When Fong Chen left the dilapidated warehouse, he found that he was surrounded by martial artists from the Iron Blood Alliance. The leader was the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. He floated in the air and looked down at Fong Qin. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, hand over your treasures and I can leave your corpse intact. Iron Blood Alliance, you're really bold. You actually cooperated with the Yellow Spring sect." Fong Qin sneered. With a slight guess, he knew that the Iron Blood Alliance must have submitted to the Yellow Spring sect. "Kid, you're from the 5 Elements Academy?" The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "So what if I am?" Fong Qin said, "If you are, then only death awaits you." The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance said eerily. Crash! Fong Qin released the aura of the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm. He held the hidden star sword and prepared to fight. "You won't be able to kill me," said Fong Qin. After 5 months of training in the Heavens Pass, Fong Qin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially after comprehending the true intent, Fong Qin's potential had increased again. He did not take the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance seriously. Ha ha ha! A mere 6th level of the spirit vortex realm dares to be presumptuous in the territory of the Iron Blood Alliance. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance sneered and said, "Kill him!" Following the order of the Iron Blood Alliance, many martial artists launched a fierce attack on Fong Qin. Puchi! Wherever Fong Qin's sword light passed, miserable screams could be heard. Although there were many martial artists in the Iron Blood Alliance, Fong Qin killed many of them in the blink of an eye. His strength! After 3 minutes, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance finally realized that something was wrong. His face darkened as he roared and attacked personally. Iron Blood skill. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance growled and used the Iron Blood skill. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance was a 6th level martial artist. When he used the Iron Blood skill, his strength was comparable to a 7th level martial artist. Rumble. When the Iron Blood skill was used, a scarlet aura appeared in the sky and gathered in the leader's hand. It condensed into a blood ball and fiercely blasted towards Fong Qin. Those who collude with the Yellow Spring sect will be killed without mercy. As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, he used the golden light, bright dragon sword technique and activated the sword intent. He slashed towards the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Puchi! The blood ball was instantly shattered and its power dissipated in all directions. The hidden star sword carried a majestic aura and slashed towards the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. The latter did not expect Fong Qin to be so powerful. No, The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance roared, but it was too late. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword pierced through the head of the Iron Blood Union's master. You deserve to die. Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword. He was not in a hurry to leave the Iron Blood City. Instead, he came to the sky above the Iron Blood Alliance. Martial artists of the Iron Blood Alliance, listen up. Fong Chen's voice contained a powerful spiritual qi that penetrated the entire Iron Blood City. Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble above my Iron Blood Alliance? Kid, do you want to die? Many of the Iron Blood Alliance's martial artists berated him. However, Fong Chen's next words made them completely quiet down. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance colluded with the Yellow Spring sect and has already been killed by me. If you don't believe me, you can go to the broken warehouse in the western part of the city to see the leader's corpse, said Fong Qin. The Yellow Spring sect is the enemy of all human martial artists on the ancient Sword Continent. Those who dare collude with the Yellow Spring sect will be killed without mercy. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance is already dead. I hope that everyone in the Iron Blood Alliance will not make a mistake. You're lying. A martial artist berated. Fong Chen coldly snorted and slashed out with the hidden star sword, instantly killing that martial artist. Fong Chen's actions caused the Iron Blood Alliance to become restless. Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said Fong Chen. Hearing Fong Chen's words, everyone looked at the martial artist who had just been killed. To their surprise, they discovered that he was not a human martial artist. It really is a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, exclaimed a martial artist. In the following time, earth-shattering changes occurred within the Iron Blood Alliance. Countless remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were found and killed one after another. By the time Fong Chen left, the Iron Blood Alliance had already drawn a clear line with the Yellow Spring sect. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance who had been kept in the dark were grateful to Fong Qin. Chapter 743. After settling the matter in Iron Blood City, Fong Qin continued to search for the wealth points of the Western Region Pirate Sage. Just as Fong Qin swept up the third wealth point, he received a piece of exciting news. The Banxianshu came out of the bloody battle space and contacted Fong Qin to look for Fong Qin. After receiving this news, Fong Qin was extremely excited. Fong Qin asked the Banxianshu to head to the Five Elements Peak while he sped up and swept up the wealth points. Half a month later, Fong Qin finally swept up all the wealth points of the Western Region Pirate Sage. At this time, the number of his spiritual stones had skyrocketed to 300 million. Even among the many students of the Five Elements Academy, 300 million supreme spiritual stones was considered top-notch. After sweeping up the wealth points, Fong Qin hurried to the Five Elements Peak. In a small town under the Five Elements Peak. This small town was very prosperous because every warrior in the Five Elements state wanted to join the Five Elements Academy but had no way to do so. They admired the Five Elements Academy, so they came to this small town to admire the Five Elements Academy. Of course, in this small town, it was impossible to see the Five Elements Academy. Only the towering Five Elements Peak could be seen. However, this still did not stop anyone from coming to this small town. In fact, this small town was still very far away from the Five Elements Peak. Hu Jinlong had already lived in this small town for more than half a month. He had been waiting for Fong Qin. That day, after following Fong Qin out of the Five Elements Academy, he lost track of Fong Qin. This made Hu Jinlong very angry. Subsequently, Hu Jinlong waited in this small town. As long as Fong Qin returned to the Five Elements Academy, he would definitely pass by this small town. Damn Fong Qin, you better not let me meet you, Hu Jinlong said to himself. In this small town, there were martial art practitioners everywhere who came to admire Five Elements Peak. Most of them were Spirit Vortex Realm Martial Art practitioners. One day, a Spirit Vortex Realm Martial Artist hurriedly came to this small town. Hu Jinlong who was drinking on a tall building in the town, suddenly stood up and looked down the street. The man in white who was hurrying along the street was Fong Chin. Fong Chin, you finally appeared. A wild grin appeared on Hu Jinlong's face. He took a step forward and arrived on the street, instantly blocking Fong Chen's path. Fong Chen. Hu Jinlong looked at Fong Chen and said coldly, Hu Jinlong. Hu Jinlong was one of the top 10 disciples on the power tablet. His cultivation had reached LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm, and he was very powerful. However, Hu Jinlong kept a low profile in the 5 Elements Academy and did not usually take action. Fong Chin couldn't understand why Hu Jinlong would attack him. Why are you stopping me? Fong Chin asked, puzzled. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. Hu Jinlong sneered. Suddenly, a majestic aura exploded from his body, and he threw a punch at Fong Chin. You want to kill me? Seeing this, Fong Chen's face darkened. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed the majestic golden light, bright dragon sword technique. Rays of golden light floated in the sky and pierced towards Hu Jinlong. The battle between the two alarmed the martial art practitioners in the small town. These martial art practitioners sensed the battle and retreated. Who are these two people? Why are they fighting here? Could they be students from the 5 Elements Academy? Such young spirit vortex, realm martial art practitioners. They should be students from the 5 Elements Academy. Many martial art practitioners were discussing this. As for Fong Chin and Hu Jinlong, they started fighting in an instant. Bang! When Hu Jinlong saw Fong Chen's attack, he sneered. His fist punched out and instantly collided with the golden sword light. Then, with a cracking sound, the golden sword light was shattered. You're hiding your strength. Fong Chen's body was forced to retreat. When Fong Chen stabilized his body, his face changed, and he looked at Hu Jinlong in shock. Fong Chen's overall combat strength could easily defeat a martial artist at the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. However, he felt pressured when facing Hu Jinlong. There was only one possibility. Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength. Fong Chin, you're the first person to make me use my full strength. You should be proud to die in my hands. Hu Jinlong laughed eerily. At this moment, the majestic aura of the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm exploded. 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen's heart sank. Hu Jinlong had always been low-key and gave people the feeling that he was neither strong nor weak. All along, others had been improving, but Hu Jinlong's ranking on the battle power tablet had always been around the 10th life. Many disciples were curious as to why Hu Jinlong had not improved. But now, Fong Chin finally knew that Hu Jinlong had been hiding his strength. The strength he had now was enough to enter the top 10 of the battle power tablet. Hu Jinlong, you've really hidden your strength. Fong Chin said in a low voice. In order to kill him, Hu Jinlong had used his hidden strength. Needless to say, Hu Jinlong was a follower of the Pill Cloud Saint. Only the Pill Cloud Saint could make Hu Jinlong endure. Those who know my true strength are all dead. Hu Jinlong sneered. Except for the Pill Cloud Saint. Of course, this was what Hu Jinlong secretly added in his heart. 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm, ranked 3rd on the battle power tablet. This was Hu Jinlong. Although Fong Chen's strength was strong, he would not be able to defeat Hu Jinlong, who was at the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm, even if he used his true intent. Right now, he only needed to use the formation. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fong Chen roared in a low voice. Above his head, the human-level Dharma, Laksana, exploded. In his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly, resonating with the human-level Dharma, Laksana. At the same time, Fong Chen's majestic true intent emerged in an instant and poured into the hidden star sword. Moonlight attribute. The moonlight attribute of the hidden star sword was instantly activated. Fong Chen had used his strongest attack. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm would not dare to face this attack head-on. Fang Qin, if we were at the same level, I would definitely not be your opponent. Hu Jinlong looked at Fang Chen's aggressive attack and thought to himself. Fang Chen's potential was too great. Hu Jinlong felt a sense of oppression in his heart. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Golden Light Fist. Hu Jinlong roared in a low voice and clenched his fist. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and all of it poured into his fist. The dazzling golden fist radiance blasted out. Bang, bang, bang. The fist radiance and the sword radiance collided fiercely. Instantly, a majestic force exploded. The energy fluctuation that spread out overturned the surrounding houses. Countless martialists in the small town retreated one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear. This is too strong. Is this the attack of a spiritual vortex realm expert? It's too strong. Retreat quickly. You will be affected. The surrounding martial artists retreated one after another. Just the energy fluctuation that spread out was enough to make their hearts palpitate. If they were to face it head-on, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. This was the terrifying combat power of a high-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two of them destroyed the small town. The houses in the small town were all destroyed in the battle between the two of them. This battle was extremely intense. Fang Chen had used all of his strength, but he was still unable to defeat Hu Jinlong. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Hu Jinlong. After a fierce battle, Hu Jinlong found an opportunity. He pushed the golden light fist to the extreme. In a flash, he attacked Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen grasped the opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a top-level profound level array. Crash! After the top-level profound level array was set up, it instantly trapped Hu Jinlong. However, it was impossible to trap Hu Jinlong with this array. Fang Chen immediately set up a chain array. Even with Hu Jinlong's combat power, it was impossible for him to destroy the array in a short time. Fang Chen, you can't escape, Hu Jinlong roared as he attacked the array. From afar, the small town was in a sorry state. A majestic aura shot up into the sky. The martial artists in the small town had already retreated out of the small town. At this moment, on a distant plain, a tree that could move was moving rapidly. As it moved, it chanted. At this moment, it felt a majestic aura. Yes, there are people fighting. The moving tree suddenly looked into the distance and found that the small town was in ruins. There was a majestic array in the small town. Let's go take a look. The moving tree bypassed the onlooking martial artists and entered the dilapidated small town. When it saw Fang Chen, it was overjoyed and immediately called out, Fang Chen! Fang Chen was concentrating on dealing with Hu Jinlong when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head and found that the Banxianshu had appeared behind him. Banxianshu! Fang Chen called out excitedly. However, just as he spoke, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. Immortal Qi lingered on the Banxianshu's main body. Its temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Did you transform into an immortal tree? Fang Chen asked excitedly. Yes, I've transformed into a perfect immortal tree, the Banxianshu said. The Banxianshu chuckled and said, Your strength has improved a lot too. Just as the Banxianshu was talking to Fang Chen, the array suddenly shattered. Fang Chen, I want you dead. Hu Jinlong saw Fang Chen and roared angrily. He used the golden light fist and blasted it at Fang Chen. Let me. Sensing Hu Jinlong's power, the Banxianshu growled. On the main body, countless branches and leaves instantly stretched out and wrapped around Hu Jinlong. Yes. Hu Jinlong was entangled by these branches and leaves and roared angrily. Let's go, the Banxianshu roared. Fang Chen nodded and then left the small town and stepped into the 5 Elements Peak. Seeing Fang Chen safely step into the Five Elements peak, the Banxianshu retracted its branches and leaves and then moved quickly. Damn it! Hu Jinlong was completely angered by the Banxianshu. He wanted to cut down this demonic tree. However, after the Banxianshu became an immortal tree, its speed was very fast. Hu Jinlong could not catch up at all. After a while, the Banxianshu also stepped into the Five Elements peak. Seeing this, Hu Jinlong's face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 744. Fang Chen stepped into the Five Elements peak and entered the Five Elements Academy. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Fang Chen in the Five Elements Academy. Not to mention others, there were still some unfathomable powerhouses in the Five Elements Academy. Once the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy found out that he had killed Fang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Back then, just because Su Xingxiu wanted to kill Fang Chen, 3 real martial realm powerhouses had appeared. In the end, Elder Han had also appeared. It was enough to show how important Fang Chen was to the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, at this moment, Hu Jinlong shook his head slightly. No matter what, this plan could be considered a failure. After glancing at the Five Elements peak, Hu Jinlong also plunged in. On the mountainside of the Five Elements peak, Fang Chen walked side by side with the Banxianshu. This old faker still had not changed his nature. It kept going on and on about how valiant and powerful it was in the blood battle space, and how it eventually transformed into an immortal tree. After discovering that the Banxianshu had transformed into the immortal tree, Fang Chen was very excited, because among the 3 heaven-defying herbs needed to treat Little Mouse, the rarest one was the branch of the immortal tree. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and said, "Old faker, give me a branch of the immortal tree." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Banxianshu stopped moving forward and remained silent. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. "What do you want the branch of the immortal tree for?" The Banxianshu asked. "In order to save me, Little Mouse was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It needs 3 heaven-defying herbs, and now there is only one left, the branch of the immortal tree," Fang Chen said slowly. "What do you mean Brother Shu is injured? Who did it?" The immortal tree asked furiously. "This matter is already over. Can you give me a leaf from the immortal tree or not?" Fang Chen asked. "Of course." The immortal tree no longer hesitated. Its trunk shuddered as a crystal-clear leaf fell into Fang Chen's hand. "Take it and save Brother Rat." With that, the immortal tree disappeared in a flash. Fang Chen didn't have time to ask the immortal tree what was going on. Holding the immortal tree's leaf, he quickly made his way to the mountain peak where Elder Han was. "Elder Han!" When Fang Chen saw Elder Han, he immediately greeted him. "Fang Chen, you're back," said Elder Han. "Elder Han, how is the little mouse?" Fang Chen asked. Elder Han shook his head. "Your spirit pet's injuries have worsened. If you can't gather the 3 heaven-defying spirit herbs in half a month, it probably won't make it." Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't too late. "Elder Han, I've already gathered enough spirit stones. When can I buy the 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass?" Fang Chen anxiously asked. "Oh, 140 million top-grade spirit stones?" Elder Han was a bit surprised. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Han's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed. "Fang Chen, although you've gathered enough spirit stones, if you can't get the 3rd spirit herb, it's useless." "Elder Han, is this it?" Fang Chen asked as he took out the translucent branch of the immortal tree. Elder Han raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. His face was filled with excitement. "Where did you get the immortal tree's leaf?" Elder Han was also a bit excited. It had to be known that there were only a few immortal trees in the entire ancient Sword Continent. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain the immortal tree's leaf. Fang Chen had not only gathered enough spirit stones in half a month, but he had also obtained the immortal tree's leaf. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. He didn't tell Elder Han about the immortal tree. Elder Han didn't ask any more questions. He laughed mischievously and brought Fang Chen to the medicinal herb shop. The 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass were the medicinal herb shop's most precious treasures. If Elder Han hadn't personally come, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain them no matter how many spirit stones he had. After spending 140 million top-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen was able to obtain the 9-colored ink lotus and the reincarnation grass. The 9-colored ink lotus was a lotus with a total of 9 petals and 9 different colors. The reason it was called the ink lotus was because the root of the lotus was the color of ink. That was why it was called the 9-colored ink lotus. As for the reincarnation grass, it was gray. It was said that as long as one had the reincarnation grass, even if the physical body was shattered, as long as a trace of the soul was preserved, one could rebuild the physical body and be resurrected. Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Han. Fang Chen handed the 3 heaven-defying herbs to Elder Han. The latter nodded and let Fang Chen wait in the courtyard, while Elder Han entered the room to treat the little mouse. Fang Chen waited anxiously. The reincarnation grass can rebuild the physical body. When Fang Chen calmed down, he finally remembered that the reincarnation grass seemed to be able to rebuild the physical body. He didn't know if it would work on Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, can you use the reincarnation grass to rebuild the physical body? Fang Chen asked. In the python sword, Ancestor Bronze sighed and said, if it was an ordinary martial artist, it wouldn't be a problem. But when I was alive, the strength of my soul was too high. An ordinary physical body can't withstand my soul. Even with the reincarnation grass, I can't find a suitable physical body. Fang Chen was stunned, but he immediately understood. According to Ancestor Bronze, when he was at his peak, his cultivation had reached the mysterious king realm, which was above the true martial realm. He was known as the king of the ancient sword continent. At that time, Ancestor Bronze could make the entire ancient sword continent tremble with a stomp of his foot. One could imagine how strong Ancestor Bronze's soul was. Reincarnation could be achieved by a true martial realm expert. However, under normal circumstances, if one's soul was strong enough, they would have to find a martial artist with a strong physical body to take over. Even an 8-star Tao body couldn't withstand the strength of Ancestor Bronze's soul. If one couldn't even find a physical body, what was the use of the reincarnation grass? I see. Ancestor, don't worry. Once I reach the true martial realm, I will find a suitable physical body for you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. That's the only way, Ancestor Bronze said. In the python sword, Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was gradually recovering. Over the years, the remnant consciousness that was about to dissipate had become stronger. As long as he could find a suitable physical body, a true martial realm expert could help him reincarnate. With the help of the reincarnation grass, he would definitely be able to come back to life. However, now wasn't the time. A 9-star Tao body was the limit on the ancient sword continent. It wouldn't be easy to find one. However, as his strength increased, Fang Chen understood that the ancient sword continent was huge and full of strange things. Perhaps he could really find one. After chatting with Ancestor Bronze for a while, Fang Chen stopped talking. His state of mind gradually calmed down and true intent enveloped his body. Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany. 3 days later, Elder Han came out of the room with a joyful look on his face. At this time, Fang Chen also woke up from his state of epiphany. This epiphany made it easier for him to control true intent. True intents were divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 was the lowest and grade 9 was the highest. Fang Chen's sword true intent was a grade 1 true intent. As time passed, as long as he cultivated diligently, the level of his true intent would slowly increase. The higher the level of his true intent, the more powerful it would be. It was said that a martial artist with a grade 9 true intent would be able to take the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away without using any cultivation techniques. How domineering was that? However, wanting to cultivate true intent to the 9th grade realm was too difficult. On the ancient sword continent, being able to comprehend a true intent was already considered a top expert. As for true intents above grade 1, they didn't even dare to think about it. Elder Han, how is it? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Elder Han nodded. Your spirit pet's vitality is tenacious and its bloodline is very strong. Its life is no longer in danger. Hearing this, Fong Chen laughed heartily. He instantly felt that his efforts over the past 6 months hadn't been in vain. He had finally saved the little mouse's life. After a while, the little mouse came out of the room. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that the little mouse's injuries hadn't healed. Boss. Seeing Fong Chen, the little mouse called out. How's it going? Fong Chen asked. Boss, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. My injuries are healing, and I found that my strength has increased a lot after activating my bloodline power, the little mouse said. In ancient times, or even in antiquity times, some powerful divine beasts or demonic beasts had extremely powerful bloodlines. Their offspring usually didn't activate their bloodline power when they were born. They could only activate their bloodline power when they grew to a certain extent. Of course, there were also some powerful demonic beasts that could activate their bloodline power for the second time. However, such demonic beasts were very rare. They left Elder Han's mountain and returned to the sword-hidden peak. Have a good rest, Fong Chen said. By the way, the old faker is back. The old faker is back. They hadn't seen the old faker for more than a year and missed him. Thanks to the old faker's branches and leaves of the immortal tree, I was able to save you this time, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the little mouse was very moved. Then it directly rushed into the sword-hidden peak. At this time, Xiao Mei's soul had recovered. Of course, Fong Chen didn't have such great ability. It was all thanks to Elder Han's help. The ability of an expert in the real martial arts realm was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After Xiao Mei woke up and learned what had happened after she went crazy, she was shocked. She respected Fong Chen even more. Master, Xiao Mei said with a smile, where's the old faker? Fong Chen asked. Xiao Mei was stunned, but she immediately understood. Then she said, he's in the backyard. Fong Chen nodded to the little mouse. Then he went through the palace and came to the backyard. At this time, the old faker was standing quietly in the backyard. There was a trace of strange aura around him. Old faker, you finally came out. The little mouse saw him and directly jumped on the main body of the old faker. Then it said with a smile. Fong Chen also came to the old faker. However, it was strange that the old faker didn't move or even speak. Old faker, the little mouse continued to say with a smile. Fong Chen felt that something was wrong. Then he immediately checked the old faker with his soul. Fong Chen was dumbfounded when he saw what was going on. There was a deep wound on the main body of the old faker. The old faker seemed to be healing. Chapter 745. Boss, what's wrong with the old faker? Little Mouse asked. There's a wound on the old faker's torso. He seems to be healing himself, Fong Chen said to himself. Just then, the old faker suddenly moved. Brother Mouse, you're still so powerful. Why do you want to give me a few drops of blood? The old faker asked with a smile. Old faker, long time no see. You've become an immortal tree, Little Mouse said with a smile. Then it cut its paw, and 2 drops of blood dripped into the Banksian's torso. Brother Mouse, you're so straightforward. The old faker was very happy after absorbing the 2 drops of blood from Little Mouse. Old faker, why is there a wound on your torso? Fong Chen looked at the old faker and asked, What wound? You must be mistaken. Why is there a wound? The old divine soul said, Let's go and have a drink. Old Faker, can you drink? Little Mouse asked. Why not? The Old Faker said. Fong Chen and Little Mouse rolled their eyes at the Old Faker. Little Mouse stood on the Old Faker's shoulder, and they slowly left the backyard. Fong Chen looked at this scene and sighed slightly. He had already guessed that the wound on the Old Faker's torso must have something to do with the leaf of the immortal tree. He remembered that when he asked the Old Faker for the leaf of the immortal tree, the Old Faker was silent for a while. But when he learned that Little Mouse was seriously injured and needed the leaf of the immortal tree, he directly took it out. Fong Chen remembered all of this in his heart. The Old Faker usually hid his aura, and no one would know that he was an immortal tree. Even Elder Han couldn't find out. Fong Chen was very happy that the Little Mouse had recovered and the Old Faker had returned. In the following days, no one dared to provoke Fong Chen. He had been comprehending the essence of Earth. There were still 2 sword arts of the 5 elements that he hadn't practiced. Fong Chen found that after comprehending the gist of trueness, it was much easier for him to comprehend the essence. He had already comprehended a little bit of the essence of Earth in such a short period of time. This made Fong Chen very confident that he could comprehend the essence of Earth in an extremely short period of time. One day, Lin Yenner came to the sword-hidden peak. Lin Yenner. Fong Chen was a little surprised to see her. Sit. Fong Chen pointed to a stone bench in the courtyard and smiled. Come. In any case, when Su Xingxiu attacked him, Lin Yenner was about to intervene, but she was stopped by Wu Mu. Fong Chen was grateful for her kindness. Sister Yu'er. Fong Chen was astonished. He didn't know who Sister Yu'er was. Cien. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Lin Yenner said, Then why did Sister Yu enter the heaven gate for you? Fong Chen frowned slightly and asked, Who is this Sister Yu you're talking about? Star and Moon. Boom! When he heard the word Star and Moon, Fong Chen's head exploded. He stood in the courtyard in a daze, and there were stormy waves in his heart. He remembered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time after they parted in the Shengfeng country. Fong Chen would secretly look for Star and Moon wherever he went, but he couldn't find any trace of Star and Moon. Unexpectedly, Star and Moon came to the 5 Elements Academy. They were in the same academy, but he didn't know it at all. After a long time, Fong Chen woke up and asked hurriedly, Star and Moon, where is she? Lin Yenner bit her lip and asked, Do you know each other? Fong Chen nodded and said, She's my fiancée. Lin Yenner nodded. Ever since they met, Star and Moon had been thinking about someone, and when she heard that that person had entered the heaven gate, she resolutely entered the heaven gate, and there was no news of her. Fong Chen, Sister Yu heard that you entered the heaven gate, so she hurriedly went to find you. There's no news of her until now, said Lin Yenner. Entered the heaven gate. No news of her? Hearing Lin Yenner's words, Fong Chen's face turned pale. He didn't dare to imagine. When he was in the first gate, the half-beast man had said that someone else had entered the heaven gate. How strong is Star and Moon? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Sister Yu, is at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm, said Lin Yenner. Buzz. Fong Chen's mind went blank. If Star and Moon's cultivation was lower, they might still be stuck in the 1st and 2nd gates. However, with the cultivation of the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm, it was easy for them to break through the 3rd gate. And the 3rd gate was to comprehend a gist of truth within 3 months. But now more than 3 months had passed, and there was no news of Star and Moon. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's body trembled. How could this be? How could this be? Fong Chen's face was full of helplessness as he shouted loudly. His mental state was very unstable. It was not easy to get news of Star and Moon, but it was bad news. Fong Chen, will Sister Yu be okay? Lin Yenner asked worriedly. I'm going to find Elder Han now. After that, Fong Chen left the sword-hidden peak. Seeing Fong Qin rushing to his place, Elder Han asked, "Fong Qin, why are you in such a hurry? Did you comprehend the essence of Earth?" "Elder Han, I want to enter the Heaven Gate," Fong Qin said in a deep voice. "Well, you just came out not long ago. Why do you want to enter again?" Elder Han asked doubtfully. "Star and Moon. She entered the Heaven Gate and there is no news of her. I want to go in and find her," Fong Qin said. "Fong Qin, the Heaven Gate is not a joke." Before Elder Han finished speaking, Fong Qin said, "She is my fiancée." Hearing this, Elder Han fell into silence. He finally understood why Fong Qin was in such a hurry. "I'm going to find the dean." After that, Elder Han hurriedly left the peak. After a quarter of an hour, Elder Han returned. "How is it?" Fong Qin asked. "The dean does not agree to let you enter the Heaven Gate," Elder Han said. "Why?" Fong Qin did not understand. "You have comprehended the gist of truth and are a genius of the Five Elements Academy. You can't take risks at will," Elder Han said. Fong Qin was silent for a long time before he said, "Is there no other way?" "Unless you can get into the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet," Elder Han said. Fong Qin did not say a word and turned to leave. From that day onwards, Fong Qin crazily entered the Battle Power Tower. The first time he entered the Battle Power Tower, countless students were shocked. From the previous 60th place, he suddenly jumped into the top 10. Fong Qin was the student of the Five Elements Academy who had the biggest jump in the ranking of the Battle Power Tablet in the past 10 years. Have you heard? Fong Qin is in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. That's too powerful. With such great potential, no wonder Dan Qing and Gu Bing wanted to take him as a disciple. Even Saint Master Xianlong wanted to take him as a disciple. Yes, from the 60th place, he directly jumped into the top 10. Such combat power is too strong. To be able to enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet was a great honor. That day, many students came to the Sword-Hidden Peak to look for Fong Qin. They used various methods to befriend Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin was thinking about the star and moon. He was not in the mood to talk to these people. He just chatted for a while and left in a hurry. Fong Qin's name shocked the entire Five Elements Academy. One day, Hu Jinlong, who was in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet, publicly challenged Fong Qin. "Where is Fong Qin? Come out and die. A piece of trash. How could he enter the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet? He must have cheated. Fong Qin is in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. I, Hu Jinlong, am not convinced." Originally, Hu Jinlong was in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. However, he was pushed out of the top 10 by Fong Qin. This made Hu Jinlong very unhappy. Of course, Hu Jinlong had wanted to kill Fong Qin from the start. He seized this opportunity and had a good reason to do so. Hu Jinlong said that he wanted to challenge Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, do you dare to come out and die?" Hu Jinlong's words spread to every corner of the Five Elements Academy. However, Fong Qin was nowhere to be seen. Many students thought that Fong Qin was afraid of Hu Jinlong and did not dare to come out. Day after day, half a month later, there were martial artists whispering among the students. It seems that Fong Qin does not dare to come out. Hu Jinlong is a veteran martial artist. How can Fong Qin be compared to him? Yes, if it was someone else, Fong Qin might have a chance to win. However, he has no chance against Hu Jinlong. Fong Qin is not stupid. No matter what Hu Jinlong says, he will not show up. Hu Jinlong can't do anything to him. Voices of discussion could be heard everywhere. That day, an even more arrogant voice appeared in the Five Elements Academy. "Hu Jinlong, you bastard! How dare you bully my junior brother? Are you looking for death? Hu Jinlong, if you have the guts, come and fight with me. What's the point of bullying my junior brother? Hu Jinlong, come out." Only Song Seong, who was ranked 8th on the Battle Power Tablet, dared to insult Hu Jinlong in public. Song Seong's strong counterattack made countless students curious. Would Hu Jinlong fight with Song Seong? Song Seong was the Bone Weapon Saint Master's eldest disciple, while Fong Qin was the second disciple. It was reasonable for Song Seong to protect Fong Qin. Suddenly, the Five Elements Academy was divided into two factions. One faction supported Hu Jinlong, while the other faction supported Song Seong. Both sides were scolding and spitting at each other. As for the main character, Fong Qin, he was crazily breaking through the stages in the Battle Power Tower. If he wanted to enter the Heaven stage, he had to be in the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet. He was still far from his goal, so he had to work hard. As for the scolding outside, he didn't care. Senior brother Song Seong. In the Battle Power Tower, Fong Qin was touched when he heard that Song Seong had stood up for him. He had never seen this senior brother before, but he didn't hesitate to stand up for him. Fong Qin continued to break through the Battle Power Tower. In the Five Elements Academy, the confrontation between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong was escalating. Finally, one day, Song Seong and Hu Jinlong met at the martial arts field. Hu Jinlong, you bastard, you finally dare to appear? Song Seong sneered. Song Seong, you idiot. Hu Jinlong said. Hu Jinlong, stop talking nonsense. You bully my junior brother. Do you think I'm just a decoration? Chapter 746. On this day, countless warriors had gathered at the martial arts practice field. Even the top 10 warriors of the Battle Power Tablet were present. They were watching the battle between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong. Of course, there were also a few sage masters who were watching the battle from above the clouds. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the Bloody Spearman, who was dressed in blood-red clothes. During the battle at the Sword-Hidden Peak, the Bloody Spearman was in seclusion, so he did not see it. When he came out of seclusion, Fong Qin had already come out of Heaven's Pass. As one of the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy, the Bloody Spearman's cultivation was comparable to Elder Han's. When he learned about Fong Qin's growth, his face was full of excitement. This kid. The Bloody Spearman grinned. When he first saw Fong Qin in the bloody battle space, he thought that if this kid did not die prematurely, he would definitely grow up in the future. As expected, after entering the Five Elements Academy, Fong Qin's cultivation soared from the lower level of the spiritual spiral realm to the middle level of the spiritual spiral realm in just 1 year. His combat strength was also in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet. Such a proud record was not something an ordinary student could achieve. However, the Bloody Spearman was watching the battle between Song Seong and Hu Jinlong. Sage Master Xianlong was beside the Bloody Spearman, Blood Spear. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Sage Master Xianlong asked. The Bloody Spearman squinted his eyes and stared at the two people on the martial arts practice field. After a long time, he slowly said, Hu Jinlong has an unusual aura. If I am not wrong, Hu Jinlong should be slightly stronger. In fact, the Bloody Spearman was not sure, because there were too many uncertainties in a battle between students. Their battle can let us measure the overall strength of the students. The Eternal Heaven Alliance will soon come to our Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Xianlong said in a low voice. Eternal Heaven Alliance. The Bloody Spearman paused for a moment before replying. Do you really think that the Five Elements Academy is afraid of the Eternal Heaven Alliance? The Eternal Heaven Alliance was the most powerful sect in the Five Elements province. Besides the 5-star academies, their sect was a top 5-star sect. The Five Elements Academy didn't have any rules when it came to recruiting disciples, but the Eternal Heaven Alliance was very disciplined and would recruit disciples every year. Therefore, it was inevitable that some disciples with great potential would be recruited by the Eternal Heaven Alliance. Over time, the Eternal Heaven Alliance grew stronger and stronger. They even believed that they could challenge the Five Elements Academy. Therefore, there was an annual competition between the disciples of the two major forces. This year's competition was about to begin. However, every year the Eternal Heaven Alliance suffered a crushing defeat, so the Five Elements Academy didn't feel any pressure. It said that a heaven-defying disciple appeared in the Eternal Heaven Alliance this year, and he specializes in dealing with the disciples of our Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Xianlong said. There's no need to fear. How can the Eternal Heaven Alliance compare to the disciples of our Five Elements Academy? The Bloody Spear Man said. While the Bloody Spear Man and Sage Master Xianlong were talking, the battle on the martial stage below had already begun. Split the heavens. Song Seong growled out as a huge saber appeared in his hand. This saber contained a majestic aura. Song Seong was the eldest disciple of the Bone Weapon Saint Master, and he had reached the Grand Master level in the art of refining. Therefore, he had a slight advantage in terms of weapons. Specks of light appeared on Song Seong's large blade. These specks of light contained the power of split the heavens. After Song Seong roared, the large blade in his hand suddenly spun and slashed towards Hu Jinlong. Hu Jinlong sneered when he saw this. He clenched his fist and used the golden fist. Golden fist! Following Hu Jinlong's roar, the might of the golden light fist was pushed to its limits. An extremely golden fist light appeared in the sky, carrying an unparalleled aura as it blasted towards Song Seong's large blade. Bang! The golden fist collided with the large blade, erupting with a deafening sound. Song Seong's large blade flew out of his hand as he was forced back. As a result, Hu Jinlong's golden fist light also shattered as a result. When Song Seong steadied himself, his eyes blazed. He said coldly, "You are hiding your strength." Although this was just the beginning, Song Seong already knew that Hu Jinlong's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. "So what?" said Hu Jinlong sinisterly. He had only wanted to challenge Fang Qin. He hadn't expected Song Seong to jump out. This made him very speechless. "I don't believe it." Song Seong roared and continued to use all his strength to fight against Hu Jinlong. At this moment, in the clouds, the Bloody Spear Man and Saint Sovereign Xianlong nodded slightly. Hu Jinlong's strength was enough to enter the top 5 of the battle power tablet. There was no suspense in this battle. Crash! The Bloody Spear Man and Saint Sovereign Xianlong landed on the martial arts practice field. The battle can end now. The Bloody Spear Man's voice spread throughout the martial arts practice field. Immediately, the battle on the martial arts practice field was forced to end. Hu Jinlong stared at Song Seong, then turned to look at the Bloody Spear Man. "The outcome has been decided." "There's no point in continuing the battle," said Saint Sovereign Xianlong. Hu Jinlong nodded and didn't say anything. "Everyone disperse. Cultivate well. The Eternal Sky Alliance will be here soon," said the Bloody Spear Man. Hearing this, many students nodded. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts practice field was empty. On the 8th floor of the Battle Power Tower, Fang Qin had been desperately trying to break through the tower. However, with his current strength, breaking through to the 8th floor was already his limit. If he wanted to enter the top 3 of the Battle Power Tablet, he would have to break through to the 9th floor. Bang! Bang! After a series of intense battles, Fang Chen's body was forced to retreat. When Fang Chen stabilized his body, a helpless look appeared on his face. Another failure made Fang Chen even more anxious. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream of energy instantly spread throughout Fang Chen's body, calming down Fang Chen's restless heart. After a long while, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "I can't be impatient. The more impatient I am, the harder it will be for me to break through. Maybe Star and Moon is stuck at the 2nd floor." Fang Chen comforted himself. During this period of time, after cultivating crazily, Fang Chen had thought it through. If Star and Moon was stuck at the 2nd floor, her life would not be in danger. However, if she entered the 3rd floor, she would probably lose her life. Even if he was anxious, it would not help. It would be better to calm down and work hard on cultivating. Thinking of this, Fang Chen calmed himself down and left the Battle Power Tower. This was the first time he left the Battle Power Tower in a long time. At this moment, on the Battle Power tablet, Fong Chen's name was already in the 10th place. The top 10 of the Battle Power tablet was synonymous with glory. Countless students fought to enter the top 10 of the Battle Power tablet. However, 9 out of 10 students would fail, and the last one would struggle to enter the top 10. However, Fong Chen was different. He had jumped from the 60th place to the top 10. This kind of leap was unprecedented. However, Fong Chen was not happy at all. He looked at the Battle Power tablet indifferently and left. The news of Fong Chen coming out of the Battle Power Tower shocked the entire 5-Element Academy. Soon, Elder Han found Fong Chen. Fong Chen. Elder Han said, "Elder Han, Fong Chen, the Eternal Heaven Alliance, will be coming to the 5-Elements Academy soon. You will have to fight then." Elder Han said, "Eternal Heaven Alliance?" Fong Chen asked curiously. Then, Elder Han explained to Fong Chen about the news of the Eternal Heaven Alliance. "I see." Fong Chen nodded and said, just as Fong Chen was talking to Elder Han, suddenly at the Heaven's Gate there was a ripple in the air. Then a weak wave appeared. The next moment, a beautiful girl came out from the entrance of the Heaven's Gate. Her beautiful face was filled with a feminine smile, and she had a different temperament. As the leader of the 5-Element Academy, the Dean immediately felt the ripple at the Heaven's Gate. With a thought, he appeared on the mountain peak. Star and Moon. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, the Dean was very excited. Star and Moon, she finally succeeded. "Master." Seeing the Dean, Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted. Star and Moon respected the Dean very much. If the Dean didn't bring her to the 5-Element Academy, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today, and she wouldn't have met Fong Chen. "Star and Moon, you have comprehended the true intent?" the Dean asked excitedly. Star and Moon nodded and said, "Master, I have comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een." Hearing this, the Dean was even more excited. Star and Moon's body was the Dark Een body. Comprehending the true intent of the Dark Een would help the Dark Een body grow. The mysterious Een terminating body was an extremely tyrannical constitution even in the ancient times. Even the headmaster only recognized the mysterious Een terminating body and did not know much about it. He could only guide Star and Moon to control the Dark Een body. Now that Star and Moon had comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een, controlling the Dark Een body became easier. Once the Dark Een body fully matured, it would shock the entire ancient Sword Continent. "Great, that's great," the Dean said excitedly. At this time, Elder Han, who was talking to Fong Chen, received the news and smiled excitedly. "Let's go." Elder Han grabbed Fong Chen. With a flash, they disappeared into the void. By the time Fong Chen reacted, he was already in front of the Sky Pass. This is the Sky Pass. Fong Chen was puzzled. However, before he could react, he heard a delicate voice. "Brother Chen." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. He turned around and looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon. Fong Chen's heart was filled with excitement. During this time, in order to go to the Sky Pass to find Star and Moon, he had been cultivating like crazy. In front of the Sky Pass, the atmosphere was heavy. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. The mountain peak suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 747. After so many years, how have you been? In one sentence, he expressed his longing for her all these years. Novel just like that, he stared straight at Star and Moon. In Fong Chen's world, there was only Star and Moon. He had long forgotten about the other two people beside him. "I'm fine. It's just that I miss Brother Chen." Star and Moon's pretty face was flushed, and tears were rolling in her beautiful eyes. After so many years, they finally met again. When she first learned about Fong Chen from Lin Yenner, she resolutely entered the Heaven's Gate in order to see Fong Chen. but she didn't expect that she would fall into a state of madness and almost die. Fortunately, she survived and came out of the Heaven's Gate. After so many years of longing, they finally met again. Fang Chen's body trembled when he heard this. He walked toward Star and Moon step by step until the two of them hugged each other. That moment seemed to last forever. Fang Chen and Star and Moon quietly enjoyed this beautiful moment. By the side, Schoolhead Han and Schoolhead Han glanced at one another before leaving quietly. They didn't want to disturb this moment, so they left some time for the two little guys. Star and Moon was the dean's disciple. Seeing Star and Moon and Fang Chen like this, the dean was also very happy. Star and Moon's head leaned against Fang Chen's chest. Her beautiful hair fell over her shoulders as she hugged Fang Chen tightly. "Brother Chen, I've been missing you all these years," Star and Moon whispered, her face full of happiness. It had been several years since they parted in the Divine Wind Nation, and they finally met in the Five Elements Academy, the strongest force in the Five Element state. "Star and Moon, you must have had a hard time all these years." Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon tightly and whispered. He felt guilty towards Star and Moon for not being able to take care of Star and Moon all these years. Star and Moon, on the other hand, had been cultivating all the time in order to catch up with him. Star and Moon must have suffered a lot to reach this point. It's not bitter. As long as I can be with the person I love, it's not bitter at all. The moment he saw Fang Chen, Star and Moon felt that his years of hard work hadn't been in vain. Everything was worth it. Fang Chen and Star and Moon hugged each other as they sat on a large blue stone. They told each other everything they had experienced over the years. "I really didn't expect you to become the dean's disciple." Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. "That's right. At that time I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect Master to save me. Then he brought me to the Five Elements Academy." Star and Moon simply told him about his experiences over the years. When Star and Moon asked Fang Chen to tell them about his experiences over the years, Fang Chen only shook his head slightly. The two of them stared at each other affectionately, forgetting about time and everything else. 2 hours later, the two of them finally managed to control their joy of reuniting. "Star and Moon, what true meaning did you comprehend after leaving the Heaven Pass?" asked Fang Chen. From their conversation, Fang Chen learned that Star and Moon's physique was the profound Yin Fiend body. "The profound Yin true meaning," said Star and Moon. Fang Chen nodded. Only now did he realize that the Dean and Elder Han had already left. A Dean and Elder Han," said Fang Chen awkwardly. Star and Moon blushed and hid her head in Fang Chen's chest, not daring to say anything. After Fang Chen and Star and Moon met, they were always together. One day, Lin Yenner came to look for Star and Moon and found that Fang Chen was also there. "Sister you finally come out. You've made me so anxious." Lin Yenner's face was filled with smiles as she said, "Yenner, I'm fine," said Star and Moon. At this time, Lin Yenner saw Fang Chen. She stared at Fang Chen and said, "You brat, you actually managed to steal the goddess of our Five Elements Academy." Fang Chen was speechless. After Star and Moon returned, Fang Chen felt much better. These days he came to look for Star and Moon every day. Fang Chen owed Star and Moon a wedding. He promised Star and Moon that after the matter with the Eternal Heaven Alliance was over, he would give Star and Moon a grand wedding. The sky was dark, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, shining on the earth. On a mountain peak there was a blue stone. Fang Chen and Star and Moon sat on the blue stone, hugging each other. The two looked up at the sky with happy smiles on their faces. "Brother Chen, how good would it be if we could always be like this?" Star and Moon pouted and whispered. Fang Chen gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. He was slightly startled, but he immediately said, One day, I will let you live a carefree life." Star and Moon nodded and smiled. "Brother Chen, on the ancient Sword Continent, the strong are respected. We were born on the continent, so we are destined to be extraordinary. Now that we have become students of the Five Element Academy, we are destined to not be able to live like ordinary people. But since we have chosen this kind of life, we must persevere and work hard. That's right. Only when you are strong can you take care of those you want to take care of, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Strength was the foundation of everything. Only when you are strong can you protect your loved ones. I will always support Brother Chen. Star and Moon grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Your current strength is much stronger than mine, Fang Chen joked. Star and Moon, who had the darking body, cultivated much faster than Fang Chen. And now, Star and Moon's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Fang Chen's. Star and Moon's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. But if she unleashed her darking body, her combat power was comparable to the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fang Chen also came to a realization. Back then, they were only warriors of the Qi transformation realm. He did not expect them to become high-level warriors of the spiritual whirlpool realm in the blink of an eye, especially Star and Moon, who were already at the peak of the spiritual whirlpool realm. With this kind of strength, as long as they did not provoke a mighty warrior of the true martial realm, they could run rampant on the ancient sword continent. Of course, a mighty warrior of the true martial realm would not be so bored as to casually kill a warrior of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Who would have thought that the 2 little fellows of the Qi transformation realm would stand at the peak of the 5-element state in just a few years? After a while, let's make a trip back to our hometown, Fang Chen said. Star and Moon's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and said, I will follow Brother Chen's arrangements. A ray of moonlight shone on Star and Moon's hair, making Star and Moon even more beautiful and moving. For a moment, Fang Chen was speechless. His lips landed on Star and Moon's red lips. The latter did not dodge and allowed Fang Chen to kiss her. Originally, he thought that he would be able to spend time with Star and Moon before the Eternal Heaven Alliance arrived. However, the good times did not last long. One day, Hu Jinlong came and announced that he wanted to challenge Fang Chen. Fang Chen, are you going to be a coward forever? Hu Jinlong said disdainfully. When Fang Chen saw Hu Jinlong, he frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. You are not allowed to talk about Brother Chen like that. Star and Moon stood up and scolded. Star and Moon did not allow anyone to talk about Fang Chen or Hu Jinlong. This made Star and Moon very unhappy. Humph, Fang Chen is a coward. He only dares to run away, Hu Jinlong said. If you want to fight so much, I will fight with you, Star and Moon said angrily. I, Star and Moon, formally challenge you, Hu Jinlong. Do you dare to accept? Why not? Hu Jinlong sneered and said, Fang Chen, are you going to hide behind a woman forever? You are really an idiot. Fang Chen stared at Hu Jinlong and said word by word. Hu Jinlong was furious. He wanted to explode, but he held back. I will see you at the martial arts arena tomorrow at noon. Hu Jinlong said coldly, I want to see who will protect you after you defeat Star and Moon. After that, Hu Jinlong turned and left. After Hu Jinlong left, Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen. The latter said, I fought with Hu Jinlong before. He hid his strength. His real strength is not much different from yours. It's okay, Star and Moon said. After comprehending the true meaning of Dark Een, Star and Moon was not afraid of anyone. How dare he insult Brother Chen? I will make him pay, Star and Moon said coldly. At the same time, an earth-shattering news came out of the college. In order to avoid Hu Jinlong's challenge, Fang Chen became the toy of Goddess Star and Moon. After this news came out, countless warriors were talking about it. Most of the martial artists were shocked beyond belief. When did Fang Chen hook up with Goddess Star and Moon? Why didn't they know about it? Although Star and Moon was not listed on the battle power tablet, her combat strength was recognized as one of the top 10. Most importantly, Star and Moon was the only disciple of the dean. The dean loved Star and Moon very much. In the Five Elements Academy, there were many students who pursued Star and Moon. Some of the top 10 students were also pursuing Star and Moon. Did you hear that Fang Qin hooked up with Goddess Star and Moon? This kid, I don't know what method he used to make Goddess Star and Moon fight for him. This kid doesn't want to live anymore. If the top students on the Battle Power Tablet know about this, he will be dead. I heard that they are all in seclusion. If they know about this, they will definitely be furious. The whole Five Elements Academy was talking about Star and Moon and Fang Qin everywhere. When Goddess Star and Moon heard about this, she was very angry. Many students were slandering Fang Qin, thinking that Fang Qin had used some dirty tricks to hook up with Star and Moon. Hu Jinlong, you really deserve to die, Goddess Star and Moon said angrily. Fang Qin, who was standing at the side, was calm. Don't worry about these things, Fang Qin said. They knew each other in Xingfeng Nation. It was not like what the outside world said. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the more you will be affected by it. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Elder Han and the Dean stood side by side. Dean, what do you think about this? Elder Han asked. The Dean knew that Elder Han was talking about the matter between Fang Qin and Xingyue that had been getting more and more intense recently. Chapter 748. Fang Qin didn't say anything about Hu Jinlong's challenge. Since Star and Moon wanted to fight in his place, then he would let Star and Moon fight. Others might not know, but Fang Qin knew very well that Star and Moon was very strong. They were much stronger than him. Moreover, during this trip to the Sky Pass, Star and Moon had comprehended the mysterious Yin true intent, coupled with the mysterious Yin fiend physique. Their strength was unimaginable. When Hu Jinlong learned that Star and Moon was going to fight in Fang Qin's place, he couldn't help but mock. Fang Qin is a coward. He only dares to hide behind a woman. However, no matter how much Hu Jinlong taunted him, Fang Qin wouldn't pay attention. The next day, Star and Moon went to the martial arts arena as promised. Hu Jinlong also arrived on time. This fight wasn't worth watching, because the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy didn't think Hu Jinlong would win. Fang Qin didn't appear at the martial arts arena because Star and Moon would defeat Hu Jinlong with an overwhelming advantage. At this time, Fang Qin was cultivating on the Earth Peak. Although cultivating on the Earth Peak consumed a lot of spiritual stones, it was nothing to Fang Qin. Although he had spent 140 million top-grade spiritual stones, he still had 160 million left. Fang Qin's body was filled with an earthy yellow aura. This was the aura of the concept of Earth. Because of the sword true intent, Fang Qin had a very deep understanding of the concept of Earth. On this day, Fang Qin suddenly had an epiphany. He opened his eyes abruptly. In his mind, the earthy yellow aura instantly gathered and turned into a dark yellow aura. This is... Fang Qin's eyes shot out a terrifying golden light. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense concept of Earth. Concept of Earth. Fang Qin was very excited. After such a long time, he had finally comprehended the concept of Earth. Of course, this was all because of the sword intent. True intents were existences above concepts. If one could comprehend true intents, what could a mere concept count for? After comprehending the Earth mentality, Fang Qin left the Earth Peak. At this moment, a shocking piece of news spread within the Five Element Academy. Star and Moon displayed absolute strength in their battle against Hu Jinlong. Just one strike was enough to severely injure Hu Jinlong, rendering him unable to continue fighting. This battle startled the entire Five Element Academy. Even the Pill Cloud Saint Sovereign was endlessly shocked. He was well aware of Hu Jinlong's strength. If Hu Jinlong were to reveal his true strength, he would definitely be on par with the top 3 on the combat tablet. However, even with such a battle prowess, he was still defeated by Xingyue with a single strike. In an instant, many students in the Five Elements Academy were discussing this. Some students even believed that star and moon strength was comparable to Zhang Jingtao's. Speaking of Zhang Jingtao, everyone was endlessly shocked. When Star and Moon first appeared in front of everyone, she also appeared as the dean's disciple. At that time, Star and Moon's strength was very weak. However, in such a short period of time, Star and Moon's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. The Five Elements Academy's #1 goddess is too strong. Yeah, Hu Jinlong has been arrogant, but in reality he couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. Hu Jinlong's strength is also very strong, but in the face of Star and Moon he couldn't resist at all. From now on, Star and Moon will be one of the top geniuses in the Five Elements Academy. Many students were discussing animatedly Star and Moon. On the other hand, returned to the Moon Peak. Fang Qin had just arrived at the Moon Peak when he saw Star and Moon and smiled. Seeing Fang Qin, Star and Moon's beautiful eyes revealed a gentle smile. With light steps, she walked in front of Fang Qin. "Brother Qin, you've broken through." Star and Moon smiled. Fang Qin nodded. Nothing could be hidden from Star and Moon's eyes. Indeed, he had just comprehended the Earth intent. "You're now a celebrity in the Five Elements Academy," Fang Qin joked. Star and Moon smiled faintly, looking extremely charming. After comprehending the Earth intent, Fang Qin began to cultivate the Earth Evasion sword art. The Earth Evasion sword art was different from other sword arts. The core of the Earth Evasion sword art was defense, not offense. Therefore, the Earth Evasion sword art's attack power wasn't very strong, but its defense was very strong. When the Earth Evasion sword art was performed, countless earthy yellow sword lights would appear around the body. These sword lights would surround the body, forming the strongest defense. After practicing the Earth Evasion sword art for half a month, Fang Qin practiced it to the mastery realm. Fang Qin was also very satisfied with the progress of the Earth Evasion sword art. The Earth Evasion sword art that had reached the mastery realm made Fang Qin's defense soar. One day, when Fang Qin was practicing, Little Mouse suddenly returned to the sword-hidden peak in a hurry, looking very anxious. "What's wrong?" Fang Qin saw it, stopped practicing, and asked hurriedly. "Boss, I found an unusual place on one of the peaks of the Five Elements peaks," Little Mouse said with a gloomy face. "What's unusual?" Fang Qin asked closely. It must be extraordinary if it could make Little Mouse's face like this. "I don't know what it is exactly, but every time I get close to that peak, I feel palpitations deep in my blood," Little Mouse said. "Oh, I see," Fang Qin said. "Where is the peak you're talking about?" "It doesn't belong to the Five Elements Academy. It's deep in the Five Elements peaks," Little Mouse said. Fang Qin nodded. He naturally knew the Five Elements peaks best. The huge Five Elements peaks spread out based on the main peak of the Five Elements peak. Although the Five Elements Academy occupied most of the peaks of the Five Elements peaks, there were still some peaks that the Five Elements Academy didn't occupy. These peaks were very desolate and had no resources at all. They were simply abandoned peaks. It was normal for the Five Elements Academy to give them up. There were many peaks in the depths of the Five Elements peaks that Little Mouse mentioned, but they didn't belong to the Five Elements Academy. "Let's go and have a look." Fang Qin also had some doubts about the peak that Little Mouse mentioned. Little Mouse's blood was from the primitive bloodline, which was very advanced. It was enough to make Little Mouse feel the palpitations of his blood. It was enough to show that there must be a treasure on that peak. Whoosh! Hearing this, Little Mouse left the sword-hidden peak with a whoosh. Fang Qin and the old faker followed closely behind. The old faker had been disguising himself in the Five Elements Academy. If he didn't take the initiative to tell others, except for Fang Qin and Little Mouse, no one could find out that he was the immortal tree, even the dean of the Five Elements Academy. At this time it was already late. Fang Qin left the sword-hidden peak in a hurry, without attracting other people's attention. Little Mouse took Fang Qin and the old faker to the depths of the 5 Elements peaks with ease. It was very dark and gloomy here, as if they had entered a primeval forest. It was gloomy and horrible. Fong Chen looked up. There were many peaks here, and the 5 Elements Academy was also some distance away from here. Why are you here? Fong Chen asked. I'm bored. I just wandered around and came here by accident, Little Mouse said. Which peak? Fong Chen asked. The one in front. Little Mouse stretched out his little paw and pointed. Fong Chen looked over and found that the peak that Little Mouse pointed at was not very high. Compared with other peaks of the 5 Elements peaks, it could be said to be very short. There were countless peaks like this in the 5 Element state. Looking at this peak from a distance, there was nothing unusual. It was exactly the same as an ordinary peak. Fong Chen quickly approached the peak and soon came to the foot of the peak. At this time, Fong Chen finally noticed a trace of abnormality. Do you feel it? Little Mouse blinked and asked solemnly. Fong Chen squinted and stared at the peak. At this time, the old faker also spoke. There is indeed something wrong here. The divine qi in my body is dissipating, the old faker said. Hearing the old faker's words, Fong Chen was shocked. After the old faker transformed into an immortal tree, he was surrounded by divine qi and had become an extraordinary plant. The divine qi in his body was a special kind of aura which was superior to spiritual qi. This kind of aura was very powerful. However, the old faker actually said that the divine qi would be absorbed when he approached the peak. Let's go up and have a look, Fong Chen said in a low voice. Immediately, Fong Chen stepped on the peak. Suddenly, Fong Chen's vision turned white. The next moment, Fong Chen found himself on a battlefield. There were corpses everywhere on the battlefield. Blood flowed like a river and smoke rose everywhere. Kill them all. A tall and strong man in a black robe shouted. His long black hair covered his face, so Fong Chen couldn't see his face clearly. However, when this man shouted, his roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Countless martialists rushed into the battlefield and slaughtered their enemies. These enemies tried their best to resist, but they couldn't resist at all. Fong Chen's heart was full of shock. What kind of battle was this? Why were there so many true martial realm warriors? Indeed, as far as the eye could see, the entire battlefield was filled with true martial realm experts. The pressure emitted by these true martial realm warriors made Fong Chen's heart palpitate. He stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield and witnessed everything. True martial realm warriors are the most basic fighting strength. Waves of shock surged in Fong Chen's heart. The black masses of true martial realm cultivators were unceasingly slaughtering each other. And in a certain part of the battlefield, a black-robed man was quietly standing there, as if he was a war god. He didn't move, but Fong Chen could feel that his aura had completely surpassed the true martial realm. Could it be a mysterious king, realm warrior? Fong Chen muttered to himself. This man in a black robe was too terrifying. Fong Chen only glanced at him and felt like his soul was about to explode. They're all dead. After a long time, the man in a black robe finally spoke again. Looking at the battlefield filled with corpses and flowing blood, he shook his head and sighed. In an instant, Fong Chen was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the true martial realm warriors had all fallen. Not a single one was left alive. What's going on? Fong Chen shouted in his heart. He didn't understand what he was seeing. At this moment, the man in a black robe gently raised his head. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes looked at Fong Chen. When Fong Chen and the man in a black robe looked at each other, he suddenly felt his vision blur. His body was far away from the battlefield. Who are you? Fong Chen shouted. He suddenly opened his eyes and found the old faker and Little Mouse looking at him in surprise. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse asked curiously. Fong Chen's forehead was full of sweat. Was what he had just seen an illusion? Chapter 749. Fong Chen's heart shuddered. What did he just see? Why were true martial realm experts reduced to cannon fodder? There weren't many true martial realm experts in the five-element state. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that true martial realm experts could dominate the five-element state. Even on the ancient Sword continent, true martial realm experts were considered lords of a region. Such experts had actually become cannon fodder in droves in the battle. Moreover, true martial realm experts were only the lowest standard in this battle. Countless true martial realm experts slaughtered in a frenzy. In the end, they all died. Corpses were strewn all over the battlefield. Blood flowed like a river. Who is that black-robed man? Thinking of that black-robed man, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. That black-robed man was the leader of the dead, true martial realm experts. His aura had completely surpassed the true martial realm. He just stood there quietly, but Fong Chen felt as if he was one with heaven and earth. Mystic King Realm Expert. He was definitely a Mystic King Realm Expert. On the ancient Sword continent, the strongest realm recorded in ancient books was the Mystic King Realm. Spirit Vortex Realm Experts were considered lords of a region in the five-element state. However, on the ancient Sword continent, they were only above average. Only true martial realm experts were considered true lords of a region. As for Mystic King Realm experts that surpassed the true martial realm, Fong Chen had yet to see one. Even on the ancient Sword continent, there weren't many Mystic King Realm experts. In other words, it was a mystery whether there were any Mystic King Realm experts on the ancient Sword continent. This was because, in the ancient era, the ancient Sword continent had suffered a great crisis. This crisis had engulfed the entire ancient Sword continent, causing it to be in ruins. After 10,000 years, the ancient Sword continent had slowly recovered. However, the laws on the ancient Sword continent were no longer complete. The incomplete laws meant that there were almost no Mystic King Realm experts. As for the black-robed man that Fong Chen saw on the battlefield, every move of his was able to trigger the power of heaven and earth. Such an expert was definitely a Mystic King Realm expert. Could it be that what I just saw was that great battle in the ancient era? Fong Chen's heart palpitated. Originally, he was about to see the black-robed man's face, but suddenly his consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, Fong Chen's forehead was full of sweat. His body was trembling involuntarily as if he had encountered something terrifying. The little mouse and the old faker looked at Fong Chen in surprise. The little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. A purple halo flashed around its body and instantly enveloped Fong Chen. Enveloped by the purple halo, Fong Chen tried his best to calm down. "Boss, what's wrong?" Little Mouse asked anxiously. At this moment, Fong Chen finally regained consciousness. He glanced at the little mouse and the old faker, and then looked at the peak of the mountain. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So it was an illusion." "What illusion?" the old faker asked. It felt that this was an extraordinary place. Just now, my consciousness entered a battlefield. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like a river. Experts of the genuine martial realm could only be cannon fodder. Fong Chen said in a low voice. "What? Experts of the genuine martial realm could only be cannon fodder?" The old faker cried out in surprise. "Moreover, I also saw an expert who surpassed the genuine martial realm." Fong Chen said to himself, "Why did you see this? Is it a sign of something?" Little Mouse asked in confusion. Fong Chen shook his head. He did not know why he saw this, but now Fong Chen felt that his golden heart was beating rapidly. Traces of clear energy were flowing through his limbs and bones. Gradually, Fong Chen felt that his heart had finally calmed down. This mountain is very strange. At this moment, Fong Chen began to think. He felt that the reason why he was in an illusion was because of this mountain. "Boss, do you want to climb the mountain?" Little Mouse also felt that something was wrong. It was afraid that there would be danger on the mountain, so it asked, "Let's go." Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, he took the lead to climb the mountain. Little Mouse and the old faker followed closely behind. When Fang Chen stepped on the mountain, every step he took felt extremely heavy. The closer he got to the peak, the more he found that the rules here were different from the rules in the five-element state. How could this be? True intent automatically surged around Fang Chen as he stared at the mountain peak, dumbfounded. Because at this moment, Fang Chen found that the rules here were exactly the same as those in the Heaven's Pass. In other words, the rules here were complete. Is there any connection between this place and the Heaven's Pass? Fang Chen thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen continued to climb the mountain. Finally, after 15 minutes, Fang Chen reached the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was originally empty. However, the moment Fang Chen stepped on the mountain, the sword and tent around him instantly filled the entire mountain. Then, a cauldron suddenly appeared in the center of the mountain. Yes, it was a cauldron. There were complicated runes on the cauldron. These runes looked like characters from the ancient era. Fang Chen carefully examined them, but he was unable to recognize them. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. This was clearly a cauldron from the ancient era. What kind of cauldron is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. "This cauldron is not ordinary," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen hastily asked, "Ancestor, do you recognize this cauldron?" Strictly speaking, this cauldron doesn't belong to the ancient era. It's a cauldron from the primordial era. According to legend, every expert in the primordial era would use their blood and sweat to nurture a cauldron. And when those experts died, they would be buried in the cauldron, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was shocked. This cauldron's origin was actually so great. Why would a cauldron from the primordial era appear here? The 5 Elements Academy was nearby, so why hadn't he discovered it before? Hiss! While Fang Chen was talking to old Ancestor Bronze, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron suddenly absorbed Fang Chen's true meaning of sword. Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He desperately tried to control his sword intent, but to no avail. The suction force from the cauldron was too strong. Fang Chen couldn't resist it at all. Damn it. Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. It was also at this time that traces of blood appeared on the cauldron. These traces of blood covered the entire cauldron in the blink of an eye. What is this? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. Why would a cauldron from the primordial era have traces of blood? Could it be that the owner of this cauldron was the black-robed man on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Fang Chen actually had the urge to lift the lid of the cauldron and see what was inside. "Boss, there's something strange about this cauldron," shouted the little mouse. The old faker also looked at the cauldron warily. Fang Chen signaled for them not to act rashly. He walked step by step towards the cauldron. At the same time, Fang Chen was still talking to Ancestor Bronze. After all, Ancestor Bronze was an ancient expert. Although he had been dead for many years, his knowledge was not something that Fang Chen could compare to. "The owner of this cauldron must have gone through a bloody battle when he was alive," said Ancestor Bronze. "There are traces of blood around the cauldron. I can sense the aura of the primordial era from these traces of blood. Under normal circumstances, this cauldron wouldn't appear unless," Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice. "Unless what?" As he spoke, Fang Chen had already arrived in front of the cauldron. His body was filled with sword intent, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. "Unless he found a suitable physical body," said Ancestor Bronze. He was an ancient expert, so he didn't know much about the primordial era. This was also a bit of information that he had read in a book back then. A suitable physical body. When Fang Chen heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't touch it," Ancestor Bronze shouted when he saw Fang Chen's palm touch the cauldron. However, Fong Chun realized that he couldn't control his body at this time. His palm couldn't help but touch the cauldron. When his palm touched the cauldron, all the blood on the cauldron surged into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen felt the overbearing power of the blood. His body was swelling rapidly as if it was about to explode. Ah! Fong Chen let out a miserable cry. He wanted to move his palm away, but there was nothing he could do. How could this be? At this time, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body was beating rapidly. The blood that surged into Fong Chen's body was completely absorbed by the golden heart. Then, the undying flame released by the undying bird's essence, blood burned the blood to ashes. The swelling body finally calmed down. Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that the golden heart seemed to have a strong desire for the thing in the cauldron. What is in the cauldron? Fong Chen was puzzled. Could it be that the black-robed man was really buried in the cauldron? At this moment, Fong Chen hesitated. Should he lift the cauldron? Once it was lifted, it was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Ancestor, Fong Chen asked. This cauldron is ominous. Leave this place quickly, Ancestor Bronze advised. If Fong Chen was a genuine martial realm expert, Ancestor Bronze would definitely let Fong Chen try to lift the cauldron. However, Fong Chen was only a mid-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. If he lifted the cauldron, it would bring about a fatal disaster. They are all dead. Just as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fong Chen heard a strange voice. Fong Chen's face changed. This voice was clearly the voice of the black-robed man on the battlefield. Why would it appear here? Could it be that what he just saw was not an illusion, but a real battle that happened in the ancient times? Fong Chen's heart was in a mess. The speed of the golden heart's beating exceeded Fong Chen's imagination. The undying bird's essence, blood in the golden heart, was also rotating, as if it wanted to rush out of Fong Chen's body. Why is this happening? This cauldron was too strange. After coming here, Fong Chen encountered a series of strange things. Chapter 750. The golden heart seemed to be telling Fong Chen to open the cauldron. It had never beat so fast before. Moreover, Fong Chen could feel the excitement of the golden heart. The thing in the cauldron was very important to it. Do you want me to open the cauldron? Fong Chen asked. The golden heart beat as if it was responding to Fong Chen. The golden heart was Fong Chen's secret. No one knew about it. Even Ancestor Bronze, who had followed Fong Chen for many years, didn't know about it. Fong Chen also knew that he could achieve what he had today because of the golden heart. The golden heart was very special and gave Fong Chen endless benefits. At this moment, the golden heart wanted to get the thing in the cauldron. Fong Chen was hesitating. The golden heart wouldn't harm him, but Ancestor Bronze said that the cauldron was ominous and he shouldn't touch it. Let's do it. After thinking for a long time, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, Fong Chen jumped directly onto the cauldron. Suddenly, the colorful blood around the cauldron disappeared. Standing on the cauldron, Fong Chen felt that the rules of heaven and earth around him were very complete. His sword intent was slowly transforming under the complete rules. Open. Fong Chen activated the sword body and gathered all his strength in his arms. Then he grabbed the lid of the cauldron with both hands and opened it with force. Clang, however, what Fong Chen did not expect was that the cauldron lid was too heavy. His physical strength at the early stage of body refinement was unable to lift the cauldron lid in the slightest. Come and help me. Fong Chen shouted to the old faker and little mouse. Hearing this, the little mouse's body surged with purple light and a huge shadow of a purple mouse quickly condensed behind it. Innate magic. Little Mouse shouted, and a majestic force suddenly appeared and attracted the lid of the cauldron. At this moment, the leaves of the immortal tree extended from the old faker and wrapped around the lid of the cauldron to help Fong Chen open it. Open! Fong Chen shouted in a low voice and used all his strength. Even with the help of the little mouse and the old faker, he still couldn't open the lid. This shocked Fong Qin. Why was the cauldron lid so heavy? "Ancestor, why is this happening?" asked Fong Qin. "Try dripping a drop of blood on it," Ancestor Bronze whispered. Yeah. Fong Qin was puzzled. A cauldron from the primordial era is extraordinary. If it doesn't want to, it won't be able to be opened. Try dripping a drop of blood on it and see if you can get its approval, Ancestor Bronze explained. Fong Qin nodded and cut his finger. A drop of blood fell onto the lid of the cauldron. Even Fong Qin did not know that a drop of weak liquid had flowed out of the golden heart. It mixed with the blood and fell onto the lid of the cauldron. Rumble when the blood fell on the lid of the cauldron. A rumbling sound came from inside the cauldron. Seeing this, Fong Qin continued to forcefully lift the cauldron lid. Creak! A miracle appeared. Fong Qin, the old faker, and the little mouse worked together to lift a corner of the lid. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to lift the lid completely. With a corner of the lid lifted, Fong Qin saw the situation inside. Ah! Even though Fong Qin had been prepared, he was still startled by the situation inside the cauldron. At this time, he saw a head lying inside the cauldron. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the head had suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Fong Qin. Only the head remained. Its vitality had long since disappeared. Why would it open its eyes? Looking at the head, Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that this head belonged to that black-robed man? Beside the head was a rusty long sword. This long sword contained majestic sword true intent. Could it be that it's absorbing my sword intent? Muttered Fong Qin. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Then, a majestic wave instantly entered the cauldron and surrounded the hilt of the sword. The next moment, the sword was pulled out. Fong Qin didn't even have time to think before he realized that the sword was suddenly absorbed by the golden heart. There was no residue left. It was as if the sword had never been there. After the sword was swallowed by the golden heart, the head in the cauldron actually smiled. "This smile is too terrifying," said Fong Qin in his heart. It was also at this moment that the golden heart started beating. It was beating very fast, but the rhythm was very different. Then, Fong Qin felt drowsy and couldn't open his eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Fong Qin fell directly into the cauldron, and the lid was immediately closed. "Boss!" Seeing this, the little mouse roared loudly. It used its innate ability with all its might. The old faker at the side also used all his strength to open the lid of the cauldron. However, it didn't help at all. The cauldron lid could also be heavy. With their strength, the lid didn't move at all. Boss fell into the cauldron. Will he be in danger? Asked the little mouse anxiously. The cauldron stood calmly on the mountain peak. It had 3 legs and 2 handles and looked exceptionally bright. At this moment, Fong Qin had fallen into a coma inside the cauldron. His body was lying quietly inside the cauldron. At the same time, his soul quietly left his body and entered the head. After Fong Qin's soul was sucked into the head, the golden heart also attached itself to Fong Qin's soul and entered the head. Then the head instantly rushed out of the cauldron and soared into the sky. It directly flew into the sky above the ancient Sword Continent. Fong Qin didn't know how long he had been in a coma. When he woke up, he found himself flying in the sky. Most importantly, his body had actually disappeared. What's going on? Fong Qin turned pale with fright. He found that his soul was in the head in the cauldron. As for the head, it was flying at high speed. How can this be? Asked Fong Qin, puzzled. However, no one answered him. Only the golden heart was comforting him. He didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it was a few seconds, maybe it was 1,000,000 years. In short, when the head stopped flying, Fong Qin found that this place was simply a paradise. This place was completely different from the ancient Sword Continent. The laws of heaven and earth here were actually complete. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit chi here was many times stronger than the ancient sword continent. This is Fong Qin tried his best to absorb the sword chi in the air. Sword cultivator's paradise. Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his soul was attached to the head. Sword cultivator's paradise. Yes, this was sword cultivator's paradise. Not only was the spiritual energy here rich, but there was also rich sword chi in the air. As a sword cultivator, even if he didn't cultivate, he could still increase his realm just by absorbing the sword chi. "What is this place?" muttered Fong Qin to himself. Crash! Fong Qin sensed that the head was descending at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground. This was a wasteland, and there was no one around. There was not a single person in sight. "Is this the ancient sword continent?" muttered Fong Qin to himself. At this moment, a figure appeared in the wasteland. This martial artist was clearly a sword cultivator. His entire body emitted a terrifying sword intent. "Who dares to intrude into the pure land of sword cultivators?" berated the sword cultivator after seeing the head. Fong Qin looked at the sword cultivator and prepared to leave. However, he found that he couldn't control the head at all. Intruders into the pure land. Kill without mercy. The sword cultivator held a long sword in his hand and suddenly slashed out with it. Fong Qin turned pale with fright. This sword cultivator's realm was ordinary, but his understanding of the sword Tao was much stronger than Fong Qin's. Sword techniques can actually be used like this. Fong Qin was shocked. This sword cultivator's sword techniques were too strange. Earth escape sword technique. Fong Qin's mind stirred slightly as he executed the earth escape sword technique. Unexpectedly, although there was no body, streaks of earthy yellow sword light appeared in the sky and wrapped around the head. Yes, mind control. Seeing this, the sword cultivator turned pale with fright and said. Then, the sword cultivator unleashed his strongest attack. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A majestic aura instantly drilled into the head. In the next moment, Fong Qin performed the golden light dragon sword technique. The transformative golden light dragon sword technique shot directly at the sword cultivator. "Go to hell, demon." The sword cultivator seemed to be angry. He suddenly threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Then, countless long swords appeared in an instant. Under the control of his hand, they instantly blasted toward the head. Pucci! These long swords broke through the defense of the earth evasion sword technique with absolute power and pierced towards the head. Ah! Fong Qin screamed and suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately found that his soul had returned to his body, and next to him, the head was lying quietly. "Is this the inside of the cauldron?" Fong Qin muttered to himself. He looked around and found that it was indeed the cauldron. Creak! Fong Qin opened the lid and walked out of the cauldron. At this moment, Fong Qin was shocked. He thought that he was a sword genius, but after fighting with the sword cultivator, he realized that it was ridiculous. His achievements in sword Tao were not worth mentioning at all. The sword cultivator's use of sword techniques had reached the point of perfection. At least he couldn't do it. Sword cultivator heaven. Fong Qin muttered to himself. At this moment, Ancestral Master Bronze hurriedly asked, "Fong Qin, what happened just now?" Fong Qin told Ancestral Master Bronze about the battle with the sword cultivator. The latter fell silent. "Ancestral Master, was that an illusion?" Fong Qin asked. After a long time, Ancestral Master Bronze sighed and said, "It wasn't an illusion. You really experienced it." "I really experienced it." Fong Qin cried out. "That is a sword cultivator heaven. One day you will go there too." "I just didn't expect that the head would bring you there in advance," said Ancestral Master Bronze. "There really is such a place." Fong Qin's heart was in turmoil. Ancestral Master Bronze did not say anything else. He had already guessed that the mighty figure in the cauldron should be a sword cultivator. Fong Qin must have triggered some mechanism that allowed the mighty figure to bring Fong Qin into the sword cultivator heaven in advance to see it. Indeed, the fight with the sword cultivator had greatly touched Fong Qin. It was the first time he realized that sword cultivators could cultivate like this. The sword techniques that the sword cultivator had mastered were not something that Fong Qin could compare to. There's actually such a place in this world. Fong Qin's heart was restless. At this moment, Fong Qin also discovered that the golden heart had calmed down. Ancestral Master, have you been there before? Fong Qin asked. Only recognized sword cultivators can enter there, said Ancestral Master Bronze. Chapter 751. After this incident, Fong Qin was even more curious about the head in the cauldron. Combining all the signs, the ancient expert in the cauldron should be the man in the black robe on the battlefield. He was a sword cultivator. For some reason, he took him into the void and went to the so-called sword cultivator's paradise. It allowed him to experience in advance how profound a sword genius understanding of sword principles was. Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he thought that with the golden heart, his talent in sword principles was already very heaven-defying. However, after fighting with that sword cultivator, Fong Qin felt very bitter. The other party could still reach such a level in sword principles without the golden heart, and he was not as good as the other party even with the golden heart. This is the gap between us. Fong Qin deeply realized the gap between him and those sword cultivators in the sword cultivator's paradise. Ancestor Bronze also fell into silence, as if thinking about the sword cultivator's paradise that Fong Qin mentioned. Fong Qin also slowly came out of the cauldron. Seeing Fong Qin come out, the old faker and Little Mouse exclaimed and sighed in relief. "Boss, are you okay?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Qin shook his head. His expression was still blank. His mind was still thinking about the astral wander. Fong Qin turned his head and looked at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. He was very shocked. How powerful was the expert in the cauldron when he was alive? How could he take him into the void after death? Although Fong Qin had never heard of anyone who could enter the void, he vaguely learned from some books that in ancient times some experts could fly and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. Some of the more powerful almighties were even able to enter the void spiritually. And this person, after so many years, only had his head left, could still take him into the void. How powerful was he when he was alive? Could he have surpassed the mystic king realm? Fong Qin did not dare to imagine or believe it, because in the history of the ancient sword continent, the top expert was only at the mystic king realm. Moreover, because the laws of the ancient sword continent were incomplete, it was very difficult to cultivate to the mystic king realm with one's own efforts. It was almost impossible. Therefore, if it was an expert who surpassed the mystic king realm, then he must be from the outside world. However, this person had the obvious aura of the ancient sword continent, and was definitely not from the outside world. He should be a mystic king realm expert. Fong Qin had never seen a mystic king realm expert, so he didn't know how powerful a mystic king realm expert was. "Senior, thank you." No matter what, the sword Dao powerhouse in the cauldron did not have any killing intent towards him. On the contrary, he helped him to see a true sword Dao genius, a holy land for sword cultivators. Therefore, Fong Qin cupped his hands and thanked the mighty figure in the cauldron. As if it had heard Fong Qin's words, the head in the cauldron actually started to tremble. An inaudible voice came out of the cauldron. Fong Qin's eyes flickered as he stared at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. He tried his best to listen to the mighty figure's words, but in the end he sighed. The mystic king of ancient sword had been dead for a long time. It was already very impressive that he could leave behind a bit of consciousness. Now, after taking him on a spiritual tour, the remnant consciousness had completely dissipated. However, Fong Qin did not know what this person's name was. Thinking about it, such an expert would be considered a top expert even in ancient times. Thinking of this, Fong Qin could not help but sigh. Could it be that the end of all cultivators was like this? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No matter how heaven-defying one was, they would eventually turn into dust. This sword Dao expert was at least a mystic king realm expert when he was alive. He was definitely one of the top experts in the ancient sword continent. But in the end, many years later, not only did he die, but even his name disappeared in the dust of history as time passed. Such an expert had died quietly in the end. Even his name was not known to the outside world. It was sad. However, Fong Qin only sighed, because the current him was still very far away from the mystic king realm. Therefore, he was powerless to change anything. Who in the world can be immortal? Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the python sword, sighed. Even a mystic king realm expert had a lifespan. Once they exceeded their limit and were unable to break through to a higher level, their blood would completely dry up and they would die. If one wanted to transcend the world and jump out of the 5 elements, one had to go to the outer realm. Only by reaching the true immortal realm could one be considered truly immortal. For countless years, all martial artists had been pursuing an immortal body. However, how many could truly be immortal? Ancestor Bronze was a top expert 10,000 years ago. When he was alive, his cultivation had also reached the mystic king realm. However, in the end, he was killed by a villain before he reached his limit and died with hatred. Ancestor, I will definitely resurrect you, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. That's enough, Ancestor Bronze said. He was a mystic king realm expert when he was alive. It was very difficult to resurrect him unless Fong Qin could reach the mystic king realm. However, the mystic king realm was not that easy to reach. On the ancient sword continent, among the millions of cultivators, there were at most 1 or 2 who could reach the mystic king realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the mystic king realm. In the history of the ancient sword continent, many true martial realm experts were stuck at the bottleneck their entire lives. When the time came, they were still unable to reach the mystic king realm. Definitely, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. Just as Fong Qin was speaking, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron's lid suddenly closed. Then the cauldron's surroundings were filled with a dusky aura. Then the cauldron actually charged into Fong Qin's body through an unimaginable method and sat in Fong Qin's dantian. This, Fong Qin was shocked. Why did the cauldron enter his dantian? It wants you to take it to that place, Ancestor Bronze said. The head in the cauldron had just spoken in the primordial language. Fong Qin did not understand, but Ancestor Bronze understood a little and explained. I see. Fong Qin nodded and looked at the shrunken cauldron. At this time, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron had shrunk to the size of a thumb. On the cauldron, the complicated patterns on the cauldron were constantly rotating, as if they were protecting the cauldron. Just as Fong Qin was observing the cauldron, he suddenly realized that the main hall of Yangshimen, which had been hidden in his dantian, suddenly appeared and was approaching the cauldron. Crash! The patterns on the main hall of Yangshimen were instantly activated, and a majestic aura filled the entire dantian. The main hall of Yangshimen itself was a powerful talisman. After it was activated, its power was very strong. It approached the cauldron and tried to destroy it. A trembling sound came from the cauldron. Then the cauldron's lid opened, and a majestic aura instantly appeared and swallowed the main hall of Yangshimen. The main hall of Yangshimen did not even have a chance to resist before it was sucked into the cauldron. Then the cauldron's lid closed and the cauldron shook. After a while, the cauldron regained its calm, and a faint aura was emitted. Fong Qin was shocked. The cauldron and the main hall of Yangshimen were actually fighting for territory. Obviously, the main hall of Yangshimen was no match for the cauldron. The cauldron was nurtured by a mysterious king realm cultivator when he was alive. Its power was not something the main hall of Yangshimin could compare to. It actually swallowed the main hall of Yangshimin. Fong Qin said to himself. Fong Qin did not say anything about this. The main hall of Yangshimin was stationed in his dantian, and it had been useless. It was also very difficult to activate the talisman. He did not know that it would be swallowed by the cauldron this time. Senior, you took me on a spiritual journey. I am unable to repay such a great kindness. I will work hard and take you to heaven. Fong Qin swore to himself. Suddenly, a majestic aura descended from the sky. Fong Qin felt that he had formed a karmic connection with the head in the cauldron. When the cauldron was sucked into Fong Qin's body, the strange aura on the mountain disappeared instantly. Little Mouse and the old faker looked at Fong Qin in surprise and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Where's the cauldron?" Little Mouse asked curiously. "Yes, that cauldron is too strange. It actually sucked you into it, but it suddenly disappeared," the old faker said. Fong Qin pointed to his dantian and said, "It has already entered my dantian." "What?" The old faker and Little Mouse cried out involuntarily. "Boss, what's in the cauldron?" Little Mouse asked curiously. "The head of another powerful swordsman," Fong Qin said simply. Fong Qin did not hide anything from Little Mouse and the old faker. He told them everything about his spiritual journey. After hearing this, the two of them also cried out in surprise. "There's actually such a place in the world." "It's really amazing," Little Mouse exclaimed. "The powerful figure in the cauldron is really powerful. After 10,000 years, he can still take people on a spiritual journey." The old faker was full of admiration for the powerful figure in the cauldron. "Well, it's done here. Let's go." Fong Qin vaguely felt that the reason why he could be taken on a spiritual journey by the powerful figure in the cauldron this time had something to do with the golden heart. However, he did not know what the relationship was. In short, there were many doubts about this matter. First, why did the Five Elements Academy not discover this mountain for so many years? But Little Mouse discovered it. Second, why did he see the past of the powerful figure in the cauldron when he set foot on the mountain? Third, who on earth was the enemy in that battle? Why were the powerful figures in the real martial arts realm cannon fodder? Fourth, and the most important point, why was he sucked into the cauldron, and the head in the cauldron took him on a spiritual journey? With these four doubts, Fong Qin returned to the sword-hidden peak. At this time, the sky had gradually brightened. In the Five Elements Academy, many students were already doing morning exercises. Chapter 752. After returning to the sword-hidden peak, he carefully analyzed what had happened that night. First, he analyzed the first point. Why did the Five Elements Academy not discover it for so many years, but Little Mouse discovered it? In the Five Elements Academy, there were several endless realm experts and an unfathomable dean. Their realms were much higher than Little Mouse's, but obviously they didn't discover it. For the Little Mouse to be able to discover it, it means that there is something special about it, Fong Qin muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time, Fong Qin suddenly had an idea. He immediately said, "Is it because of Little Mouse's primitive bloodline?" Fong Qin clearly remembered that Little Mouse's bloodline even made Elder Han sigh. It must be so. Thinking of this, Fong Qin was more convinced. Fong Qin figured out the first point, but the second point was very surprising. Perhaps the mighty figure in the cauldron simply wanted to let Fong Qin see his past. For the time being, Fong Qin couldn't think of a better explanation. As for the third point, Fong Qin didn't see clearly who his opponent was. He only saw that groups of real martial realm experts were all killed, and only the powerful figure in the tripod was left. It should be an enemy of the ancient sword continent, similar to the Netherworld sect, Fong Qin said to himself. The fourth point was the most incredible, but it was also the easiest to explain. The golden heart was related to the giant golden sword that fell from the sky, which made Fong Qin time travel. The powerful figure in the tripod was a powerful figure in sword principle. He should have sensed the aura of the golden heart. So he sucked Fong Qin into the tripod. The more Fong Qin thought about it, the more he felt that what happened last night was too inconceivable. Especially when he entered the void and arrived at the so-called holy land of sword practitioners and fought with sword practitioners. Fong Qin was even more shocked. Sword principle. What is sword principle? At this moment, Fong Qin had doubts about the sword principle he had practiced before. For the whole day, Fong Qin was thinking about why the sword principle he practiced was so different from that sword practitioner's. It wasn't until the night when Star and Moon came to Fong Qin that Fong Qin stopped thinking about it. Star and Moon, who was wearing a cyan dress, looked very attractive even without dressing up. She looked at Fong Qin tenderly with her red lips and asked softly, "Brother Qin, what are you thinking about?" I'm thinking about cultivation." Fong Qin got up. Xingyu smiled and said, "Elder Han is looking for you." "Oh, Elder Han." Fong Qin was a bit puzzled. Then Fong Qin and Xingyu walked together toward the mountain peak where Elder Han was. "Fong Qin, you're here," Elder Han said. "Elder Han, why are you looking for me?" Fong Qin asked. "In 3 days, the Eternal Heaven Alliance will come to the 5 Elements Academy for an exchange. This exchange is very important. I hope you can participate," Elder Han said. "The 5 Elements Academy has many disciples. Why do you want me to participate?" Fong Qin didn't understand. There were many disciples in the 5 Elements Academy who were stronger than him. If they were allowed to participate, wouldn't they have a better chance of winning? Elder Han shook his head. "Fong Qin, you don't know. There are many disciples in the top 10 of the Battle Power Tablet who are in seclusion and can't participate. This exchange is also very special. It concerns who will enter the Tiansu secret domain. The Tiansu secret domain. This was the first time Fong Qin had heard of it. His intuition told him that this secret domain was extraordinary. "The Tiansu secret domain?" Fong Qin asked. "That's right. Not long ago, the 5 Elements province trembled. After the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy investigated, they found that it was a secret domain built by a true martial realm expert in the ancient era. This true martial realm expert was considered a top expert in the ancient era. Although he didn't reach the Mystic King realm, he was known as a quasi-king. He was invincible under the Mystic King realm." Elder Han explained. Fong Qin was stunned. He was known to be invincible under the Mystic King realm. Didn't that mean that as long as the Mystic King realm experts didn't appear, this expert would be the strongest in the ancient sword continent? A quasi-king's secret domain would definitely attract many people's attention. The competition would definitely be fierce. And this exchange with the Eternal Heaven Alliance was related to the Tiansu secret domain. It seemed like this matter was more important than Fong Qin had imagined. The exchange this time will be divided into 3 rounds. 1 for the lower levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm, 1 for the middle levels, and 1 for the upper levels. I want you to fight for the middle levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Star and Moon will fight for the upper levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm, Elder Han said. Fong Qin was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, his mouth parted into a smile. The middle levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm. His cultivation level was coincidentally at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He met the requirements. "All right, I agree." Fong Qin agreed immediately. Fong Qin wasn't afraid of anyone in the same level. Even if Fong Qin had to fight someone of a higher level, he wouldn't be afraid. "With you and Star and Moon, we won't lose in the middle and upper levels of the spiritual whirlpool realm." Elder Han was very pleased to hear this. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, the 5 Elements Academy was bustling with activity. Many students had broken through. Among them, the most eye-catching was Blazing Sky, peaks, blazing sky. His cultivation level had broken through, and he went to challenge the Battle Power Steel. He rushed into the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel. Fang Qin, who was previously in the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel, was naturally pushed to the 11th place. However, Fang Qin didn't care about this. Blazing Sky had met Fang Qin a few times. It was all because of the Xianyuan siblings. The second eye-catching person was Lin Yenner. She was a goddess-like beauty. Within the 5 Elements Academy, she had a lot of support. Her previous ranking on the Battle Power Steel was 1 place higher than Blazing Sky. However, after this breakthrough, she also entered the top 10 of the Battle Power Steel. This was the so-called good preparation. Blazing Sky and Lin Yenner had always kept a low profile. There was no doubt about their strength. The two's breakthrough made the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy overjoyed. Blazing Sky was even personally accepted as a disciple by Saint Master Xianlong. Blazing Sky is very patient. It's not surprising that he has achieved so much. Within the sword-hidden peak, Fang Qin muttered to himself after hearing the news. However, Fang Qin didn't know much about Lin Yenner. He only knew that this girl was talented, but didn't like to cultivate. He didn't know what stimulated her to cultivate so hard this time. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the sword-hidden peak. Then, a rough voice spread throughout the entire sword-hidden peak. Some of the surrounding peaks were alarmed. Fang Qin, get out here. This voice caused countless students to cry out in alarm. Who actually dared to make such a noise in the sword-hidden peak? Upon hearing this, Fang Qin raised his head and looked over. After seeing the person who had come, a smile appeared on his face. When Elder Han asked him to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, he had guessed that this person would definitely come looking for him. This person was an expert who ranked 15th on the Battle Power Steel. His name was Zimo. Although his combat strength was tyrannical and ranked in the top 20, his cultivation was the same as Fang Qin's. They were both at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. His potential was stronger than many of the students ranked at the top of the combat power tablet. His combat strength was able to surpass his level and defeat a student at the 7th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. This time, when he heard that Fang Qin was going to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Zimo, you're finally here. Fang Qin leaped into the air and stared at Zimo with a smile. You're waiting for me? Zimo was a little surprised when he heard this and asked, I'm representing the students to fight against the middle level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. You definitely won't be satisfied, so I guessed that you would come looking for me. Fang Qin smiled. Upon hearing this, Zimo stared at Fang Qin and said, Since you know why I'm here, can you give up your spot? At this moment, there were many students watching in the surrounding sky. It's obviously impossible for you to give up, Fang Qin said. It's good that you know. Then, let's let our strength speak for itself, Fang Qin said. All right. Just as Zimo finished speaking, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body, and the long spear instantly shot out. The long spear streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Fang Qin. Facing Fang Qin, Zimo didn't dare to be careless. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate skill, the life-seizing spear. Swoosh! Under the life-seizing spear, every spear took a life. In fact, Fang Qin didn't even put Zimo in his eyes. Zimo was a martial artist on a different level from him. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Fang Qin grinned and gently extended his fingers. 2 fingers instantly caught the life-seizing spear that was shooting towards him. Bang! No matter how powerful the life-seizing spear was, it couldn't escape from Fang Qin's fingers. How is this possible? Zimo, who was far away, was shocked. His fingers easily caught his life-seizing spear. At this moment, Zimo's heart was filled with bitterness. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Qin looked at Zimo and asked. Zimo lowered his head and said helplessly, You win. Hearing this, Fang Qin released his fingers, and the life-seizing spear returned to Zimo's hand. Zimo put away the life-seizing spear and stared at Fang Qin. Your strength has won my respect. From today onwards, I, Zimo, am willing to become friends with you. After saying this, Zimo turned and left. This Zimo is a man of character. Looking at Zimo's departing figure, Fang Qin muttered to himself, Fang Qin, your strength is really getting more and more powerful. Blazing Heaven slowly walked over from the crowd. Brother Blazing Heaven, you must be joking. I just entered the top 10 and was squeezed out by you. Fang Qin joked. Blazing Heaven slightly shook his head. Others didn't know Fang Qin's strength, but he knew it very well. The feeling that this person gave him was extremely terrifying. Fang Qin, you will represent the students in the middle stage of the Spiritual Vortex Realm Competition. There is no doubt about the outcome. Blazing Heaven said. His fingers easily caught Zimo's life-seizing spear. Other than Fang Qin, no one else in the middle stage of the Spiritual Vortex Realm could do this. Chapter 753. The third day was also the day the Eternal Sky Alliance arrived. On this day, the Five Elements Academy was bustling with activity early in the morning. Other than the students who were in seclusion, the other students came to the square of the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. Usually, no one could set foot on the main peak, but because of the battle with the Eternal Sky Alliance, the students had the opportunity to come to the main peak. At this time, on the main peak, the students of the Five Elements Academy and the higher-ups were waiting for the arrival of the Eternal Sky Alliance. However, as one of the combatants, Fang Qin was still cultivating. 3 days ago, he had learned a lot from the battle with the sword principal genius from the Holy Land of Sword Cultivation. In these 3 days, whenever he had time, Fang Qin would comprehend the sword principle and think about the battle that day. At a certain moment, sword essence surged around Fang Qin, and a strong aura emerged from his body. Then, Fang Qin opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, countless khaki-colored sword lights appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Fang Qin. Earth Escape Sword Technique Martial Stage. Fang Qin gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he stood up and smiled. In these 3 days, Fang Qin could clearly feel that his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. Moreover, the void travel technique had opened a new door for him and benefited him immensely. The Earth Escape sword technique had allowed Fang Qin's defense to reach the strongest, and he was only 1 step away from reaching the middle stage of the body refining realm. If he could reach the middle stage of the body refining realm, there would be very few people in the entire Five Elements continent who could suppress Fang Qin in terms of physical strength, unless a real martial realm expert intervened. Fang Qin stopped cultivating and pushed off the ground with his feet. With a nimble figure, he quickly headed for the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Star and Moon and Lin Yenner stood together in the crowd. The 2 goddesses attracted the attention of countless students. However, the 2 goddesses did not care about these gazes and looked up. Sister Yu, why is Fang Qin not here yet? Lin Yenner pouted and asked, Doesn't he know that he is one of the combatants? He should be here soon, Star and Moon said in a low voice. As soon as Star and Moon finished speaking, she saw Fang Qin's strong body with a smile on his face. Fang Qin's appearance also caused a small commotion. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qin came to Xing Yu's side. Why are you so late? Star and Moon asked in a low voice. Star and Moon and Star and Moon were the Star and Moon. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this. They were all envious of Fang Qin. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to obtain the favor of 2 great goddesses. You really can't live when you compare yourself to others. That's right. That brat Fong Chin is not as handsome as me. Why is the goddess unwilling to look me in the eye? The goddess likes the strong. Are you as strong as Fong Chin? Many of the students were discussing. At the front, a few of the top 10 students of the battle tablet looked at Fong Chin with hostility. Fong Chin also noticed these unfriendly gazes. He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that there are a lot of students from the Five Elements Academy who are chasing after you." Star and Moon looked at Fong Chin tenderly and said, "But I only have you in my heart." Star and Moon looked at Fong Chin with blinking eyes. Fong Chin was also stunned. He immediately reached out his hand and held Star and Moon's hand tightly. "When the battle is over, let's go back to Xingfeng Nation," Fong Chin said. "Why?" Star and Moon asked. "To hold a wedding," Fong Chin said. Star and Moon was stunned. Tears immediately filled her eyes. In this world, the happiest thing was when the man you loved told you that he wanted to hold a wedding. At this moment, Star and Moon's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt that she was very happy. All these years of waiting were worth it. Just as Star and Moon finished talking to Fong Chin, the people of the Eternal Sky Alliance arrived. The person in the lead was a true martial realm expert. The reason why the Eternal Sky Alliance could represent the other sect in the Five Elements state and compete with the Five Elements Academy was because a true martial realm expert had appeared in the Eternal Sky Alliance. This true martial realm expert couldn't shake the status of the Five Elements Academy, but the Five Elements Academy had to consider it. Dean, Sage Masters. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master arrived and greeted the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy with a smile. "How have you been, Eternal Sky Alliance Master?" The Dean personally greeted him. It was enough to show the importance of the Eternal Sky Alliance. It didn't take long for the Eternal Sky Alliance Master to sit down. The disciples of the Eternal Sky Alliance stood behind him. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, there was a large plaza. In the center of the plaza was a temporary martial stage. This martial stage had been personally built by the Bone Weapon Sage Master and reinforced by Sage Master Donqing's formation. Even Sage Master Xianlong had carved talismans into it. Although it was only a temporary martial stage, it was an extremely luxurious one. Even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy it with their full strength. As expected of the Five Elements Academy, they're so generous. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master sat down and stared at the martial stage. "Eternal Sky Alliance Master, are you ready?" asked the Dean. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master nodded and said, "I won't waste any more time. Let the competition begin." Hearing this, a thin man stepped onto the martial stage from the Eternal Sky Alliance's area. "I am Zhang Rang of the Eternal Sky Alliance. May I know who from the Five Elements Academy will be fighting?" Zhang Rang cupped his hands. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Five Elements Academy's area. Mo Su was originally one of the lowest students of the Five Elements Academy. He hadn't expected to be able to represent the Academy this time. Furthermore, Elder Han had said that as long as he won, he would receive a huge reward. For this, Mo Su would have to work hard to win. "Five Elements Academy, Mo Su," said Mo Su as he stepped onto the martial stage. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic aura appeared on the martial arts stage. Mo Su and Zhang Rang had both entered battle mode. The Five Elements Academy didn't care about low-level spirit whirlpool realm battles, but the Eternal Sky Alliance cared a lot. That was because they were most confident in low-level spirit whirlpool realm battles. The Five Elements Academy students were the most outstanding youths in the entire Five Elements province. The Eternal Sky Alliance's foundation couldn't compare to the Five Elements Academies. Naturally, the Eternal Sky Alliance's disciples weren't as strong as the Five Elements Academies. Bang! Bang! On the martial arts stage, Zhang Rang and Mo Su instantly clashed. From the start, Zhang Rang had the absolute advantage. On the VIP platform, the dean smiled and said, "The Eternal Sky Alliance came prepared." "Dean, please don't laugh at the Eternal Sky Alliance." The Alliance Master shook his head. Every year, they would lose against the Five Elements Academy. However, every time they fought, the Eternal Sky Alliance's disciples would improve. However, this year's exchange was different. The Eternal Sky Alliance was under a lot of pressure. In order to get more spots in the Heavenly Void Secret Land, the Eternal Sky Alliance came prepared. "I can't lose." On the martial arts stage, Mo Su's heart was roaring and shouting. Suddenly, a majestic aura appeared around him. In the next moment, Mo Su's eyes turned scarlet as he entered a frenzied state. Bang! Mo Su clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. "You're no match for me," Zhang Rang said calmly when he saw Mo Su's frenzied attack. Then, Zhang Rang unleashed his full power and shattered Mo Su's attack with absolute strength. He then suppressed Mo Su. Mo Su roared and struggled with all his might. "Mo Su, stop!" Seeing this, Elder Han shouted loudly. Mo Su had already lost. If he continued to struggle, he might lose his life. It was not worth it. Although Mo Su was not strong, he was still a disciple of the Five Elements Academy. Elder Han and the others would not watch him lose his life. Dean, the Eternal Sky Alliance, won the first battle by luck. The Alliance Master was in a good mood after Zhang Rang won. The Dean's eyes turned and fell on Fong Qin. Seeing this, Fong Qin leaped up and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Five Elements Academy, Fong Qin. Fong Qin cupped his hands and said, the second battle was a middle spiritual whirlpool realm battle. Fong Qin was going to fight. The Dean's eyes lit up when he saw Fong Qin. Elder Han and the others were also full of smiles, especially Fong Qin's two masters. They had confidence in Fong Qin. In the Eternal Sky Alliance's area, a man in gray stepped onto the martial stage. Eternal Sky Alliance, Murong Hashan, the man in gray said. There is no suspense in this battle, Sage Master Danqing suddenly said. There was no suspense in this battle, the Bone Weapon Saint Master said. Indeed, Murong Hashan is a disciple that the Eternal Sky Alliance found with great difficulty. He is invincible in the same realm. The Eternal Sky Alliance Master misunderstood the meaning of the Bone Weapon and Sage Master Danqing. At this moment, Murong Hashan looked at Fong Qin indifferently and said, I, Murong Hashan, have never been defeated in the same realm in all these years. I am the same, Fong Qin said. Chapter 754. Of course, Fong Qin was more confident than him, but he did not show it. On the square, Lin Yenner and Star and Moon were looking at the martial arts arena with sparkling eyes. They were not worried about Fong Qin's safety at all in this battle. In the entire five-element state, no one in the same realm could defeat Fong Qin. It was ridiculous that Murong Hashan from the Eternal Sky Alliance actually thought he could defeat Fong Qin. Although the top 10 disciples in the front row hated Fong Qin, they also thought that there was no suspense in this battle. If Fong Qin fought, the Five Element Academy would definitely win. On the martial arts arena, auras filled the air. The two of them faced each other, and no one made the first move. Murong Hashan was waiting for Fong Qin to show a flaw, but Fong Qin did not even bother to make a move. Murong Hashan was a top martial artist in the 6th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Back then, Murong Hashan had hopes of joining the Five Element Academy, but the Eternal Sky Alliance came out of nowhere. The leader of the Eternal Sky Alliance personally persuaded him and promised him many benefits. In the end, Murong Hashan thought that even if he joined the Five Element Academy, with his talent he might not be valued. If that was the case, he might as well take a step back and join the Eternal Sky Alliance to become an absolute genius. As expected, after all these years, Murong Hashan had grown into the face of the Eternal Sky Alliance, and was also one of the best among the younger generation. And this time, when Murong Hashan knew that he was going to fight in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm, his heart was filled with anticipation. He wanted to slap the Five Elements Academy's face in front of everyone. Defeating a martial artist in the same realm from the Five Elements Academy was the only meaningful way. At this moment, Murong Hashan obviously did not take Fang Chen seriously. "Kid, I hope you can still be so calm later," Murong Hashan said sinisterly when he saw Fang Chen's calm expression. Fang Chen looked at Murong Hashan, frowned slightly, and said, "If you want to stand, then fight." Fang Chen could tell that Murong Hashan wanted to be in the limelight, but he had chosen someone else. Murong Hashan had no chance of winning against him. Boom! When Murong Hashan heard this, a majestic power suddenly surged out from his body. Then, two terrifying golden lights shot out from his eyes. Spirit eyes. This was Murong Hashan's ultimate technique and also his greatest reliance. From the moment he spoke, Murong Hashan's eyes began to mutate. As time passed, Murong Hashan discovered this and began to cultivate his eyes madly. In the end, his eyes became spirit eyes. Ordinary martial artists who were stared at by his eyes would involuntarily retreat or even become timid. Spirit eyes strike. Murong Hashan shouted in a low voice, and a silver glow appeared in his eyes. Then, a scarlet glow shot out from his spirit eyes with the speed of lightning. As soon as it left his spirit eyes, the scarlet glow turned into a battle blade, carrying a majestic power as it slashed towards Fang Chen. Spirit eyes. Fang Chen looked at Murong Hashan's silver eyes and felt a little curious. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Facing Murong Hashan's spirit eyes attack, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. The physical strength of an early body, refining realm, instantly burst out and gathered on his fist. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Crack! Fang Chen's fist collided with the battle blade formed by the spirit eyes attack. A cracking sound was heard. Immediately after, the battle blade formed by the spirit eyes shattered before everyone's gazes. "Is this all you've got?" Fang Chen stood quietly, as if he had one, and looked at Murong Hashan coldly. At this moment, Murong Hashan's eyes were filled with a silver glow. He sneered and said, "That was just a warm-up." Although Fang Chen had blocked his spirit eyes attack in Murong Hashan's eyes, this was nothing. This was because he had not used his full strength yet. Spirit eyes illusion. As soon as Murong Hashan finished speaking, he suddenly shouted in a low voice. A silver luster emerged from his eyes and spread out. Wherever the silver glow passed, it gave people an illusion. Hallucinatory aura. Fang Chen instantly realized that Murong Hashan's spirit eyes could release a hallucinatory aura. However, releasing a hallucinatory aura in front of an illusory sword principal martial artist was really laughable. Hiss! Fang Chen moved his mind and released a strong hallucinatory aura. This hallucinatory aura contained a majestic sword intent. Boom! Murong Hashan's hallucinatory aura was instantly devoured by Fang Chen's. At this moment, Murong Hashan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. "I have underestimated you," Murong Hashan said in a low voice. Murong Hashan said in a low voice. His body moved slightly and his spirit eyes moved. Within the dense silver luster, traces of golden luster appeared. When the golden glow gradually covered the entire spirit eyes, Murong Hashan launched his strongest attack. Golden eyes of destruction. Murong Hashan had obtained this technique from some historical remains. It was very compatible with his spirit eyes. After he cultivated it, he realized that the golden eyes of destruction technique could improve his spirit eyes. At the same time, it could also transform them. After cultivating the golden eyes of destruction technique for many years, Murong Hashan realized that his spirit eyes had been greatly improved. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm would not be able to force him to use the golden eyes of destruction technique. Fang Qin was the first. You are the first martial artist in the middle level of the spiritual vortex realm to force me to use the golden eyes of destruction technique. You should be proud of yourself, Morong Hashan said sinisterly. After using the golden eyes of destruction technique, the golden glow in his spirit eyes instantly turned into a round ball. It contained Morong Hashan's full-strength attack and blasted towards Fang Qin. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the entire martial arts practice platform. If Sage Master Danqing had not reinforced the array above, cracks would have appeared on the martial arts practice platform. Their attacks had already surpassed the combat power of a middle-level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. After using the golden eyes of destruction technique, Morong Hashan's combat power was comparable to a 7th level spiritual vortex realm martial artist. The golden round ball blasted towards Fang Qin at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Seeing the scene, the Eternal Sky Alliance leader grinned and said, "The battle seems to be ending soon." Everyone in the Eternal Sky Alliance also thought that Morong Hashan would win. However, those who were familiar with Fang Qin were not worried at all. Indeed, as the Eternal Sky Alliance leader had said, the battle seemed to be ending soon. However, the victor would be Fang Qin and not Morong Hashan. At this moment, everyone was staring at the two people on the martial arts practice platform. Their gazes followed the movement of the golden round ball. When the golden round ball appeared in front of Fang Qin, the latter frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not be able to withstand the golden eyes of destruction." This was because Fang Qin realized that the golden eyes of destruction contained a soul attack. Fortunately, his soul had already reached the early stage of the yellow rank. He was just one step away from the middle stage of the yellow rank. Thinking of this, Fang Qin suddenly rolled his eyes and grinned. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Fang Qin did not block the golden round ball and allowed it to hit his body. What's going on? Many students in the 5 Elements Academy area exclaimed. Even Sage Master Danqing and the others were shocked and worried for Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin had pushed his sword body to the extreme and desperately blocked the golden round ball. His early stage yellow rank soul was completely released and wildly absorbed the aura within the golden round ball. Fang Qin was using the golden round ball to refine his soul. After a moment, the dean's face revealed a trace of a smile. He was very impressed with Fang Qin's actions. To have such great courage, he was indeed worthy of being the student he had chosen. He's refining his soul. Elder Han said in a low voice. The sage masters at the side also nodded heavily. At this moment, they could also see it. It had to be said that Fang Qin was very courageous. The slightest carelessness would have caused him to be seriously injured. However, he was resolute in refining his soul. Yes, he originally thought that Fang Qin would not be able to block the golden round ball's attack. But at this moment, the Everlasting Sky Alliance leader also realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his face was ashen and he felt very helpless. On the martial arts practice platform, Morong Hashan's face was completely gloomy. In his spirit eyes, a golden light surged and a trace of killing intent flashed. Hiss! Fang Qin's soul was rapidly absorbing the aura within the golden round ball. In the blink of an eye, the golden round ball had shrunk by a lot. In the end, the golden round ball was no longer a threat to Fang Qin. Damn it! Morong Hashan saw this and roared angrily. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out in Fang Qin's mind. The golden round ball instantly collapsed and all of its aura poured into Fang Qin's mind. In the next moment, Fang Qin's body emitted a terrifying soul aura. Mid-stage yellow rank. After the refinement of the golden eyes of devastation, his soul had finally reached the mid-stage yellow rank. This also meant that Fang Qin's soul cultivation had reached the mid-stage rank 3. At this moment, without using any cultivation techniques, just relying on soul attacks, he was invincible within the mid-stage spirit vortex realm. Fang Qin opened his eyes and retracted his aura. He looked at Morong Hashan and grinned, asking, "Do you still want to continue?" Morong Hashan was furious and roared, "I don't believe that you can withstand my golden eyes of devastation." Morong Hashan had just finished his words when he suddenly used the golden eyes of devastation again. The golden eyes of devastation that he used this time was very different from the previous time. Its power had increased by a lot. Morong Hashan's spirit eyes kept rotating and golden light surged. The golden round ball that was twice as big as the previous time was shot out again. However, the result was obvious. Fang Chen easily shattered the golden round ball and caused Morong Hashan's attack to miss. Morong Hashan saw this and went completely crazy. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years and had his spirit eyes to accompany him. Why couldn't he defeat a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit vortex realm? This scene deeply agitated Morong Hashan. His face turned completely gloomy, and a sinister aura emanated from his body. Seeing this, the Eternal Sky Alliance leader on the rostrum shouted, "Stop!" Then the Eternal Sky Alliance leader's body flashed and swept onto the martial arts stage. He grabbed Morong Hashan's body, and the sinister aura around the latter instantly disappeared. At this moment, Morong Hashan also came to his senses. He looked at the Eternal Sky Alliance leader apologetically and said softly, "Alliance leader, I'm sorry." "It's okay." The Eternal Sky Alliance leader patted Morong Hashan's shoulder lightly and turned to leave. Chapter 755. They had thought that they had a good chance of winning the battle, but they had lost so easily and thoroughly. Morong Hashan's defeat had dealt a blow to the Eternal Heaven Alliance's confidence. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance leader was optimistic about this. It didn't matter if they lost the battle, as long as Morong Hashan was fine. Morong Hashan was a martial artist that the Eternal Heaven Alliance had focused on cultivating. They couldn't afford to lose him. This battle is the victory of my 5 Elements Academy. Seeing that, the Dean spoke. The Eternal Heaven Alliance leader nodded. Sage Master Danqing and the others also grinned. Fang Qin had gained a lot from this battle. Not only had he won, but he had also tempered his soul during the battle, allowing his soul to break through. Fang Qin walked down from the martial arts arena with a smile on his face. "Brother Qin!" Star and Moon looked at Fang Qin gently and called out. "Be careful," Fang Qin whispered. Star and Moon nodded and walked onto the martial arts arena. "The 3rd battle begins," the Dean said. A person walked out from the Eternal Heaven Alliance area. This person was filled with a cold aura. When he saw Star and Moon, his eyes lit up and he carefully observed Star and Moon. 5 Elements Academy, Star and Moon. Chi Bo, the Eternal Heaven Alliance leader's eyes flickered when he saw this person. This person wasn't from the Eternal Heaven Alliance. The Eternal Heaven Alliance leader had paid a huge price to invite him. Therefore, when he introduced himself, he didn't introduce the Eternal Heaven Alliance at all. Instead, he directly introduced himself. "The battle begins," the Dean said. The atmosphere on the martial arts arena was tense. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Chibo. Her small, white hand suddenly waved and punched out. Although Star and Moon's cultivation was at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm, her true strength was comparable to the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! The two of them punched each other, and both of them took a step back. At this moment, Chibo's eyes flickered. Immediately, a majestic aura surged from Chibo's body. What's going on? Sensing the aura around Chibo's body, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master was startled for a moment before his face lit up with joy. When he invited Chibo, the latter was only at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm. But now the aura that Chibo was emitting was definitely the aura of a 9th level spirit vortex realm. Could it be that he had a breakthrough? In the Five Elements Academy area, the expressions of many sacred masters changed slightly when they saw this scene. He didn't expect the Eternal Heaven Alliance to invite a 9th-level spirit vortex realm cultivator. Such a young prodigy must be the disciple of some hidden almighty. I'm afraid it won't be possible for me to not reveal my true intent, the dean said to himself. When Chibo's 9th-level spirit vortex realm aura erupted from the martial arts arena, Star and Moon knew that he couldn't continue hiding the true intent of Dark Een. At this moment, an extremely cold aura erupted from Star and Moon's body. At the same time, Star and Moon's Dark Een fiend body was instantly activated. A boundless cold aura instantly filled the entire martial arts arena. Even the audience on the VIP platform felt a chill. This is the Dark Een fiend body. The Eternal Heaven Alliance master cried out. He didn't expect the Five Elements Academy to have the Dark Een fiend body. As a true martial realm cultivator, he naturally knew how powerful the Dark Een fiend body was. This woman is not simple, the Eternal Heaven Alliance master whispered. After the Dark Een fiend body erupted, Star and Moon launched a fierce attack on Chibo. Bang! 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 The battle between the two instantly reached its climax. After fighting for about 15 minutes, Star and Moon found an opportunity to release an even more sinister aura. This was the true intent of Dark Een. The true intent of Dark Een was unleashed. Together with the Dark Een fiend body, it instantly erupted with the strongest attack. Star and Moon suddenly stretched out his finger. Suddenly, an extremely sinister finger light streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Chibo. Chibo was shocked. He desperately tried to block it, but he realized that the finger light was too powerful. He couldn't block it. Pucci! Chibo could only desperately move his body. But in the end, the finger light still hit his arm. Blood flowed out continuously. Star and Moon's eyes were filled with a cold aura. He stared at Chibo and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to continue?" Chibo saw this, and his eyes flickered. In the end, he restrained himself. "I've lost." Chibo turned around and left the martial arts arena. The 3 matches ended just like that. It was beyond the Eternal Heaven Alliance's expectations. They had thought that they could at least win 2 out of the 3 matches, but they had underestimated the strength of the Five Elements Academy. They had planned so carefully for so long, but in the end it was all for nothing. "Dean, I didn't expect that the Five Elements Academy would have a cultivator with a true intent." The Eternal Heaven Alliance master shook his head slightly and looked at the dean with a smile. "Your Eternal Heaven Alliance is also very good," the dean said. "Our Eternal Heaven Alliance only won one of the 3 matches." Thinking of this, the Eternal Heaven Alliance master felt a little helpless. The cultivators that the Eternal Heaven Alliance sent out were already strong enough, but the students from the Five Elements Academy were even more abnormal, especially the last one. Not only did she have the Dark Een body, but she also comprehended the true intent of the Dark Een. This girl is not simple. With the Dark Een body and the true intent of the Dark Een, she will become a great person in the future. The Eternal Heaven Alliance master looked at Star and Moon and said to himself. When Star and Moon walked down the martial arts arena, countless students looked at Star and Moon with envy. They also knew how strong the true intent was. They didn't expect Star and Moon to comprehend the true intent. At this moment, they felt that Fong Chen was not worthy of Star and Moon. Although Fong Chen's strength was very strong and his potential was very monstrous, but in front of Star and Moon he was dim. However, when they saw Star and Moon sweetly leaning on Fong Chen's side, everyone shook their heads. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the top 10 students. At this moment, in the area of the Eternal Heaven Alliance, Chibo stared at Star and Moon. He licked his dry lips with his tongue, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since the battle is over, it's time to talk about the quota for the Tiansu secret world, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master said. The Five Elements Academy couldn't monopolize the quota for the Tian-Su secret world. They would more or less allocate some of the quota to the other forces in the five-element state. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance had lost 2 battles, and they were no longer qualified to bargain. They could only let the Five Elements Academy distribute the quota. Okay. The dean nodded and then began to distribute the quota. This time, the Tian-Su secret world didn't only involve the five-element state. It was possible that the cultivators from the other 2 states would also come. Therefore, the Five Elements Academy had to make a good deployment. After some discussion, the Eternal Heaven Alliance received 10 quotas. As for the other forces in the five-element state, they received 10 quotas in total. The remaining 30 quotas belonged to the Five Elements Academy. In the beginning, the Eternal Heaven Alliance had made a bet with the Five Elements Academy. If the Eternal Heaven Alliance won one battle, the Five Elements Academy would have to give up 5 quotas. However, now that they had won one battle, plus the initial 5 quotas, they would have a total of 10 quotas. However, the Eternal Heaven Alliance Master didn't say anything about it. Since the quota has been allocated, the Eternal Heaven Alliance will leave and go back to make the deployment. The Eternal Heaven Alliance Master stood up and cupped his hands. 1 month later, we will gather at the foot of the Five Elements Peak. Then we will go to the Tian-Su secret world together, the dean said. The people of the Eternal Heaven Alliance left. Ever since Star and Moon revealed their true meaning of Xianin, the top 10 students of the Battle Power Tablet crazily chased after Star and Moon. However, Star and Moon was devoted to Fang Qin. On the 3rd day after the battle, Fang Qin found Star and Moon. Brother Qin. Seeing Fang Qin, Star and Moon called out sweetly. Star and Moon, I came to find you because I have something to tell you, Fang Qin said. What is it? Star and Moon asked. I want to take you back to the divine wind state and marry you. Star and Moon was stunned, and then looked at Fang Qin in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Are you willing? Fang Qin asked. Star and Moon nodded heavily and plunged into Fang Qin's arms, crying tears of joy. Fang Qin gently wiped the tears on Star and Moon's beautiful face and said with a smile, Silly girl. After so many years, he always felt that he owed Star and Moon a lot. And now he already had enough strength. In the five-element state, he could be considered a top powerhouse. Therefore, it was time to give Star and Moon a wedding. After all, the most important thing for a girl was to find a loved one to marry. Although Star and Moon was a martial arts powerhouse, she was no exception. Fang Qin and Star and Moon found Elder Han together. After informing him of the situation, Elder Han laughed heartily and was very happy. He immediately allowed Fang Qin and Star and Moon to go home, and even prepared a flying treasure for them. Thank you, Elder Han. Fang Qin cupped his hands and thanked him. You little bastard. You actually didn't tell my master about such a big event like getting married. Suddenly, 2 rough voices came into Fang Qin's ears. Then the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing came together. Master. Fang Qin looked at his 2 masters apologetically. It just so happens that we don't have anything to do these few days. We 2 old men will accompany you back and be your witnesses. The Bone Weapon grinned. Saint Master Danqing looked at Fang Qin with a smile. That's just right, Fang Qin said. If you don't mind, this old man will go and drink a cup of wine. Suddenly, the void flashed and Saint Master Xianlong appeared. Behind Saint Master Xianlong were Shenyuan Feng and his sister. Brother Feng, congratulations. Shenyuan Feng cupped his hands and said. Fang Qin laughed. After the group was ready, they left the Five Elements Academy and rushed to the Shengfeng State on a flying treasure. The dean had to preside over the Five Elements Academy, so he couldn't go. Elder Han was busy with the Tian-Su Mystery Land and didn't go either. This time, the flying treasure that Elder Han gave Fang Qin and the others was even faster than the one given by the Bloody Spearman. On the flying treasure, Star and Moon leaned sweetly on Fang Chen's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with happiness. She had always dreamed of marrying Fang Chen one day, but she didn't expect that this dream would come true so soon. The group flew quickly, but when they reached the edge of the central region, they suddenly saw a familiar person. The Bloody Spearman had just killed a member of the Yellow Spring sect and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. At this time, the group quickly landed on the ground. "Where are you going?" The Bloody Spearman frowned. He thought that something had happened somewhere else and asked anxiously. Seeing the Bloody Spearman's expression, Saint Master Danqing laughed and said, "Blood Spear, this is a happy occasion." Chapter 757. During this period of time, the five-element state was in chaos. The Bloody Spearman left the Five Elements Academy and walked around the Five Elements state to suppress the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. When he heard that there was a happy occasion, he was a little puzzled. Fang Chen and Star and Moon are getting married. The bone weapon, Saint Master grinned. Hearing this, the Bloody Spearman's eyes lit up. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "Good boy, you are really capable." His words were full of smiles. Fang Chen was recruited into the Five Elements Academy by the Bloody Spearman. Back then, the Bloody Spearman thought that Fang Chen was extraordinary. He did not expect that in just a year, Fang Chen would really stand out among the many disciples of the Five Elements Academy. Moreover, he had two Saint Masters as his master. Of course, the most important thing was that Fang Chen had comprehended true intent. In the entire Five Elements Academy, only Zhang Jingtao, who was ranked first on the battle tablet, and Fang Chen, Star and Moon were able to comprehend true intent. If that's the case, then this old man will also go and drink a cup of wine. The Bloody Spearman laughed and said, "Senior Blood Spear, this junior will be very grateful if you can witness this junior's wedding." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. The Bloody Spearman nodded and said, "Wait a moment, let me settle down the three girls that I just casually saved." After saying that, the Bloody Spearman's figure flashed and left the place. In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Spearman returned. Following the Bloody Spearman back were three very beautiful girls. "The three of you leave now." The Bloody Spearman looked at the three girls and said softly. However, the three girls did not leave. This was because they met someone they knew. "Why are you here?" When Fang Chen saw the three girls, he was also a little surprised. Back when he was a supervisor in the Iron and Blood Empire, he had gone to Kaiyang City once and even resolved a crisis there. At that time, he learned that the three goddesses of Mizar City had also gone out to train after he left. He didn't expect to meet the three women here. The three women's looks were also considered top beauties in the five-element state. They weren't any worse than Star and Moon, but there was something about Star and Moon that they didn't have. On top of that, Star and Moon had already comprehended the true meaning of Star and Moon, so the three girls were a little dim compared to Star and Moon. "Fang Chen, long time no see." The first to speak was Lu Lianxue. She was wearing a purple dress, and her figure was still as beautiful as ever. A smile appeared on her pretty face. "Long time no see," Fang Chen said. When he was in Kaiyang City, he had a good relationship with the three women. "Fang Chen, where are you going?" Li Mingzhu asked faintly. She was still as cold as ever. On the other hand, Li Xiaoka was much more enthusiastic. She looked at Fang Chen and said with a smile, "Fang Chen, do you know this Qiansu? Just now, we were surrounded by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fortunately, this senior helped and saved us." "I know him," Fang Chen said. When Star and Moon, who was beside Fang Chen, saw the look in Li Xiaoka's eyes, her expression changed slightly. "I'm going back to the Shengfeng state," Fang Chen said. "And this sister is?" Li Xiaoka continued to ask. "She is my fiancée, Star and Moon. This time, I'm going back to hold the wedding," Fang Chen said. "I see. Can we attend your wedding?" "Li Xiaoka," asked with a smile. Fong Qin pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Of course." Star and Moon also nodded slightly at the three women. She could feel that the three women's attitudes towards Fong Qin were very different, but she didn't ask. This was because when they were in the Five Elements Academy, Fong Qin had told her all about his experience. These three women were probably the three women in Kaiyang City. As for the petite woman, she should be Li Xiaoka, who had saved Fong Qin. "Sister, I heard that you saved Fong Qin back then," Star and Moon said with a smile as she walked to Li Xiaoka's side calmly. "With Fong Qin's strength, even if I didn't save him, he would be fine," Li Xiaoka said with a nod. "No matter what, I still have to thank you," Star and Moon said. At the side, Lu Lianxue looked at Star and Moon thoughtfully. As for Li Mingzhu, she looked as if it had nothing to do with her. "Fong Qin, I didn't expect that the three women I casually saved would be your old friends." The Bloody Spear Man laughed heartily when he saw this. "In that case, let's go together," Sage Master Danqing said. The Bloody Spear Man immediately took out a few flying treasures and gave them to the three women for them to borrow for the time being. The group quickly left the Five Element state. Although the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had been very active in the Five Element state recently, the Bloody Spearman wasn't worried at all. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five Element state only dared to cause small trouble. They couldn't cause any big trouble. In the Bloody Spearman's heart, Fong Qin was very important, so he was prepared to attend Fong Qin's wedding. Because of the flying treasures, it only took 3 days for Fong Qin and the others to return to the Xinfeng Nation. During this time, Fong Qin went to the Four Great Mountains and brought some of his acquaintances to the Xinfeng Nation, including his master and others. Xinfeng Nation, Azure Cloud County, Black Cloud City. The entire Black Cloud City was full of jubilation. Fong Qin's return had alarmed the entire Xinfeng Nation. Even the king of the Xinfeng Nation personally came to Black Cloud City. The higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect also came one after another. When they heard that Fong Qin was getting married, all the forces in the Xinfeng Nation came to attend Fong Qin's wedding. However, Fong Qin didn't want to make it public, so the wedding was held in Black Cloud City. These days, the entire Fong family was very happy. Fong Qin was finally getting married. Of course, Star and Moon's family was even more happy. The Xing family was originally an ordinary noble family in the Xinfeng Nation. However, because Star and Moon was about to become Fong Qin's wife, the Xing family directly became a big family in the Xinfeng Nation. In the huge Xinfeng Nation, no one except the Fong family dared to do anything to the Xing family. One day the Xing family came. "Brother Qin, my family came." In the study, Star and Moon suddenly walked in and whispered while discussing the wedding with the Fong family's disciples. Fong Chan was startled, then nodded and said, "Let's go and meet them." Fong Qin and Star and Moon went to the Fong family's meeting hall together. At this moment, the meeting hall was full of jubilation. The person sitting at the head of the table was Fong Chen's father, Fong Tianyu. Beside Fong Tianyu sat a middle-aged man. On his body he wore white clothes. On his collar there was a star drawn on it. Needless to say, this person was the current patriarch of the Xing family, Star and Moon's father, Xing Zhongyu. "Father." Star and Moon saw her father as soon as they entered the meeting hall. She walked straight to him and called out sweetly. Since leaving the Xinfeng Nation, she hadn't returned for many years. She missed her family very much. "Girl, you've grown up and your wings have hardened. You didn't return to the Xing family even after returning to the Xinfeng Nation." Xing Zhongyu purposely pulled a long face and said, "If I didn't know that Fong Chan was getting married, I wouldn't have known that you were back." Hearing her father's words, Star and Moon's face was full of guilt. She had come back in such a hurry that she had completely forgotten about it. "I'm sorry, father." Star and Moon lowered her head and apologized. "Zhongyu, we're going to be a family in the future. There's no need to say that to a child. Ha ha ha." Fong Tianyu laughed. At this moment, Fong Chan walked to Xing Zhongyu's side. He cupped his hands toward Xing Zhongyu and said, "Father-in-law, we came back in a hurry, so we didn't have time to go to the Xing family. Please don't blame you, Hearing this, Xing Zhongyu turned his gaze to Fong Chen. He had long heard of Fong Chen's reputation, but he had never met him. Now he finally met him. As expected, you're a talent. I'm very relieved to leave you to you." Xing Zhongyu laughed. After chatting for a while, Xing Zhongyu said that he had something to discuss with Fong Tianyu and told the two youngsters to go do their own things. After some discussion, the wedding date was set to be 3 days later. In these 3 days, the Fong family had been preparing for Fong Chen's wedding. As for Grandmaster Dan Qing and the other two, they were strolling on the streets of Black Cloud City, enjoying their peaceful lives. "How long has it been since we've been so relaxed?" Grandmaster Dan Qing sighed. "Yes, it's been a long time since we've been so relaxed," Grandmaster Bone Weapon Grandmaster said. "You two old men have taken in such a good disciple, yet you're still blindly sighing here," Grandmaster Xianlong said. No one knew that in their eyes, these 3 white-haired old men were actually the 3 true martial realm experts, whose names shook the 5-element state. One had to know that in the entire Divine Wind state, there were very few Qi High Realm experts. A Qi Transformation Realm expert was considered a peak expert. They knew a little about Qi High Realm experts, but they knew nothing about the Condensing Reality Realm, which was above the Qi High Realm. Not to mention true Martial Realm experts. They had never even heard of them. At this moment, the 3 Grandmaster Saints were walking freely on the streets. Suddenly a shout rang out. Following that, a carriage quickly drove over. This carriage was very aggressive. "Get out of the way." The martial artist on the carriage shouted loudly. Many passers-by quickly moved aside. As for the 3 Grandmaster Saints, they were still strolling, not paying any attention to the carriage. Seeing this scene, the martial artist on the carriage was infuriated. "3 old farts, get out of the way." The martial artist on the carriage cursed loudly. The surrounding people all closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the following scene. They thought that the 3 old men would be crushed by the carriage. However, an unexpected scene occurred. The 3 Grandmaster Saints calmly stood in the middle of the road. When the carriage was about to approach them, it suddenly stopped. The martial artist on the carriage was shaken to the point of being thrown off his horse. "What's going on?" He stood up and fiercely whipped the horse, pulling the carriage a few times. He cursed loudly. "Useless thing! Charge over!" However, no matter how he whipped the horse pulling the carriage, it was useless. In the end, he vented all his anger on Fong Chen. "You 3 old farts, do you know who the owner of the carriage is? Are your dog eyes blind? You actually dare to block our path," the martial artist roared angrily. The 3 old men looked at each other in dismay. How many years had they lived? No one dared to scold them like this. Chapter 758. The 3 Saint Masters looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with smiles. They felt this was very interesting. After living for so many years, they had always been at the 5 Elements Academy. When the students of the 5 Elements Academy saw them, they were incomparably respectful, afraid of angering them. They hadn't expected to meet such rude and unreasonable people in such a small place. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Angrily berated the carriage driver. "We really didn't hear you. Do you want to say it again?" The Bone Weapon Saint Master had a fiery temper and was about to attack. "You!" The carriage driver was infuriated. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body uncontrollably fall off the carriage. He let out a miserable cry. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all startled. A graceful and luxurious man walked out of the carriage. This man had the aura of a superior. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Then he coldly said, If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. You 3 old bastards, are you challenging me by beating my carriage driver? Are you worthy of us challenging you? Asked Saint Master Danchin. Are you testing my patience? Said the graceful and luxurious man icily. Truly interesting. The bone weapon Saint Master was about to attack, but he was stopped by Saint Master Xianlong. Is someone like him worthy of you making a move? After saying this, the 3 of them turned and left. They didn't fear the graceful and luxurious man in the slightest. However, before they left, Saint Master Xianlong did something to the carriage. Humph, if it weren't for giving face to the Fong family, you'd all be dead. After saying this, the graceful and luxurious man entered the carriage. The carriage continued on its way. However, just as the carriage began to move, suddenly a rumbling sound came from within the carriage, followed by the carriage instantly exploding. The graceful and luxurious man was battered and exhausted. His face was filled with fury. You 3 old farts, stop right there. It turned out that earlier Saint Master Xianlong had secretly carved a complicated rune on the carriage, turning it into a talisman. After that, Saint Sovereign Xianlong slightly activated the carriage, causing it to explode. At their level, they disdained to make a move against such a minor character. Furthermore, the 3 of them hadn't encountered such a thing in a long time. Saint Master Xianlong had made a move. However, this action directly angered the graceful and noble man. Little fellow, you should stop when it's appropriate. The bone weapon saint expert turned around, looking at the graceful and luxurious man, and said with an ice-cold voice, If this continues, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Sage Master Danchin said. Under everyone's eyes, the 3 great sacred experts slowly left. Keep an eye on these 3. Once they leave Black Cloud City, kill them without mercy. The elegant man roared furiously. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the 3rd day arrived, the entire Black Cloud City was filled with jubilation. All the warriors of the Divine Wind Nation came to attend Fong Chen's wedding. However, the royal family of the Shungfeng Nation had specially sent more people. Ordinary warriors were simply unable to enter Black Cloud City. Only warriors who were invited by the Fong family could enter. On this day, Fong Chen and Star and Moon were full of smiles. Everyone in the Fong family was welcoming the guests. Martial artists from the Divine Wind Nation, the Ink Cloud Nation, and even the Golden Crown Nation had come. Of course, Fong Chen hadn't informed the 4 Great Ridges, so they simply didn't know. Finally, when it was close to noon, Fong Chen and Star and Moon began the ceremony. According to the rules, the 2 of them were husband and wife after the ceremony. The process of the wedding ceremony went very smoothly. Fong Chen held Star and Moon Small, fair hands tightly. At this moment, Star and Moon's face was filled with blissful smiles. All the warriors came to congratulate Fong Chen. At a certain moment, a graceful and luxurious man walked forward and congratulated Fong Chen. Fong Chen, I am here on the orders of the King of the Golden Crown Nation to congratulate you. Fong Chen cupped his hands in greeting to the graceful and luxurious man. This graceful and luxurious man was the 19th Prince of the Golden Crown Nation. He had a rather irritable personality and a bad reputation. However, he was deeply doted on by the king. This time the Golden Crown Nation's royal family had sent him over to take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with some powerhouses. However, the 19th prince was very arrogant. He simply disdained to make friends with warriors from such a small place. He believed that he was the prince of a large country like the Golden Crown Nation. How could a small country like the Divine Wind Nation compare to him? The 19th prince exchanged a few pleasantries with Fong Chen. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the 3 old farts who had a conflict with him on the street had come forward. Fong Chen, congratulations. Ha ha ha. The bone weapon Saint Master grinned. At this moment, the 19th prince's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "You three old farts, why are you here?" The 19th prince thought that the three of them were just ordinary warriors. In his eyes, they weren't worth mentioning. When the three of them heard this, they didn't pay any attention. They just looked at Fang Chen. Sure enough, after Fang Chen heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed between his brows. Then he said in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" "Fang Chen, this is between me and these three old farts," the 19th prince said. Scram! Suddenly, Fang Chen roared angrily. Fang Chen's voice contained a majestic spiritual qi. The energy that escaped directly blasted the 19th prince away. What happened here alarmed all the guests in the Fang clan residence. Everyone's eyes were focused here. "Fang Chen, what's wrong?" Fang Tianyu hurriedly ran over and asked. "Fang Chen, do you want to go against the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation?" The 19th prince got up and roared angrily. Until now, he still hadn't understood his situation. "If I were any of the three of them, you would have died countless times already," Fang Chen said disdainfully. His eyes were full of mockery. "Fang Chen, don't think that you can go against the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation just because you're strong," the 19th prince said coldly. He was very angry that he was blasted away by Fang Chen in front of so many people. "Do you know who the three of them are?" Fang Chen pointed at the three Saint Masters and questioned, "Do you believe that they can kill you with just a thought and scatter your soul?" "I don't believe it." The 19th prince thought that Fang Chen was threatening him. Where did this brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously here? Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded. In the next moment, the bloody spear man appeared. A bloody aura appeared in his eyes. Then the 19th prince exploded and died. The sudden turn of events shocked countless guests. Many people were whispering to each other. Fang Chen stepped forward, looked at the crowd, and said, "From now on, the Fang family has nothing to do with the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation." Fang Chen's words carried a lot of weight. After the incident with the 19th prince, the wedding continued. Not long after, the news of the 19th prince's death in the Shenfeng Nation spread to the Golden Crown Nation. The Golden Crown Nation was very angry. However, from various sources, they found out that Fang Chen's strength was no longer something they could fight against. In the end, they could only choose to endure. As for rebuilding their relationship with Fang Chen, it was impossible. On the night of the wedding, Fang Chen was dead drunk. Logically speaking, as long as a spiritual vortex realm expert controlled his spiritual energy, it was impossible for him to get drunk. However, Fang Chen didn't use his spiritual energy to control himself. He was very happy that he was finally married. After being dead drunk, Fang Chen was helped back to his room. At this moment in the room, Star and Moon was sitting on the bed with a red veil over their heads, waiting for Fang Chen. Coming to the bed, Fang Chen gently lifted Star and Moon's red veil and said softly, "We are finally together." After saying that, Fang Chen directly collapsed on Star and Moon's body. The next day, when Fang Chen woke up, Star and Moon had already woken up. After seeing Star and Moon, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He actually got drunk on his wedding night. Fang Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at Star and Moon, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Last night." Fang Chen was a little embarrassed, but after thinking for a while, he immediately asked, "Did anything happen?" Hearing this, Star and Moon's pretty face instantly blushed. She rolled her eyes at Fang Chen, turned around, and left. Fang Chen was left with a gloomy expression. Did anything happen? At this moment, Fang Chen was very annoyed. If he had known, he would have used his spiritual energy to control himself a little so that he wouldn't get dead drunk. In the end, he didn't even know if anything had happened on his wedding night. Although it was the second day, the banquet still continued. Most of the guests didn't leave, and Black Cloud City was still very lively. The wedding lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, most of the guests had basically left. At this time, a young warrior came to Black Cloud City. This young warrior went straight to the Fong family's mansion. At this time, the gate of the Fong family's mansion was closed, and they didn't welcome foreign guests. "I'm looking for Fong Chin," said the young warrior. "Our patriarch said that we won't be seeing any foreign guests for the next few days," said the guard impatiently. The young warrior nodded. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the wall and entered the Fong family mansion. "Someone has barged into the mansion." Immediately, the guard shouted loudly. Everyone in the Fong family's mansion was shocked. Who was it that dared to barge into the Fong family's mansion? After Tian Xan entered the Fong family's mansion, he held a long sword and quickly advanced. Along the way, he was blocked by many people, but he easily broke through their defenses until he reached the meeting hall. The bloody spearman and the others appeared. "Little guy, you're so young, but you're already barging into someone else's mansion," said the bloody spearman. "I'm looking for my master," said Tian Xen softly when he sensed the aura of the people in front of him. These people gave him a lot of pressure. They were the strongest warriors he had met so far. "Oh, who's your master?" asked the Bone Weapon Saint Master, looking at Tian Xan with interest. "Fong Chin," said Tian Xan. Hearing this, the 4 true martial realm experts looked at each other and then laughed heartily. Tian Xan didn't know what they were laughing about. "You're Fong Chen's disciple?" asked Saint Master Danqing. Tian Xan nodded. Saint Master Xianlong said, "How come I've never heard Fong Chen mention it?" "Little guy, do you know who the 2 of us are?" The Bone Weapon Saint Master pointed at himself and Saint Master Danqing. Tian Xan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "The 2 of us are Fong Chen's masters," said the Bone Weapon Saint Master. Tian Xan was a bit doubtful. At this time, Fong Tianyu and the others also arrived. Not long after, Fong Chen also arrived. When he saw Tian Xan, he was also a bit surprised. Tian Xan. Chapter 759. Tian Xan was one of the young clansmen of the Sky Fire tribe in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Fong Chen was fated to meet this kid, so he bestowed this kid with the water and fire sword art. If this kid could cultivate to the 2nd level of the water and fire sword art, he would be considered Fong Chen's disciple. After so many years, Fong Chen had forgotten about this. He didn't expect Tian Xan to come to him. He didn't know that Tian Xan had left the Divine Wind Secret Realm long ago. He wanted to relive what his master had experienced. So, a year ago, Tian Xan joined the Qingfeng Sword Sect. On the first day, Tian Xan challenged all the young clansmen of the Qingfeng Sword Sect and lost. As the number 1 disciple of the younger generation of the Qingfeng Sword Sect, he left the sect without hesitation. Then, Tian Xan went to Kamikaze Kenbu. A year had passed, and Tian Xan had become one of the top cultivators in Kamikaze Kenbu. He was at the peak of the Qi ranking. Tian Xan had been in seclusion for a few days, so he finally came to his master's wedding. "Master." Tian Xan saw Fong Chen, and his eyes were wet as he called out loudly. Fong Chen walked over and hugged Tian Xan's head. Everyone looked at each other as they watched Fong Chen and Tian Xan reminisce about old times. When they met, Tian Xan told Fong Chen many things. After Fong Chen learned about Tian Xan's strength, he was very satisfied. In the next few days, Tian Xan stayed in the Fong family mansion. After staying in the Fong family mansion for half a month, Fong Chen was ready to return. There wasn't much time left before the Tian Su secret realm opened, so he had to go back and prepare. His wedding with Xing Yu could be considered to be over. Now Star and Moon was his wife. Before he left, the Fong family was very reluctant, but they knew that the Divine Wind Nation stage couldn't keep Fong Chen. "My son, no matter what, the Fong family will always be behind you. If you are tired outside Come back to Black Cloud City, Fong Tianyu said with tears in his eyes. I will. Father, mother, everyone take care. He didn't know when he would be able to return from this trip. Fong Chen left with Star and Moon. Their current strength was considered top-notch in the 5-element state. Their stage is no longer here. As for Tian Xan, Fong Chen wanted to take her away, but she refused. He wanted to make his way to the 5 Elements province step by step and then join the 5-Element Academy. Master, it won't be long before those enemies who fought with you back then won't even have the qualifications to fight with me anymore. Tian Xan said confidently. Fong Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with his disciple. Before leaving, Fong Chen left behind some supreme treasures for Tian Xan, as well as some divine weapons. Of course, there were also some supreme-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen left 60 million top-grade spirit stones to Tian Xan. Of course, Fong Chen had set up seals on these geniuses and divine weapons. He couldn't let Tian Xan use them all at once. It had to be known that these things were foreign objects. It wouldn't be good to use them too much. Fong Chen and the others left the Divine Wind Nation. When they returned to the 5 Elements province, they left the 3 women at a certain place. Fong Chen, congratulations. The 3 women looked at Fong Chen with complicated expressions. In the end, they watched as Fong Chen walked further and further away. They didn't know when it had started, but they had realized that Fong Chen was no longer on the same level as them. On the way, the 4 true martial experts were discussing Tian Xan. Fong Chen, that brat, has sharp eyes. Even I want to take that Tian Xan as my disciple, grumbled Saint Sovereign Xianlong. You can also tell. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign laughed mischievously. Tian Xan is truly extraordinary. For such a rare physique to appear in the small divine Wind Nation is truly miraculous, said Saint Sovereign Danqing. The blood spear Taoist grinned and said, I have a feeling that this little guy will soon stand on the land of the 5 Elements continent and recreate the glory that his master once had. Fong Chen was confused by their conversation. What are you talking about? Asked Fong Chen. You don't know? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Your disciple's physique is extremely rare. Even in the history of the ancient sword continent, it's rarely seen, said the bloody spearman, the sky desolate sword body. The sky desolate sword body. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of such a physique. What is the sky desolate sword body? Asked Fong Chen. The sky desolate sword body is even more tyrannical than your sword intent. He's simply a peerless genius in the sword Dao, said the bloody spearman with the sky desolate sword body. As long as he works hard, there won't be any bottlenecks in his realm. At the very least, there won't be any bottlenecks before the true martial realm. Saint Sovereign Danqing nodded. Furthermore, the most important thing is that when the sky desolate sword body reaches the spirit vortex realm, it will automatically comprehend the true meaning of the sword, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. What? That last point completely shocked Fong Chen. Back then, he had only casually left behind a bit of karma. He hadn't expected Tian Xan's physique to be so tyrannical. You're not mistaken, are you? Asked Fong Chen. Of course not. Although the sky desolate sword body is very rare, there are records of it in books. In the ancient sword continent, a sky desolate sword body once appeared. That peerless expert was respectfully called the Sword Emperor, said Saint Sovereign Xianlong. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. There was actually such a physique in the world that could automatically comprehend the true meaning of the sword after reaching the spirit vortex realm. That was too tyrannical. It was as if he had cheated. That's why I said that you got a bargain. The bloody spear man laughed. Speaking of which, the divine Wind Nation is really mysterious. It has a mysterious fiend body, a sword body, and now a sky desolate sword body. Could it be that the divine Wind Nation was a cultivation ground of some almighty during the ancient era? The 4 true martial realm experts guessed. Thinking about his disciple possessing the sky, desolate, sword body, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. I have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, it would be laughable if my disciple surpassed me, said Fang Qin inwardly. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. Soon, they returned to the 5 Elements Academy. When they returned to the 5 Elements Academy, the 4 true martial realm experts left one after another. Only Star and Moon and Fang Chen were left. The 2 of them snuggled up to each other. Their eyes were as gentle as water. They had been in a hurry. Now it was finally quiet. Fang Chen and Star and Moon came to the moon peak and sat on a bluestone. The surroundings were quiet. The 2 of them snuggled up to each other happily. How good would it be if it was always like this, said Star and Moon sweetly. One day, I will give you a quiet world, said Fang Chen calmly as he held Star and Moon's small hand. At this moment, a fiery red figure hurriedly appeared on the moon peak. Seeing Fang Chen snuggling up to Star and Moon, she pouted and said, You too, aren't you ashamed? It's broad daylight and you're already like this. Fang Chen didn't need to turn around to know who had come. Yen. Seeing Lin Yen's arrival, Star and Moon's face was full of smiles. Lin Yen curiously stared at Star and Moon's belly. Star and Moon saw this and asked, Yen, what are you looking at? Sister, you. I'm looking to see if you're pregnant, said Lin Yen seriously. Star and Moon heard this and blushed. Fang Chen, who was standing at the side, wished he could kick this girl. They had just gotten married. She was looking to see if she was pregnant. Even if she was pregnant, it had only been a few days. This girl's IQ was simply hopeless. Sister, you. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Yen didn't seem to realize her idiotic behavior and continued to ask. In the end, Fang Chen couldn't hold back. He looked at Lin Yen and said, Lin Yen, you should eat more walnuts. Walnuts? What's that? Lin Yen was surprised and asked curiously. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately realized that walnuts were from Earth. There didn't seem to be such things in the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen was speechless. He had forgotten that he had transmigrated here. Walnuts are a kind of food that can nourish the brain. In my hometown, if your IQ is too low or negative, you can eat walnuts. As for whether it can nourish your IQ, it depends on your luck, Fang Chen said with a grin. It was only then that Lin Yen realized that Fang Chen was mocking her for her low IQ. Fang Chen, I want a duel with you, Lin Yen said angrily with her hands on her hips. Seeing Lin Yen's expression, Star and Moon burst into laughter. Yen, Brother Chin is just teasing you, Star and Moon said with a smile. However, I'm also very curious. What kind of elixir is this walnut that Brother Chin mentioned? Fang Chen was speechless when he heard this. This walnut was really not an elixir. It was just a very common food in his hometown. It only cost 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram. Chapter 760. There was less than half a month left before they would go to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. In the following period of time, all the students of the 5 Elements Academy entered a state of cultivation. Although the 5 Elements Academy only had 30 places, every student wanted to fight for these 30 places. Every student was cultivating with all their might. As long as they could get a place to enter the legendary Heavenly Void Mystery Land, they would definitely have a chance encounter and soar to the sky. It was said that the Heavenly Void Mystery Land was the place where the Almighty of the real martial arts realm died. There were countless inheritances in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Of course, chances were often accompanied by danger. However, it was too difficult to go further after reaching the spiritual whirlpool realm. Therefore, the martial artists could only find other ways to solve the problem. As long as they could step into the real martial arts realm, their lifespan would be greatly increased. Even if they could not step into the legendary mysterious king realm in their lifetime, they would be content. Although Feng Chen and Star and Moon had just gotten married, they knew the importance of the heavenly void mystery land. Therefore, they did not spend every day together. Instead, they worked hard to cultivate. Star and Moon had the Darking body and the true meaning of Darking. In the entire 5 Elements Academy, except for Zhang Jingtao, who ranked first on the power tablet, no one could defeat her. As for Feng Chen, there was still a gap between him and Star and Moon. Therefore, Feng Chen had to work harder to cultivate. He could not let his woman stand up for him when he encountered any problems. In the sword-hidden peak, Xiao Mei stood quietly in the courtyard and watched Feng Chen cultivate. At this moment, the latter was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. The entire courtyard was filled with a majestic aura. Although Xiao Mei did not know what the aura was, she could feel that it was very oppressive. Fortunately, it was not directed at her. Otherwise, she would not be able to resist it. The sword essence. Xiao Mei did not know that this was the legendary sword essence. During this period of cultivation, Feng Chen's sword essence had improved a lot. It had reached the peak of the 1st grade from the initial stage. The sword essence was divided into 9 grades. The power of each grade was different. Rank 1 was the lowest and rank 9 the highest. On the ancient sword continent, being able to comprehend a true meaning was already an extraordinary feat. Wanting to reach the realm of a 2nd grade true meaning was simply too difficult. However, Feng Chen's talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. In such a short period of time, he was able to cultivate his sword intent to the peak of the 1st grade. Perhaps he really had hopes of cultivating his sword intent to the 2nd grade. One day, Feng Chen was practicing the earth evasion sword art. All of a sudden, he noticed a slight fluctuation in the sword intent around him, following which the contents of the sword quintessence primary scroll surfaced in his mind. The wild sword intent around his body surged into his dantian. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with boundless sword intent. These sword wills seemed to be condensing. This is Feng Chen cultivated the Sword Dao True Enlightenment Elementary Scroll, so he was naturally very clear about the current situation. Seeing the sword intent condensing, Feng Chen was pleasantly surprised. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally reached the 3rd step of the Sword Dao. That's right, it was the 3rd step of the Sword Dao Sword Soul. The Sword Dao's 5 steps was the realm of the Sword Dao, while the sword intent was an existence above the intent realm. The two were different. However, there was one similarity between the two, and that was that they were both based on the foundation of the intent realm. To comprehend the sword intent, one had to reach the perfection realm of the sword intent. And to condense the sword soul, one had to reach the perfection realm of the sword intent. At this moment, within Feng Chen's dantian, boundless sword intent was condensing the sword soul. The sword soul was the soul of the sword, just like the soul of a human martial artist. Once a sword cultivator condensed the sword soul, the cultivation speed of the sword Dao would be greatly increased, and it could even affect the speed of cultivation. In short, the sword soul was very important to a martial artist. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the sword soul was condensed and formed. Feng Chen looked at it, and in his dantian, a sword-shaped soul instantly emerged. Feng Chen could clearly feel that it contained boundless sword intent, and even the sword intent had poured into it. Just as Feng Chen was looking at it, the sword soul suddenly left his dantian and wandered along Feng Chen's meridians. In the end, the sword soul stopped in Feng Chen's mind, close to his soul. This is the sword soul. Feng Chen observed the sword soul in his mind, and his heart was shaken. The 3rd step of the Sword Dao, the sword soul, had been successfully condensed. With a thought, Feng Chen's body instantly surged with rich sword intent, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth also poured directly into his mind. It is indeed the Sword Soul. With just a thought, he could control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The power of the Sword Soul was very strong, and to Fong Chen, this was something that was very exciting. However, before Fong Chen could carefully study the Sword Soul, he realized that his Dharma Idol golden sword was floating in the air above his head without permission, and was responding to the Sword Soul. Within the Dharma Idol golden sword, rays of golden sword light flowed out, and these rays of golden sword light instantly drilled into the Sword Soul. After being transformed by the Sword Soul, they drilled into the golden heart. And within the golden heart, after completely refining this ray of golden sword light, it turned into countless golden light spots and returned to the Dharma Idol golden sword. Boom! Fong Chen suddenly realized that the golden heart and the Sword Soul could actually accelerate the growth of the Dharma Idol golden sword. Through the secret Dharma Idol nurturing technique of the heaven-raising gate, Fong Chen had already raised his ordinary Dharma Idol to the human-level Dharma Idol realm. And now it seemed that he was thinking of breaking through to the earth-level Dharma Idol realm. Can I succeed? Fong Chen was very excited, and he tried hard to control the sword intent to surround the three of them. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. This state continued for 3 days. After 3 days, the Dharma Idol golden sword let out a loud roar, and then emitted a blinding golden light, and then sank into Fong Chen's body. It still didn't succeed, Fong Chen said with a bitter smile. In these 3 days of nurturing, the Dharma Idol golden sword had almost reached the earth-level Dharma Idol realm. But unfortunately, it was still 1 step away. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be forced, Fong Chen said to himself. Although his Dharma Idol had not advanced, it had brought great benefits to Fong Chen. Dharma Idols were the most important in the condensing reality realm. It seemed that after entering the spiritual vortex realm, Dharma Idols were not so important anymore. Of course, this was the view of the world, and Fong Chen did not think so. In fact, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told Fong Chen. After all, the former was an ancient elite and had reached the legendary mysterious king realm. His knowledge was not something that Fong Chen could compare to. Ancestor Bronze had told Fong Chen that the world thought that Fong Chen was the most important in the condensing reality realm, and that entering the spiritual vortex realm was not so important. However, they did not know that Dharma Idols were involved in the entire cultivation process. This was because Dharma Idols were the fundamental reason to enter the mysterious king realm. If one wanted to enter the true martial realm from the spiritual vortex realm, one had to comprehend a true intent. This was the minimum requirement. In history, even if someone had comprehended a true intent, they might not have been able to enter the true martial realm. This was because after entering the true martial realm, one could roam the void and become a warlord. Comprehending a true intent was the standard to enter the true martial realm, and there was also a standard to enter the mysterious king realm. Why were there almost no mysterious king realm elites in the vast ancient Sword continent? This was because when one entered the mysterious king realm, one had to combine Dharma Idols, physical body, and soul. Only when the three were truly combined could one enter the mysterious king realm. Since ancient times, how many true martial realm elites had been stuck at this hurdle? Combining the three was easier said than done. It would be considered good if 1 out of 100 million succeeded. Moreover, with the incomplete laws of the ancient Sword continent, it was extremely difficult to enter the true martial realm, let alone the mysterious king realm. Almost no one in the ancient Sword continent knew the importance of Dharma Idols. They only knew when they reached the peak of the true martial realm, but it was already too late. The strength of Dharma Idols was related to one's combat power after entering the true martial realm. The stronger Dharma Idols were, the stronger one would be after entering the true martial realm. Therefore, if one could raise Dharma Idols to the maximum before entering the true martial realm, then they might even become the overlord of the true martial realm. It takes a certain amount of time to raise Dharma Idols. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Nurturing Dharma idols required a long period of time. It was impossible to raise it all at once. Fong Qin was not in a hurry. He was only at the 6th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm and had not even reached the true martial realm. It was still too far away to think about these things. With the raise of Dharma idols and the condensation of the Sword Soul, Fong Chen's strength increased by a lot. The current Fong Qin could easily defeat a martial artist at the beginning of the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. This was the combat power of a peerless elite who had comprehended the true meaning. The combat power of an ordinary martial artist was not on the same level as a martial artist who had comprehended the true meaning. A martial artist who had comprehended the true meaning could easily fight across levels. It was more difficult for an ordinary martial artist in the spiritual whirlpool realm to fight across levels, unless they were monstrous geniuses. Let's try the earth-evading sword technique. Fong Qin stood up slowly. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he began to perform the earth-evading sword technique. During this period, Fong Qin would go to the earth peak whenever he had time. As time passed, his earth concept had reached the peak of the first minor realm. Fong Chen's earth-evading sword technique had naturally improved as well. Swoosh! Fong Chen's hidden star sword suddenly danced. Suddenly, countless rays of yellow sword light appeared in the sky. These sword lights carried a majestic aura and surrounded Fong Chen's body, forming a solid defense. My defense has become stronger, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Fong Chen felt that just by performing the earth-evading sword technique, his defense could withstand the full attack of a martial artist at the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. If this defense were to be known to others, it would be absolutely shocking. Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword. The earth-evading sword defense instantly collapsed. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. After such a long period of cultivation, the earth-evading sword technique had finally reached the realm of perfection. Realm of perfection. This was the 4th sword technique that Fong Qin had cultivated. The 5 elements sword technique was the last one, the wood elemental sword technique. As long as he could successfully cultivate the wood elemental sword technique, Fong Chen would be able to come into contact with the legendary 5 elements sword technique. Chapter 761. One day, Fong Chen was cultivating in the sword-hidden peak when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Fong Chen, I want to challenge you. The tall and sturdy man shouted loudly. Fong Qin knew this person. He was ranked 5th on the battle power tablet. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Challenge me. Fong Qin frowned. The heavenly void mystery land was about to open, and all the students were cultivating with all their might. Yet, this person wanted to challenge Fong Qin. That's right, Luo Wudi said in a low voice. Why? Fong Qin asked. He had no enmity with Luo Wudi, and he was ranked outside the top 10 on the battle power tablet. He did not seem to have any interaction with Luo Wudi. I want to know why Star and Moon chose you, Luo Wudi said coldly. Fong Qin was stunned, but he immediately understood. This person should be one of Star and Moon's suitors. He must be unhappy about his marriage with Star and Moon. Since you want to fight, then let's fight, Fong Qin said. Coincidentally, his strength had increased during this period of time, and he could test his true strength. Shura sword, Luo Wudi shouted, and a silver-gray, long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was a soft sword, and the blade was very soft. The special characteristic of this soft sword was that it was very strange and shapeless. The silver-gray soft sword in Luo Wudi's hand constantly changed its shape. One moment it was a long sword, the next it was a short sword, and the next it was a round sword. At the same time, Luo Wudi's body exploded with a majestic sword essence. This sword essence had obviously reached the perfect realm. Sword cultivator. Seeing Luo Wudi's sword technique, Fong Qin smiled and said. Fong Qin shook his head, slightly. Then the sword soul in his mind was instantly activated. A majestic sword chi instantly shot up to the sky. At the same time, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Whoosh! The Earth Escape sword technique, which was at the transformative level, was instantly executed. The earthy yellow sword radiance surrounded Fang Chen tightly, leaving no gaps. This is when Fang Chen activated the sword soul. Luo Wuti actually felt a slight tremor. There was actually a trace of fear in the majestic sword while on his body, which surprised Luo Wuti. What Tao of the sword does he cultivate in? Luo Wuti was very puzzled. However, doubts aside, the battle still had to continue. He wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to marry Star and Moon. After the Azura sword skill was displayed, the majestic sword intent turned into countless crimson sword lights. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, piercing toward Fang Chen. Bang, 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 these scarlet sword lights collided with the earth-yellow sword lights and exploded with a deafening sound. Initially, he thought that once he used the Azura sword skill, he would be able to defeat Fang Chen. However, Luo Wuti was wrong. Fang Chen's sword skill had a very strong defense, and it was able to block his Azura sword skill attack. Earth Evasion sword technique. After seeing his scarlet sword lights all shattered, Luo Wuti held the soft sword in his hand and stopped attacking. He stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The Earth Evasion sword technique was a public sword skill of the 5 Elements Academy. It was normal for Luo Wuti to know about it. Earth Evasion sword technique alone is not enough to block my attack. Since you can block my Azura sword skill, it seems that your achievements in Tao of the Sword should not be underestimated. Luo Wuti said in a deep voice, It seems that we have all underestimated you. With your strength, it is no problem for you to be in the top 10. Luo Wuti continued. He put away the soft sword, glanced at Fang Chen, and then said, Let's end today's battle here. The Heavenly Void secret land is about to open. If we continue to fight, both sides may suffer. The gains do not make up for the losses. Our battle will be in the Heavenly Void secret land. After that, Luo Wuti turned and left. However, just as he flew over the sword-hidden peak, Luo Wuti instantly turned his head and said coldly, Be nice to Star and Moon, or I will kill you. After that, Luo Wuti disappeared instantly. Hearing that, Fang Chen grinned and laughed. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. Fang Chen said secretly in his heart. Star and Moon was his woman. If he could not even protect his woman, how could he cultivate? Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Chen realized that he had not seen Star and Moon for several days. Then his figure flashed, and he left the sword-hidden peak and came to the Moon Peak. Now Fang Chen's gate of the Moon Peak was open to him. He could come and go freely. After coming to the Moon Peak, his soul swept over and found that Star and Moon were no longer there. Fang Chen was a little confused. Seeing the servant of the Moon Peak, Fang Chen asked, Where is you? Master went to the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak, the servant said respectfully. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. Star and Moon went to the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak. She must have gone to find her master. Just as Fang Chen was about to turn and leave, Lin Yenner, who was in a fiery red dress, appeared. Fang Chen. Since Fang Chen insulted her IQ last time, Lin Yenner had been holding a grudge. Every time she saw Fang Chen, she would argue with him. Why are you here? Lin Yenner asked coldly. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. Fang Chen was speechless. This girl's IQ was really not enough. It was such a simple truth. Fang Chen resisted the impulse in his heart, turned to look at Lin Yenner and said, Why can't I come to my wife's Moon Peak? After that, Fang Chen did not intend to entangle with Lin Yenner and turned to leave. Seeing Fang Chen's back leaving, Lin Yenner stamped her feet angrily. Fang Chen, don't go. I still have something to ask you. Lin Yenner shouted. Fang Chen did not pay attention to Lin Yenner's words and continued flying. However, Lin Yenner's next sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Fang Qin. Fang Qin, the walnut you're talking about, I've checked the ancient records. There's no such elixir in the ancient Sword Continent. You're full of nonsense. You're just making it up. Lin Yenner said angrily. In order to find walnuts, Lin Yenner even went to find the Pill Cloud Saint Master. She wanted to know if there was such an elixir in the pill world. After the Pill Cloud Saint Master heard this, he was also puzzled and expressed that he did not know. At this time, Lin Yenner felt that she had been deceived by Fang Qin. She hated Fang Qin very much. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was flying, heard Lin Yenner's words and laughed wildly. He accidentally lost control of his spirit chi, and his body fell down the moon peak. This time, it was Lin Yenner's turn to laugh. You annoying fellow, you finally received your retribution. Fang Qin got up from the moon peak and sighed. This girl was hopeless. In a dark place in the 5-element state, there was an evil aura. In the surroundings, there was a peerless array. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place. Even if a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist found it, they would not be able to break the array. And within the array, there were the remnants of the Netherworld sect. During this period of time, the spiritual pupil monarch had been waging war to achieve his goal. The 5-element state was filled with the smoke of war. However, the chaos in the 5-element state was quickly suppressed by the 5-element academy. The spiritual pupil monarch's injuries had completely recovered. Moreover, he had profited from the disaster, and his strength had returned to his peak. The spiritual pupil monarch's cultivation had reached the peak of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He was invincible under the spiritual whirlpool realm. At this moment, the spiritual pupil monarch was sitting cross-legged on a black altar. His eyes were closed, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. At the bottom of the altar, there were many martial artists. These martial artists were the remnants of the Netherworld sect. Speak. The spiritual pupil monarch suddenly spoke. My lord, we have followed your orders and started the chaos. Although the 5-element state is filled with the smoke of war, we have suffered heavy losses. One of the spiritual whirlpool realm members said softly. When they started the chaos, they were suppressed by the 5-elements academy. He felt that the losses did not make up for the gains. Do you think that the losses outweigh the gains? The spiritual pupil monarch looked at the others and asked, Lord Spiritual Pupil Monarch, you naturally have your reasons for doing so. Another member of the Netherworld sect hurriedly said. The spiritual pupil monarch nodded. His eyes were lifeless, like the eyes of a dead person. However, this was the brilliance of the spiritual pupil monarch. His eyes were his weapon. It was similar to the spiritual pupil monarch, but it was much more advanced. Back then, the Lingtong monarch was also very famous in the ancient Sword Continent. When he opened his eyes, the world changed. At that time, he was the strongest martial artist under the real martial realm. In that battle, he had slaughtered countless martial artists. His hands were extremely bloody. However, the Netherworld sect was destroyed in the end. How is the collection of souls? The spiritual pupil monarch asked. As he spoke, a subordinate presented a small box with both hands and said, My lord, we have collected a total of 100,000 souls. Now that the 5-element academy is watching us, it is not easy for us to move. It is almost done. The spiritual pupil monarch said eerily. In fact, the spiritual pupil monarch did not hesitate to start the chaos. Because of this, the Netherworld sect suffered heavy losses. All of this was because of the souls of these human martial artists. He found out from somewhere that one of the 3 honorables of the Netherworld sect was in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. He wanted to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land personally to awaken the honorable and let him lead the Netherworld sect to rise again. This is an opportunity. The spiritual pupil monarch thought to himself. As for why he needed so many martial artist souls, it was because he wanted to bluff his way through. After all, once he entered the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, he would encounter the real martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy. If he wanted to bluff his way through, he had to be well prepared. With these 100,000 souls and the unique method of the Netherworld sect, he could completely hide the spiritual pupil monarch's aura and let him enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land quietly. You may leave. When the Heavenly Void Mystery Land opens, start a war with all your might and attract the attention of the Five Elements Academy. The spiritual pupil monarch said, "Yes, my lord." After the subordinate left, the spiritual pupil monarch looked at the small box with a sinister smile on his face. 100,000 souls. Although it is not the best standard, it is the lowest standard. It is enough for me to disguise my aura, the spiritual pupil monarch said. Next, as long as he disguised his aura and found a sect with a quota to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, he would be able to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Chapter 762. There was still about a week before the opening of the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. The Five Elements Academy announced an important matter. The 30 people who would enter the Tian-Su secret dimension would be selected according to the Battle Power Tablet. All the students were allowed to challenge the Battle Power Tablet until the day before the opening of the Tian-Su secret dimension. When the news was released, the entire Five Elements Academy was in an uproar. Most of the students came to challenge the Battle Power Tower. Other than a small number of students who thought that they had no chance, the rest of the students who had a chance trained hard and challenged the Battle Power Tower. The rankings on the Battle Power Tablet kept changing in the past few days. 1 second, you were still in the same position, and the next second, you might fall back a few places. Fan Chen saw the changes on the Battle Power Tablet and couldn't help but sigh. However, Fan Chen didn't challenge the Battle Power Tablet. He was originally ranked 10th, but because of Blazing Heaven and Lin Yenner strength, he was pushed out of the top 10. Now he was ranked 12th. Although he was ranked 12th, he wasn't threatened yet. It was impossible to push him out of the top 30. He might as well use the time to train. After about 5 days, the rankings on the Battle Power Tablet finally stabilized. At this time, most of the martial artists who didn't make it to the top 30 gave up. During this period, an earth-shattering thing happened. Star and Moon challenged the Battle Power Tower. As the only direct disciple of the Five Elements Academy's dean, Star and Moon's popularity had always been high. However, Star and Moon didn't challenge the Battle Power Tower, so her name wasn't on the Battle Power Tablet. This time, Star and Moon challenged the Battle Power Tower. Everyone was predicting that Xingyu would at least be ranked in the top 5 of the Battle Power Tablet, or even the top 3. However, when Star and Moon finished challenging the Battle Power Tower, everyone was shocked. Why? Because Star and Moon's ranking on the Battle Power Tablet had surpassed Zhang Jingtao, and she became the new number 1 on the Battle Power Tablet. Zhang Jingtao had occupied the Battle Tablet for a very long time, and no one had been able to threaten him. This time, Star and Moon had actually surpassed Zhang Jingtao. Was she going to replace Zhang Jingtao and become the new strongest person in the Five Elements Academy? All of the students were discussing. No one dared to imagine. Heavens! As expected of the headmaster's personal disciple, Star and Moon's cultivation base is so strong that it easily surpassed Zhang Jingtao's. Yeah, Zhang Jingtao has been at the top of the Battle Tablet for a long time. I didn't expect Star and Moon to surpass him. Ever since Zhang Jingtao challenged the tower, he hasn't appeared again. I wonder what he's doing. Will Zhang Jingtao come out when he learns that his ranking has been surpassed? For a time, the topic of who was stronger between Star and Moon and Zhang Jingtao spread like wildfire in the Five Elements Academy. Because Star and Moon was the goddess of the Five Elements Academy, and because her cultivation was so strong, she had a lot of fans. Many students supported Star and Moon. However, there were also some students who thought that Zhang Jingtao was a veteran and it was impossible for Star and Moon to oust Zhang Jingtao. Within the Five Elements Academy, the two factions kept arguing. Of course, this matter finally came to an end the day before they went to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. That was because Zhang Jingtao came out of seclusion on this day. When Zhang Jingtao came out of seclusion, it shocked the entire Five Elements Academy. Even the headmaster personally came to the mountain peak where Zhang Jingtao was. The Bloody Spearman and the four sage masters came one after another. At this moment, on the mountain peak, a soaring aura shot into the sky. This aura contained a vast amount of power. When the headmaster and the others saw this, their eyes burned with passion. Although Zhang Jingtao didn't have much talent in the sword Dao, it was undeniable that Zhang Jingtao's martial arts potential was very heaven-defying. If he was nurtured well in time, he would definitely be able to shock the entire ancient sword continent. Zhang Jingtao had comprehended the true meaning much earlier than Feng Qin and Star and Moon. Ever since Zhang Jingtao comprehended the true meaning and finished the Battle Power Tower, he had been in seclusion. Until today, Zhang Jingtao finally came out of seclusion. He was once the #1 person on the Battle Power Tablet in the Five Elements Academy and the #1 person among the younger generation in the Five Elements state. Did his coming out of seclusion mean that his strength had increased again? On this day, the entire sky above the Five Element Academy was filled with a gray aura. Zhang Jingtao's seclusion place was still closed. No one dared to disturb Zhang Jingtao. Even the headmaster and the others were thinking, why hasn't Zhang Jingtao come out yet? Elder Han asked curiously, could it be that there's a problem with his cultivation? The Bloody Spear Man said softly, this trip to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land mainly depended on Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon. As for Feng Qin, he hadn't fully grown yet. The trip to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land wasn't just limited to the Five Element state. It was said that the other two states would also participate. Therefore, Zhang Jingtao was the hope of the Five Elements Academy. He should be fine, the headmaster said softly. Behind the headmaster, the four holy masters also narrowed their eyes and stared at Zhang Jingtao. At this moment, on this mountain peak, a soaring aura instantly filled the entire mountain peak. A majestic power appeared around the palace, where Zhang Jingtao was in seclusion. Above the mountain peak, the power of heaven and earth crazily surged into the palace. The headmaster's expression changed slightly. He immediately said in a low voice, Zhang Jingtao is trying to break through to the true martial realm. The few true martial realm experts present knew best that this phenomenon was an act of breaking through to the true martial realm. Zhang Jingtao is too reckless. It's very dangerous for him to break through to the true martial realm without anyone to protect him, Elder Han said worriedly. Breaking through to the true martial realm didn't just require one to comprehend the true meaning. Once one succeeded, there would be a lightning tribulation. Some warriors' lightning tribulations were weak, while others' lightning tribulations were strong. In short, if there were no experts to protect him, he would die in the lightning tribulation if he wasn't careful. Of course, the process of breaking through to the true martial realm was also filled with danger. This brat, why didn't he inform us? The Bloody Spear Man also said softly, if Zhang Jingtao was injured, it would definitely affect the trip to the Tian-Su secret realm. At that time, the Five Element States cultivators would definitely be suppressed by the other two states. Please don't let anything happen to him, Elder Han said in his heart. At this moment, Feng Chun was floating in the sky. The Star and Moon stood beside him. Behind them, there was a group of students from the Five Elements Academy. They were all paying attention to Zhang Jingtao's situation. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, a sea of lightning appeared in the sky above the Five Elements peak. Within the terrifying sea of lightning, there were countless thick lightning snakes rolling around. The sound was earth-shattering. This is the lightning tribulation. Seeing this, The headmaster was extremely excited. The appearance of the lightning tribulation meant that Zhang Jingtao should have succeeded in breaking through to the true martial realm. Can it withstand the lightning tribulation? The headmaster said to himself. The bloody spearman, Elder Han, and the 4 great sage masters stared at the lightning tribulation in the sea of lightning solemnly. At this moment, Fong Chen also looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is this the lightning tribulation?" Rumble! Just as everyone was worried, a thick lightning snake suddenly rushed out from the sea of lightning. It carried a majestic lightning power and swooped down. When the lightning snake hit the palace, the entire palace shook. It was enough to show how powerful the lightning snake was. What a powerful lightning snake! Fong Chen could not help but exclaim, "The attack of this lightning snake is enough to kill an ordinary 8th level spiritual vortex realm martial artist." This was only the first lightning snake attack. He did not know how powerful Zhang Jingtao's lightning tribulation was. It withstood it. The first lightning snake hit the palace and finally dissipated. Seeing this, the headmaster and the others smiled. Immediately after, the second lightning snake descended. However, a strange scene appeared. After the second lightning snake descended, it dissipated in midair before it could hit the palace. The lightning snake dissipated, and the terrifying sea of lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace. The sky regained its clarity once again. At this moment, the majestic aura around the palace also dissipated instantly. What happened? The sea of lightning retreated, and everyone was confused. Could it be that he succeeded in breaking through to the real martial realm? A student asked curiously. Creak. At this moment, the palace door opened. A tall figure walked out from the palace. His face was slightly pale, and there was still a majestic aura around him that had not dissipated. His appearance attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The headmaster and the others quickly came in front of him and observed carefully. Real martial realm aura. The headmaster detected a trace of real martial realm aura. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, although there is real martial realm aura in this aura, it is very weak." With that, the headmaster's dark eyes looked at Zhang Jingtao and asked, "Did you fail?" Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao smiled bitterly and said, "I failed." Zhang Jingtao, the 5 Elements Academy's #1 on the power tablet, had failed in breaking through to the real martial realm. All the martial artists felt a tinge of regret. If even Zhang Jingtao could not break through to the real martial realm, would they still have a chance? Fong Chen stared at Zhang Jingtao and realized that Zhang Jingtao's aura was very strong. Although his cultivation was still at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm, it gave him a lot of pressure. Zhang Jingtao, you are too anxious. With your potential, you can easily break through to the real martial realm after some time, the bloody spearman said. Yes, you are too anxious, Elder Han said. Although Zhang Jingtao did not succeed in breaking through to the real martial realm, however, it was not all for naught. In terms of strength, Zhang Jingtao's strength should have reached half a step to the real martial realm. In a way, Zhang Jingtao could be considered to be invincible below the real martial realm. Chapter 763. Zhang Jingtao had a very delicate appearance. Furthermore, judging from his appearance, he appeared to be in his 30s. One had to know that on the path of martial arts, it would take years, or even decades, to cultivate. A spiritual whirlpool realm warrior in his 30s was definitely considered young. Although you failed, you have laid the foundation for the next breakthrough, the dean said as he patted Zhang Jingtao's shoulder lightly. Zhang Jingtao, since you have come out of seclusion, do you want to challenge the Tower of Combat Power? The Bone Weapon Saint Master suddenly asked from behind the bloody spearman. Yes, while you were in seclusion, the first place has changed hands, Saint Master Danjing said. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao was stunned and asked, Who is the first place now? Zhang Jingtao knew very well that he had succeeded in passing the Heaven Challenge and comprehended a true meaning. After that, he challenged the Tower of Combat Power and became the first place. After being in seclusion for such a long time, someone had actually surpassed him. The Dean's direct disciple, Star and Moon, Elder Han said. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao was surprised and turned to look at Star and Moon in the distance. Zhang Jingtao glanced at Star and Moon and noticed the dark true meaning on Star and Moon's body. He knew Star and Moon well and knew about Star and Moon's dark body. Now that he noticed the true meaning on Star and Moon's body, he was naturally not surprised. With the true meaning and the cultivation of Star and Moon, it was not a problem for them to surpass him and become the first place on the Battle Power Tablet. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be impossible for him to notice Star and Moon's true meaning unless he was a true martial realm warrior. However, Zhang Jingtao was different. He also had true meaning. True meaning possessors were especially sensitive to true meaning, so he sensed it immediately. However, just as he retracted his gaze from Star and Moon, he noticed Fang Qin beside Star and Moon. Yes. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. He carefully looked at Fang Qin as if he wanted to see through him. True intent. Zhang Jingtao was very surprised. What exactly had happened in the Five Elements Academy while he was in seclusion? Why had two true meaning holders appeared all of a sudden? Interesting. Zhang Jingtao muttered to himself as he nodded slightly at Fang Qin. Although Zhang Jingtao had failed to break through to the genuine martial realm, his powerful strength was still shocking. His cultivation had reached half a step into the genuine martial realm. He was only one step away from the genuine martial realm. As for Zhang Jingtao, he did not disappoint. He came to the front of the Tower of Combat Power and wanted to challenge it. I bet 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones that Zhang Jingtao will regain first place. Who the hell would bet with you? Zhang Jingtao has reached half a step into the true martial realm. No matter how monstrous Star and Moon are, they have no advantage in terms of cultivation. Yeah, looks like Zhang Jingtao is going to take back first place. After Zhang Jingtao stepped into the combat tower, the students began to discuss among themselves. Even some of the students who supported Star and Moon were shocked by Zhang Jingtao's strength. At this moment, in front of the combat tower, there were countless students, including Fang Chen and Star and Moon. Of course, the retarded girl Lin Yenner was also there. Everyone was paying attention to the changes in the combat tablet. They wanted to know if Zhang Jingtao could regain first place. Regarding this, Star and Moon did not feel any pressure. She was not interested in the first place anyway. As for whether she could maintain her position, she did not care at all. In the clouds, the Dean and the others looked down and chatted with each other. How long do you think Zhang Jingtao will take to regain first place? The Dean suddenly asked. This was the realm. The students below were discussing whether Zhang Jingtao could regain first place, while the higher-ups in the clouds were discussing how long Zhang Jingtao would take to regain first place. In their eyes, Zhang Jingtao's ability to regain first place was not a problem at all. Now, the most important thing was how long Zhang Jingtao would take to challenge the combat tower. I estimate 10 minutes. The first person to speak was Saint Master Danyan. No need. 6 minutes is enough for a half-step true martial realm cultivator. The bone weapon Saint Master shook his head and said, 5 minutes. Saint Master Dan Qing said, 7 minutes. Saint Master Xianlong said. Elder Han and Bloody Spearman also expressed their guesses. They believed that Zhang Jingtao would take at most 3 minutes to come out of the combat tower. Dean, what do you think? Elder Han asked. The gazes of the few true martial realm experts all landed on the Dean, waiting for his reply. 1 minute. The Dean said. Hearing the Dean's words, they were stunned. Was the Dean that confident in Zhang Jingtao? Just wait. Seeing that they did not believe him, the Dean laughed and said, It seemed like a long time had passed, but only 30 seconds had passed since Zhang Jingtao went in, and the dean and the others were guessing. There was no movement on the combat tablet at all. The combat tower was also closed. This meant that Zhang Jingtao had not finished challenging the combat tower. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao had already reached the 9th level of the combat tower. He was facing a half-step true martial realm cultivator. Bang! Zhang Jingtao activated his true intent and smashed the cultivator with a punch. Then, 2 half-step true martial realm cultivators appeared, and Zhang Jingtao killed them with a punch each time. Just like that, when Zhang Jingtao successfully killed the last cultivator, the entire combat tower emitted a dazzling light. In the clouds, the dean and the others' eyes lit up. They were very excited. The combat tower had not emitted a dazzling light for a long time. The few of them knew best what this meant. He passed. The dean said excitedly. Elder Han, Bloody Spearman, and the others were also very excited. There were 9 levels in the combat tower. To pass the 9th level, one had to be at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm. The 5 Elements Academy had not had such a student for a long time. They did not expect Zhang Jingtao to give them such a big surprise this time. When Zhang Jingtao passed, only 50 seconds had passed. What did this mean? It was 10 seconds less than the 1 minute that the dean had guessed. Don't underestimate these 10 seconds. With Zhang Jingtao's strength, he could kill many level 9 spiritual vortex realm martial artists in these 10 seconds. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Jingtao used 50 seconds to pass the combat tower. This was unprecedented in the history of the 5 Elements Academy. Ha ha ha! Zhang Jingtao is indeed the most outstanding disciple of the 5 Elements Academy. After the shock, the dean laughed. The other true martial realm martial artists could not help but sigh. If they were in the same realm, they would not be Zhang Jingtao's match. The combat tower emitted a dazzling light. No one seemed to know what had happened. However, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling light of the combat tower disappeared. Then the combat tower opened and Zhang Jingtao walked out calmly. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao's name instantly returned to the top of the battle power steel. First place on the combat tower, Zhang Jingtao. Combat tower, limit of 9 stars. Seeing the scene, the entire combat tower was in an uproar. Countless students stared at the combat tablet in shock, their hearts filled with shock. Even Fang Qin could not help but sigh. Zhang Jingtao's strength was too strong. There was a huge gap between him and Zhang Jingtao. Even the star and moon could not defeat Zhang Jingtao. Too strong. Fang Qin thought to himself. Zhang Jingtao did not care about the shock of the crowd. In a flash, he turned and left. He left behind a noisy crowd. Zhang Jingtao's strong return gave the 5 Elements Academy a boost. All the students were on the chessboard. Zhang Jingtao had led the 5 Elements Academy students to defeat the younger generation from the other 2 prefectures in the Tian-Su Mystery Land. Instead of saying that it was a competition for the inheritance of the Mystery Land, it was more like a competition between the younger generation from the 3 prefectures. Originally, the competition between the younger generation from the 3 prefectures was held once every 6 years. The next competition would be held a few years later. However, with the appearance of the Tian-Su Mystery Land, the top experts from the 3 prefectures would meet in advance. In the entire 5 Elements Academy, there were students everywhere discussing Zhang Jingtao's name. His strength was shocking. The higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy also held an emergency meeting about this. The meeting was about Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao's strength made Fang Qin even more convinced that he had to work hard to increase his strength in this trip to the Tian-Su Mystery Land. One day, the Eternal Heaven Alliance came to the 5 Elements Academy again. Of course, there were some other forces that came with the Eternal Heaven Alliance. These forces were considered big forces in the 5 element state. However, compared to the Eternal Heaven Alliance, there was still a gap. When the Tian-Su Mystery Land was first discovered, the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy personally went to the Tian-Su Mystery Land to explore. Wherever the Tian-Su Mystery Land was, there are cracks in the space, and the rules were in chaos. Experts of the true martial realm could not enter at all. If they tried to force their way in, the Tian-Su Mystery Land would collapse. That would not be worth it. This was because the Tian-Su Mystery Land appeared at the border of the Five Element State. This place was connected to the other two states. The Tian-Su Mystery Land was the place where a quasi-king expert died. Its appearance shocked the entire ancient Sword Continent. Naturally, the other two states also knew about it, and the higher-ups came to explore. In the end, after the higher-ups of the three states discussed together, they decided that each state would have 50 spots to enter the Tian-Su Mystery Land. The three states added up to 150 people. If there were more people, the space would become even more chaotic. The Tian-Su Mystery Land would also disappear into the void. The consequences would be unimaginable. The higher-ups of the three states did not dare to take the lives of these top geniuses as a joke. The Five Elements Academy took 30 spots out of the 50 spots in the Five Elements State. As for the Eternal Heaven Alliance, because they won a competition, they took 10 spots. As for the other sect, they only had 10 spots. Today, the Eternal Heaven Alliance brought 20 martial artists to the Five Elements Academy to enter the Tian-Su Mystery Land. The Dean of the Five Elements Academy also personally gave a lecture to the 30 students who were going to enter the Tian-Su Mystery Land. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, the Dean stood quietly. The Bloody Spearman and the others stood behind him and looked down. On the square, 30 students stood quietly. Chapter 764. Originally, it was just an internal fight in the Five Element State. But now, it had turned into a fight between three states. The Heavenly Void Mystery Land had engulfed the entire ancient Sword Continent. In other words, they would be facing the most outstanding younger generation in the entire ancient Sword Continent in this trip to the Mystery Land. I won't say how dangerous this trip to the Mystery Land will be. If you want to back out, it's not too late, the Dean said in a low voice. Everyone shook their heads. No one was willing to back out. It was very difficult to increase one's cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. So, they were eager to enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, compete with the younger generation from the other two states. Fong Qin thought to himself, the younger generation from the Five Elements State was already so powerful. The geniuses from the other two states would not be any weaker. The vast ancient Sword Continent was divided between three states. The Five Elements State was one of them. The other two states were the Tianzhou and the Demon State. The Demon State was the most powerful. The people of the Demon State were tough, and all of them practiced martial arts. The warriors were generally much stronger than the Five Elements State and the Tianzhou. And it was said that the Demon State was very different from the Five Elements State. The Five Elements State was ruled by the Five Elements Academy. The Demon State was the opposite. It was very chaotic. Even a 6-star sect did not dare to call themselves the Overlord. The Five Elements State only had one 6-star sect, but the Demon State had two 6-star sects. No one was willing to submit to the other, and no one dared to annex the other. The two 6-star sects had been fighting for a long time. Some of the subsidiary sects were also in constant war. In the war, the warriors of the Demon State kept increasing their strength. Their physical fitness was also different from ordinary people. As for the Tianzhou, it was similar to the Five Elements State. This was basic knowledge. Fong Chen had known it for a long time. However, knowing about it was one thing, and meeting it was another. The younger generation from the three states gathered together. If anyone could stand out, they might really be able to become famous in the ancient Sword Continent and become the most powerful person among the younger generation. To be able to suppress one's peers was something that everyone dreamt of. but very few people could do it. Seeing that no one retreated, the dean had a gratified expression on his face. Then he said, "Today the other 20 warriors have arrived. They will meet up with you and head to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land together. After entering the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, I hope that you can cooperate with each other. After all, our 5-element state is a group. Don't be defeated by the other 2 states," the dean said in a deep voice. Before long, the dean finished speaking, and the Eternal Heaven Alliance and the other forces arrived. The 50 martial artists all gathered together. After that, the college chief personally led the team to open the teleportation portal and head to the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Before stepping onto the teleportation array, Fang Chen was called away by the Bone Weapons Sacred Master and Sacred Master Danqing. "Fang Chen, I called you here this time because I have something to give you," Sage Master Danqing said with a smile. Beside Saint Master Danqing were the Bloody Spearman, Elder Han, the Bone Weapon Saint Master, and Saint Master Xianlong. "Master!" Fang Chen cupped his hands and called out. "Entering the Heavenly Void Mystery Land this time, every warrior will have some life-saving items. As your masters, we can't provide you with much help. Take this." As Saint Master Danqing spoke, he handed Fang Chen a triangular iron plate. Fang Chen put away the triangular iron plate and cupped his hands in thanks. Within this triangular iron plate, there is a Tao level array that I personally set up. Once you encounter danger, you can inject spirit qi into it to trigger it. Almost no one below the true martial realm can break it. Of course, don't be careless. Zhang Jingtao only needs a little time to break it, Saint Master Danqing said. After all, he was not the one controlling the array, so its power would be greatly reduced. It was enough to have such power. Only then did Fang Chen know the preciousness of this triangular iron plate. "Thank you, Master," Fang Chen said gratefully. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a protective talisman. At a critical moment, it could save his life. "You are my disciple. You are treating me like an outsider," Saint Master Danqing said with a smile. "Since old Qing has already given it to you, I will naturally give it to you as well." The Bone Weapon Saint Master waved his hand, and immediately a broken sword was handed to Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, this broken sword is a Tao level weapon that I personally forged. It is very powerful. Every time you use it, you need a large amount of spirit qi to support it. I estimate that you will use it once, and your spirit qi will be exhausted. So, unless it is a critical moment, it is best not to use it." A Tao level weapon needed a large amount of spirit qi to support it. Before reaching the true martial realm, spirit qi was limited. So, the Bone Weapon Saint Master reminded Fang Chen. A true martial realm warrior could use it without limit, but a spirit vortex realm warrior could not. However, even so, this sword was still very precious. "I don't have anything else, but I have many talismans." Saint Master Xianlong handed Fang Chen a talisman. He said with a smile. Saint Master Xianlong was a saint-level talisman master and could easily inscribe Tao-level talismans. They were very powerful and were not weaker than Tao-level weapons and formations. However, Tao-level talismans were the same as Tao-level weapons. They needed a large amount of spirit qi to activate. Giving Fang Chen more was useless. Moreover, this talisman was a sword talisman. Saint Master Xianlong had specially chosen it for Fang Chen. "Many thanks." Fang Chen put away the talisman and was very grateful. Saint Master Xianlong was not related to him, but he was actually willing to give him such a precious talisman. Whoosh! At this moment, a pill shot over from afar. Fang Chen subconsciously reached out and caught it. He immediately discovered that it was a golden pill. Fang Chen was a little confused. He looked into the distance and saw Saint Master Danyun standing there quietly. Although he had some conflicts with Fang Chen before, Saint Master Danyun was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. After swallowing this pill, You can increase your cultivation by 1 level and enter the Heavenly Void secret realm. You can beat up the cultivators of the other 2 states and show the might of the 5-element state. Saint Master Danyan said indifferently. Seeing this, the Bone Warrior and the others also grinned. Needless to say, this was a Tao-level pill. Saint Master Danyan would not give an ordinary pill. Fang Chen was wild with joy. Every level of the spirit vortex realm was a mountain. It was very difficult to climb over it. However, with this pill, when his cultivation reached a bottleneck, he could quickly advance after swallowing it. In the blink of an eye, he received 4 Tao-level talismans. It had to be said that the 5 Elements Academy had high hopes for Fang Chen. Seeing this, Elder Han and the Bloody Spearman could not hold back anymore. Since the 4 of you are giving it to him, the 2 of us can't just sit back and do nothing, Elder Han said with a smile. Immediately, 2 books appeared in Elder Han's hands, and he passed them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a look. The first book was a elemental cultivation method, while the second book had a seal and could not be opened. Kid, don't be greedy. When you finish cultivating the first book, the seal on the second book will be unlocked, Elder Han said. The Bloody Spearman also took out a blood-red jade pendant and passed it to Fang Chen. He said, I am very happy to be able to recruit a student like you. I have watched you grow. This time, when you enter the Heavenly Void secret realm, don't ruin the reputation of the 5 Elements Academy. This jade pendant is called the Crimson Moon Jade. It can withstand 1 full blow from a real martial realm expert. If it was an extreme warrior of the spiritual whirlpool realm, with Zhang Jingtao's combat power, it would be able to withstand 3 blows, Bloody Spear Taoist explained. Fang Chen put away the Blood Moon Jade and cupped his fists in thanks. Fang Chen will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. The few Saint Masters thought highly of Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning. Of course, they also gave Star and Moon, Zhang Jingtao, and the others some life-saving treasures. After Fang Chen returned to the group, everyone prepared to take the teleportation formation and leave. As the overlord of the 5-element state, the 5 Elements Academy naturally had a teleportation formation. This time, they were teleported to a city not far away from the Heavenly Void secret realm, Border City. Because the teleportation formation had a limit on the number of people it could send, the 5 Elements Academy personally led the team. None of the other real martial realm experts went. After everyone stepped into the teleportation formation, it opened. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the teleportation formation stopped. We have arrived at the Border City. We're still 100 miles away from the Heavenly Void secret realm, the Dean said in a low voice. Everyone walked out of the teleportation formation. The Border City was very prosperous, but no one was in the mood to enjoy it. They hurriedly left the Border City and headed towards the Heavenly Void secret realm. Why did so many martial artists with strong auras suddenly appear? Looking at them, they are all spiritual whirlpool realm experts. Oh my God, so many spiritual whirlpool realm experts gathered together. What are they doing? Are they going to war with the other 2 states? 100 miles was nothing to spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists. After a while, everyone arrived at a barren plain. This plain was filled with a majestic aura. The end of the plain is where the Heavenly Void secret realm is. The Dean stopped and said, even though they had not reached the Heavenly Void secret realm, everyone could already feel that the rules here were a little chaotic and the spiritual qi was very violent. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the end of the plain. He saw a gray area. There were countless spatial cracks and the rules were extremely chaotic. It made one's heart palpitate. Is that the Heavenly Void secret realm? Chapter 765. At the end of the wasteland, an eerie aura filled the air. The eerie aura contained a vast amount of spiritual qi. If one barged in without permission, they would be instantly destroyed by the chaotic spiritual qi. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spiritual whirlpool realm would not be able to escape unscathed if he entered without permission. This was only the situation outside the sky void mystery land. One could imagine how dangerous it was inside the sky void mystery land. The Almighty who died in the sky void mystery land was an invincible existence in the true martial realm. What was invincible in the true martial realm? To be invincible in the true martial realm was to have 1 foot in the mystic king realm. In the ancient sword continent, if the mystic king realm Almighty did not appear, no one could match him. In the vast ancient sword continent, only the mystic king realm Almighty could be called a king. However, this Almighty who was invincible in the true martial realm was called a quasi-king and was even called the Sky Void King. The Sky Void Mystery Land is in the chaotic space, the Dean said softly as he stopped and stared at the chaotic space at the end of the wasteland. At this moment, the martial artist's eyes were filled with shock. Before they reached the end of the wasteland, they felt their hearts palpitate. The place where the Almighty who was invincible in the true martial realm died was actually so dangerous. When we reach the end of the wasteland, please be careful. The chaotic spiritual chi will invade your body. If you are not careful, you will die, the Dean continued. Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and stared at the end of the wasteland. The star and moon could not help but sigh at the side. In the ancient times, the Sky Void King was too powerful. Even after so many years, the surroundings of the Sky Void Mystery Land were still so dangerous. It is said that the Sky Void Mystery Land is a small, independent space. Zhang Jingtao, who was first on the combat power tablet, said. Hearing this, the Dean nodded and said, "That's right. The Sky Void Mystery Land was actually a small, independent world created by the Sky Void King. However, when the Sky Void King died, this small, independent space collapsed. In the end, it extended into a broken space, which is now the Sky Void Mystery Land," the Dean said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. The Sky Void King's death caused the small, independent space to collapse. It was too powerful. While thinking, Fong Chen glanced at the Dean of the 5 Elements Academy, known as the strongest person in the 5 element state, was probably not as strong as the Heavenly Void King. Be careful. With the headmaster leading the way, the rest of the group followed closely behind. They quickly rushed towards the end of the wasteland. With everyone's speed, they would be able to reach the small wasteland in the blink of an eye. However, it took them 2 hours to cover such a small distance. The closer they got to the end of the wasteland, the more chaotic the spirit chi became. In the end, everyone found it difficult to walk. All the martial artists used the spiritual chi in their sea of chi to protect their bodies, preventing the chaotic spiritual chi from invading their bodies. Although this chaotic spiritual energy is overbearing, it is unable to penetrate the sword's defense, Feng Qin said to himself. Activating the sword body, Zhang Xian's path was unimpeded. As for Star and Moon, they had also secretly activated their dark, malevolent bodies. Their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as they followed behind Fong Qin. Martial artists with special constitutions could easily resist the chaotic spirit chi. However, ordinary martial artists were helpless. No matter how hard they tried to resist, there was still a small portion of the chaotic spirit chi that entered their bodies and destroyed their internal organs. As Fong Chen was moving forward, he suddenly saw Zhang Jingtao from the corner of his eye. This person had a special constitution, but his method of resisting the chaotic spirit chi was too overbearing. They saw that Zhang Jingtao's body was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura surrounded his body, causing the chaotic spirit chi to be wary and not dare to approach him. Everyone was envious of Zhang Jingtao, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Jingtao's strength was too strong. Even the younger generation of the other 2 states would not be able to defeat Zhang Jingtao easily. Finally, after 2 hours, everyone arrived at the end of the wasteland. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. At the end of the wasteland, the space was chaotic and the spirit chi was raging. Within the wild spirit chi, there was an indistinct void door. This void door was enveloped by the wild spirit chi. Could it be that the void door is the entrance to the Tian-Su mystery land? Someone asked doubtfully. The dean stared at the void door in the wild spirit chi and said in a low voice, "That's right. That void door is the entrance to the Tian-Su mystery land." "Dean, how do we enter?" Zhang Jingtao asked. The Tian-Su mystery land was the place where the Tian-Su king had fallen. There was a strong seal around it, so true martial realm experts could not enter. The dean waved his hand to signal for everyone to be careful. He walked towards the void door alone. However, just as the dean approached the void door, an angry roar was heard. Then an illusory lightning snake came out from the void door. Roar! This thick, lightning snake opened its bloody mouth and blasted towards the dean. Bang! Seeing this, the dean suddenly threw out a punch and hit the lightning snake's head. Crack! The lightning snake's head instantly shattered and dissipated. At that moment, the dean was forced back a few steps. When the dean steadied himself, he stared at the void door. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "As expected, true martial realm martial artists cannot get close to the void door." Then what should we do? Everyone was anxious. If even the dean could not get close, how could they enter? "Let's wait," said the dean. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know how long they had to wait or what they were waiting for. Unknowingly, Fong Chen silently walked to the dean's side and asked in a low voice, "Dean, what are we waiting for?" "The Tian-Su mystery land has appeared. If you want to open the void door, you need to use the blood of a spirit vortex realm martial artist on a full moon," said the dean. When Fong Chen heard this, he was stunned. How did the dean know about this? The Tian-Su mystery land had never appeared before. As if he could see what Fong Chen was thinking, the dean explained, "Back then, the Tian-Su king's fall shocked the entire ancient Sword continent. All the experts were searching for the place where the Tian-Su king died. Later on, a piece of news spread." When Fong Chen heard this, he nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the method to open the void door of the Tian-Su mystery land had already been recorded in the history books. Does the Tian-Su king want a spirit vortex realm martial artist to inherit his legacy? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Then why did you take the risk just now? Fong Chen did not understand and asked. The dean chuckled and said, "I just wanted to see if the legend was true." Legend had it that true martial realm martial artists could not get close to the Tian-Su mystery land. The dean tried, and it was true. The Tian-Su king leaked the information about the Tian-Su mystery land because he hoped that a spirit vortex realm martial artist could inherit his legacy. Once a true martial realm martial artist could enter, then a spirit vortex realm martial artist would have no chance. Therefore, the Tian-Su king used a powerful method to cast a seal. True martial realm martial artists could not enter the Tian-Su mystery land. While chatting with the dean, Fong Chen found out that the location of the Tian-Su mystery land's appearance was at the intersection of the 3 prefectures. After their investigation, they found out that there were 3 entrances to the Tian-Su mystery land. They were located in the boundaries of the 3 prefectures. In other words, the younger generation of the other 2 prefectures would enter the Tian-Su mystery land from the other 2 entrances. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of the full moon. The sky gradually darkened, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. A ray of moonlight shone in the chaotic space. Immediately, the void door made a sound of vibration. All the martial artists were paying attention to the Tian-Su mystery land. It was also at this moment that the dean bellowed. The 50 martial artists all cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood. The 50 drops of blood gathered together and landed in the dean's hand. In the end, the dean exerted all of his strength and fiercely tossed out the drop of blood. Instantly, the drop of blood entered the void gate. Crack! When the blood entered the gate of the void, The entire gate of the void instantly turned scarlet. "Is the void door about to open?" many martial artists exclaimed. Rumble. The void door was completely red. It gave people the feeling that blood was flowing like a river. A heart-palpitating aura instantly filled the air. Then, the void door opened in front of everyone's eyes. At a glance, behind the void gate was an empty space of darkness. Nothing could be seen except for a boundless aura of darkness emanating from it. It was also at this moment that a flight of stairs suddenly appeared in the void gate. These stairs were all connected together to form a flight of stairs that led from the void gate to the end of the wasteland, appearing beneath everyone's feet. "It's opened. We can go in," someone exclaimed. Immediately, countless warriors fought to be the first to step onto the stairs. However, they were stopped by the dean. One by one. "Don't fight," the dean said in a deep voice. This staircase could only accommodate a limited number of people at one time. Once it was crowded, some martial artists would definitely be pushed down the stairs. Once they fell down the stairs, they would enter a chaotic space. Even a true martial realm expert, like the dean, would not be able to save them. Zhang Jingtao was the first to step onto the stairs and quickly entered the void door. Seeing this, the other martial artists also stepped onto the stairs and entered the void door in batches. When the 50 cultivators all entered the void door, the stairs instantly disappeared and the void door closed. The dean looked at the Tian Su Mystery Land and pondered. This will be the opportunity for the 5 Elements Academy to rise. Chapter 766. In an empty space, everyone soared into the air. "This should be the space tunnel," Feng Chen whispered as he flew. Although they had entered the gate of the void, they did not enter the heavenly void mystery land. They had to pass through the space tunnel to enter the heavenly void mystery land. The space tunnel was very unstable, and the surrounding spiritual qi was chaotic. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Many warriors were flying cautiously. Feng Chen and Star and Moon were flying side by side. Behind them, a young warrior appeared. The young warrior had a sinister smile on his face. "This space tunnel is a good place to kill human talents." The young warrior was a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in disguise. He had successfully sneaked into the space tunnel and was no longer afraid of the true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy. At this moment, he happened to be in the space tunnel and could attack without worry. His first target was Feng Chen. This was because Feng Chen was right in front of him. The spiritual pupil king's eyes flashed. Countless evil auras gathered in his palm. He clenched his fist and punched at Feng Chen. "Go to hell!" The spirit pupil's monarch bellowed and suddenly threw a punch at Feng Chen. Feng Chen, who was flying, suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind him. His expression changed, and he activated the sword body without hesitation. Bang! Just as Feng Chen activated the sword body, the spiritual pupil king's fist landed on Feng Chen's back. Although Feng Chen was protected by the sword body, he was still sent flying by the spiritual pupil king. Rumble! The space tunnel was unstable. The moment Feng Chen was sent flying, he was swallowed by the darkness. Brother Chen. Even Xing, you couldn't react to the sudden turn of events. When she saw Feng Chen being swallowed by the darkness, she shouted loudly. At the same time, the surrounding people also noticed the commotion. "I want to avenge Brother Chen." Star and Moon didn't care that they were in a spatial passageway and immediately unleashed a majestic aura. She clenched her small hands into fists and unleashed a powerful attack. At the same time, Star and Moon activated their mystical baleful physique, and the true intent of mystical instantly filled the air, courting death. When the spiritual eyes king saw this, his eyes flickered as he said in disdain. Then he punched the Star and Moon again. Bang, however, when his fist collided with Star and Moon's, he was shocked to discover the true intent of Star and Moon. "You." Just as the spirit pupil's monarch was about to speak, He felt the baleful yin qi on his fist corroding his fist. Damn it! The spirit pupil king was enraged and prepared to attack with all his might. However, a blinding ray of light shot over from afar and blocked the king of spiritual pupils, remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. When the spirit pupil king was fighting with Star and Moon, Zhang Jingtao had already sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. It's too late to realize it now. The spirit pupil king laughed eerily and revealed his true identity. In the spatial passageway, many martial artists looked at each other. They didn't expect this to happen. Zhang Jingtao's palm contained a majestic power, and he was ready to attack at any time. The spatial passageway is unstable. If we fight, we will definitely die. That's right, Zhang Jingtao. Let's wait until we enter the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. We can't fight in the spatial passageway, many martial artists said, one after another. Their lives were at stake, and they didn't dare to be careless. Zhang Jingtao stared at the spirit pupil king, and his face turned pale. Star and Moon, who was beside him, attacked recklessly. Rumble. The dark spatial passageway kept making rumbling sounds, as if it was about to shatter. When the martial artists saw this, their faces turned pale, and they all fled. The spatial passageway is about to collapse. Run. No one knew who shouted, but the dozens of martial artists disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon were working together to deal with the spirit pupil king. Rumble. Zhang Jingtao's cultivation had reached half a step to the true martial realm. With Star and Moon's combat power, even a true martial realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. Not to mention the spirit pupil king. Under the joint attack of the two, he was forced to retreat. Go to hell, you bastard from the Yellow Spring sect. Zhang Jingtao suddenly launched his strongest attack and roared. At this moment, the spatial passageway was extremely unstable. It was shaking and could collapse at any time. Do you want to die? At this moment, the spirit pupil king sensed the danger and roared angrily. At the same time, the spirit pupil king used the violent spiritual qi around him to dodge Zhang Jingtao's attack. Then, a black jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the jade pendant. Then, an extremely violent power spread out. The spatial passageway, which was already unstable, collapsed instantly. Seeing this, the spirit pupil king's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Let's go! Zhang Jingtao grabbed Star and Moon and rushed out of the spatial passageway with Star and Moon. I'm not going. I want to find Brother Qin. Star and Moon struggled. However, Zhang Jingtao didn't care. His figure flashed, and he quickly left the spatial passageway. After traveling for a full 3 minutes, Zhang Jingtao realized that the spatial passageway here seemed to be much more stable. He could vaguely hear the sound of the spatial passageway collapsing behind him. This made Zhang Jingtao shake his head slightly. No one would have thought that a bastard from the Yellow Spring sect would sneak into the team and injure Fang Qin, causing Fang Qin to fall into the darkness. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Arriving at the stable spatial passageway, Zhang Jingtao grabbed Star and Moon and moved forward quickly. After about an hour, the two finally walked out of the spatial passageway. What entered their eyes was a broken wasteland. On this wasteland, they could vaguely see the distortion of the rules. The density of the spiritual energy was much stronger than the outside world. We're finally out. Zhang Jingtao breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Star and Moon. The latter's face was full of tears. She wanted to rush into the spatial passageway to find Fang Qin. However, when they came out, the spatial passageway had already disappeared. Brother Qin, Star and Moon cried. The spatial passageway has completely collapsed. Even if you go in, you'll only be courting death, Zhang Jingtao comforted. If I can't save Brother Qin, I'd rather die with him, Star and Moon said. You can only avenge Fang Qin if you're alive. Zhang Jingtao persuaded. Moreover, Feng Qin might not necessarily die. After a long time, Star and Moon finally calmed down. Her face was expressionless. Her eyes were full of yin qi. Her whole body exuded a cold aura, giving people a feeling of oppression. Star and Moon. Zhang Jingtao hurriedly asked when he sensed that something was wrong with Star and Moon. Star and Moon shook her head slightly and said, "I'm fine." After saying that, Star and Moon turned and left. The heavenly void mystery land was very large. This was a broken, small, independent space. Signs of destruction could be seen everywhere. However, there were treasures everywhere in the heavenly void mystery land. Many warriors encountered many opportunities the moment they entered the heavenly void mystery land. After the warriors of the 5-element state entered the heavenly void mystery land, the warriors of the demon state also entered. As for the warriors of the Tianzhou state, they were a little late. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Chen realized that he had regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty. His surroundings were pitch black. No, to be exact, it was nothingness. Feng Chen felt that he had arrived in an empty space. Am I dead? Feng Chen's throat moved as he muttered to himself. Feng Chen wanted to raise his palm and slap himself to see if he was dead. However, he realized that he was seriously injured and did not even have the strength to raise his hand. "Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die." Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze spoke from the interspatial ring. Feng Chen was also very excited to hear a familiar voice in this kind of empty space. "Ancestor, where am I?" Feng Chen asked hurriedly. "You were ambushed and fell at the node of the spatial tunnel." "You entered here," Ancestor Bronze said. "I don't know where this is either." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Feng Chen fell silent. He didn't even know where he was. He didn't even know how to leave this place. Spatial tunnel node. Feng Chen tried his best to calm the complicated emotions in his heart and asked slowly, "It's too difficult to build a spatial tunnel. Even the Heavenly Void King can't build a huge spatial tunnel." Ancestor Bronze continued, "That's why the Heavenly Void King built many spatial tunnels. Each section of the spatial tunnel is connected to each other, and the point of connection is the node." "What exactly is the node?" Feng Chen was puzzled. Since he knew he had fallen at the node of the spatial tunnel, why didn't Ancestor Bronze know where this place was? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, the place you are in can be considered a cage." "Cage?" Feng Chen asked doubtfully. "Outside the spatial tunnel node is a plane of nothingness. It's very difficult for cultivators who enter here to leave." Feng Chen was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about the planes of nothingness. There were no coordinates, no specific location. It was constantly drifting through the universe. This was a plane of nothingness. After learning that he had fallen into a plane of nothingness, Feng Chen fell silent. It was indeed, as Ancestor Bronze had said, he had fallen into a cage. In this cage, his life was worse than death. One day he would die of boredom. "Is there anything I can do?" asked Feng Chen. "If the Heavenly Void King had used a spatial crystal when he built the spatial tunnel, you might have had a chance," said Ancestor Bronze. A spatial crystal was an extremely precious crystal. Under normal circumstances, it was mostly used to build spatial tunnels. However, there weren't many experts who could afford to use a spatial crystal. It was because space crystals were too precious that many almighties were unable to bear the value of space crystals and casually built spatial passageways. How do I know if a spatial crystal was used? Feng Chen's eyes brightened. A spatial crystal could fix a plane of nothingness. Once a spatial crystal was used to build a spatial tunnel, the plane of nothingness outside the spatial tunnel node would be completely fixed. Chapter 767. After all, Ancestor Bronze was an almighty from ancient times. Although he had fallen, his remnant will possess a wealth of knowledge that Feng Chen couldn't compare to. Since Ancestor Bronze said, so he should know whether the Heaven Void King had used a spatial crystal when he built the spatial channel. Now, Fang Qin could only hope that the Heaven Void King had used a spatial crystal. Otherwise, he would really be trapped in this void plane for the rest of his life. I have a way to check whether a spatial crystal was used or not, but Ancestor Bronze Dragon paused for a moment. But what? Hearing that, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, "If I was in my prime, I would have been able to do it with ease. But right now, I'm just a remnant soul. The moment I activate the secret skill, my remnant consciousness will definitely be damaged. By then, I'll fall into a deep slumber." Old Master Bronze replied, "Once I fall into a deep sleep, my life will be in danger. Then what should I do?" Fang Qin asked. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze said, "When I use the secret technique, my remnant will be incomparably weak. At that time, I won't be able to exist in the Python sword. I'll enter your Dantian." Fang Qin was startled when he heard Ancestor Bronze's words. He immediately asked, "Ancestor, do you wish to enter the cauldron?" "Yes, that's the only way." Ancestor Bronze was also going all out. He had been eyeing the cauldron for a long time. He could use this opportunity to go in and take a gamble. If he succeeded, there was a high chance he would be resurrected. But if he failed, his soul would scatter, and he would completely dissipate. He had existed as a remnant will for thousands of years. He didn't want to continue like this. Fang Qin nodded. "I'll control the cauldron. Once your remnant will enters your Dantian, I'll open the lid." After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, Ancestor Bronze began to use the secret technique. The python sword instantly drilled out of Fang Chen's spatial ring and floated in the void, constantly trembling. Wisps of strange aura shot out from the python sword. Then, those strange auras all turned into nothingness. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, the python sword shook more and more violently. In the end, cracks appeared on the python sword, and it was about to shatter. It was also at this moment that a trace of remnant will instantly separated from the python sword and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen could sense that Forefather Bronze's remnant was very weak and was about to be destroyed. He controlled the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and lifted a corner of the cauldron lid. The elder ancestor's remnant consciousness instantly entered the cauldron, and then the lid was closed again. After doing all this, some information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This was the message the ancestor sent to Fang Qin before he fell into a deep slumber. Before Fang Qin could read the message, he realized that the python sword in front of him was crumbling without the support of the patriarch's remnant consciousness. Crack the python sword shattered with a loud bang and turned into nothingness. Fang Qin shook his head slightly and did not mind. Then his consciousness sank into his mind to read the message left behind by the great ancestor. Sure enough, when he saw the first sentence, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. According to Forefather Bronze's detection, the establishment of this spatial passage had used space crystals. Although the amount of space crystals used was very limited, it was still used. In other words, Fang Qin had a chance of survival. Space crystals had been used. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. Next, Forefather Bronze taught Fang Qin a method that had a certain chance of getting out. Using the formation to draw in the power of the stars in the void plane, gather them together, and bombard the void plane. There's a high chance that we can blast open the spatial passageway node and return to the spatial passageway. Fang Qin muttered to himself. This was the method that Forefather Bronze had left for Fang Qin. However, it was very difficult to draw the power of the stars in the void plane with an array formation. At the very least, it was impossible to use a profound-level array formation. Do I have to use a Tao-level array formation? Fang Qin wondered. When he left the Five-Element Academy, his master, Sage Master Danqing, had given him a triangular iron plate that contained a Tao-level array formation. However, This was a life-saving treasure that could not be used easily unless it was a critical moment. It was a one-time use, Dow-level array formation. Once it was used up, it would completely collapse. Fong Chen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out the triangular iron plate. If I don't use it at this time, how long do I have to wait? Fong Chen said fiercely, if he did not use a Dow-level array formation, he would definitely not be able to gather the power of the stars in the void plane and would be trapped here forever. Even if he was given 100 Dow-level array formations, it would be useless. Therefore, Fong Chen decisively chose to use a Dow-level array formation. Looking at the triangular iron plate, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. He had not expected to use a Dow-level array formation under such circumstances. Fong Chen's soul entered the triangular iron plate and obtained information about the Dow-level array formation. Although this Dow-level array formation set up by Master is an offensive one, it can still draw power from the stars, muttered Fong Chen to himself. Right now he had no other choice. The power of the stars was a high-level energy in the void plane. Even profound kings were unable to control it unless they used a treasure or array formation. Fong Chen poured his spiritual qi into the triangular iron plate. Immediately a vast aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, a Dow-level array formation had been set up. Fong Chen stood in the middle of the Dow-level array formation, his heart filled with shock. This is a Dow-level array formation. Fong Chen's heart surged. The power of a Dow-level array formation was truly too strong. It was countless times stronger than a top-grade profound array formation. At this moment, Fong Chen was in the middle of the Dow-level array formation. He could deeply feel the power of the Dow-level array formation. Crash! After the Dow-level array formation appeared, a boundless attractive force quietly appeared. Specks of starlight appeared in the void plane and slowly surged toward the Dow-level array formation. Star power! Fong Chen saw the specks of starlight in the distance. He couldn't suppress his excitement. At this moment, in the outside world within the Five Elements Academy, Sage Master Danqing was currently playing chess with the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign. Bone Weapon, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your chess skills are truly lacking. Sage Master Danqing laughed loudly. Every time Sage Master Danqing played chess with the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign, he would tyrannically crush the other party. However, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign would repeatedly lose and continue to fight. Even if he lost every time and had never won, he still wouldn't admit defeat. Seeing Sage Master Danqing laugh loudly, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign said, "Old Qing, don't be complacent too early. There will be a day when I will defeat you. There will be a day." Sage Master Danqing shook his head. "I don't think you have a chance." As soon as Sage Master Danqing finished speaking, he suddenly had a thought and his expression changed drastically. Seeing the change in Sage Master Danqing's expression, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign hurriedly asked, "Old Qing, what's wrong?" "Fong Chen used the Dow-level array formation I gave him," Sage Master Danqing said in a deep voice. His words were filled with worry. He had just entered the Heavenly Void secret realm and he had already used a Dow-level array formation. What kind of danger did Fong Chen encounter? How long has it been since he used a Dow-level array formation? Is it really as the rumors say? The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign was also extremely surprised. It was rumored that the Heavenly Void secret realm was a place to harvest geniuses. The weak geniuses who entered the Heavenly Void secret realm would all die. Those who could stand out would be the peerless geniuses of the entire ancient Sword Continent. In the beginning, Sage Master Danqing and the others didn't believe it, but now they had no choice but to take this problem seriously. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a life-and-death situation, Fong Chen definitely wouldn't use a Dow-level array formation. Even if he encountered danger after using a Dow-level array formation, the danger should be resolved, the Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign said. "I hope so," Sage Master Donching's face was ashen as he said in a low voice, "Heavenly Void, Secret Realm, in the void outside the spatial passage node." Fang Chen stood in the Tao-level array formation. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the power of the stars in the array formation was already very dense. The power of the stars is so domineering. Fang Chen looked around at the power of the stars around him and sighed. If he could refine the power of the stars into his body, his attack power would definitely be extraordinary. However, even a Mystic King Realm expert couldn't do it. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen had been gathering the power of the stars, and in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, all the cultivators had been searching for opportunities. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this short period of time, many cultivators had gained a lot. Star and Moon searched for opportunities while looking for King Lingtong. He swore to take revenge for Fang Chen. At a certain moment, on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, Star and Moon met a cultivator from Tianzhou. This cultivator from Tianzhou saw how beautiful Star and Moon was and became lustful. He wanted to make Star and Moon submit to him. "Beauty, submit to me." The cultivator from Tianzhou sneered. Star and Moon was already unhappy that Fang Chen had been swallowed by the darkness. Now that she heard the cultivator from Tianzhou's mockery, she said coldly, "You are courting death." As soon as Star and Moon finished speaking, she suddenly activated her Xianyin demonic body and used her most powerful attack. "Beauty, you're too explosive, but I like your kind." The cultivator from Tianzhou laughed sinisterly. Rumble, the cultivator from Tianzhou, used all his strength to block Star and Moon's attack. However, by the time he sensed Star and Moon's strength, it was already too late. Star and Moon stepped on the cultivator from Tianzhou. The cultivator's heart was filled with fear. "Beauty, please spare my life. I'm Linda from Tianzhou. My brother is Lin Lu." Linda said anxiously, "I don't know Lin Lu." Star and Moon was expressionless. She stepped on him. With a crack, Linda lost his life. However, the moment Linda died, he had already sent out the news. Somewhere in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, a man in a black robe with a bloodthirsty and cold aura killed a demonic beast at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm with one punch. Bang! The demonic beast at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm could not withstand the punch from the man in the black robe. Its body shattered. Then, the man in the black robe walked to the demonic beast's heart. He picked it up, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. After doing all this, a smile appeared on the black-robed man's face. "Brother Lin Lu, you're getting stronger and stronger," a skinny man beside him said with a smile. "That's right. Brother Lin Lu's strength has already reached the limit of the spiritual vortex realm. You're only one step away from the real martial arts realm," another man flattered. The man in the black robe was Lin Lu from Tianzhou. Just as Lin Lu was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. "Brother, I met a woman. She's very strong. I'm not her match." Linda's voice sounded. At the same time, a set of portraits was sent over. Chapter 768. Lin Lu's hand trembled as he took out the shattered life slip. His face was extremely gloomy and his body emitted a beast-like aura. "Big Brother Lin Lu, what's wrong?" "Big Brother Lin Lu, what happened?" the two cultivators hurriedly asked. "Linda's dead," Lin Lu said coldly. His voice was filled with an intimidating aura. "What? Linda is dead?" The two cultivators were shocked when they heard that. They knew how important Linda was to Lin Lu. Lin Lu would definitely be furious if Linda was dead. As expected, Lin Lu spoke. "Pass down my order. All cultivators in Tianzhou are to search for this woman. I, Lin Lu, will unconditionally fulfill one request of anyone who can provide me with an accurate location." As he spoke, a spiritual image appeared in front of Lin Lu. The woman in the image was Star and Moon. Big brother Lin Lu, don't worry. This woman dared to kill Linda. She will pay the price. The skinny cultivator nodded heavily. Another warrior also made a solemn vow. 3 days later, all the cultivators in Tianzhou heard the news of Linda's death. Lin Lu issued a reward to search for a woman. This woman shouldn't be from Tianzhou. She's really bold. She actually dared to touch Lin Lu's younger brother. Yeah, she offended Lin Lu. She's dead. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find her. Yeah, Lin Lu will unconditionally fulfill one request. This temptation is too great. Many cultivators in Tianzhou started to search for Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon had no idea that she was being targeted by the cultivators in Tianzhou. The heavenly void secret dimension was huge. It was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It was very difficult to find a person in this huge, heavenly void secret dimension. Many cultivators were in a hurry in the heavenly void secret dimension. In the void outside the spatial tunnel, Fang Qin was still gathering the power of the stars. At a certain moment, there was a loud explosion in the Tao level array. Fang Qin opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The power of the stars had reached the limit of the Tao level array. It could no longer draw the power of the stars. Let's hope we can blast open a corner, Fang Qin muttered to himself. Subsequently, Fang Qin controlled the Tao level array formation to operate instantly. Then, the power of the stars in the Tao level formation gathered on Fang Qin's fist like a stampede of horses. At this moment, Fang Qin felt that his body was filled with power as powerful as a true martial realm expert. Open! Fang Qin let out a low growl and punched out. The power of the stars gathered on his fist flowed down like a waterfall. Rumble wherever the power of the stars passed, the void would constantly distort. This was enough to show how powerful the power of the stars was. Unfortunately, this star energy was only drawn over by a Tao grade formation, and it was utterly impossible for humans to accomplish this. In the blink of an eye, the power of the stars bombarded a certain plane of nothingness, and a deafening sound rang out. Fang Qin saw the surging star power spread out in an instant. Even the explosion of a nuclear weapon on Earth would not have such power. It's too powerful. Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. With such power, if it bombarded his body, he would be turned into ashes in a matter of minutes. It must succeed. Fang Qin prayed in his heart. He was very nervous. This time his survival was at stake. Crack! A ripple was set off in the void plane. The vast power of the stars swept through the entire void plane and instantly invaded it. Under Fang Qin's gaze, a crack suddenly appeared in the void plane. Then, Fang Qin saw a space passage. Ha, it worked. Fang Qin also did not expect that it would actually succeed so easily. Since the space passage appeared, Fang Qin naturally would not waste any time. His figure flashed, and with the help of the remaining power of the stars in the Tao level formation, he instantly drilled out of the crack. Crash! The Tao level formation collapsed, and the power of the stars was restored to heaven and earth. The crack in the void plane also closed again. At this time, Fang Qin had returned to the space passage. His surroundings were pitch black, but Fang Qin was very excited. He was finally back. In the void plane, he did not know how many days had passed. Time did not have any meaning. Fang Qin did not stop. He quickly flew in the space passage. In the blink of an eye, he left the space passage. In the void plane, after Fang Qin left, an old voice sounded. Interesting little guy. Whoosh! Fang Qin looked up at the endless blue sky and took a deep breath. In the void plane, he almost suffocated to death. He finally returned to the heavenly void secret land. Ha, I Fang Qin am back. At this time, Fang Qin was very excited. He was plotted against in the space passage and was lucky to survive. After experiencing a lot of hardships, he finally returned. Plotting against you, Master Fong Qin. You're dead. Although Fong Qin did not know who the person who had plotted against him was, he believed that he would definitely find out. The place where Fong Qin was at was a lush mountain range. What is this place? Fong Qin did not know anything about the Heavenly Void secret land. He was prepared to walk around and see if he could find the martial artists from the 5-element state. Thinking of this, Fong Qin's body flashed and disappeared into the mountain range. At this time, in the depths of the mountain range, there were a few martial artists sitting on green stones and resting. After searching for so many days, we still can't find that girl. Yes, the Heavenly Void secret land is so big, it's too difficult to find her. Let's take a break and continue searching. Anyway, it won't delay anything. We can look for opportunities while searching for this girl. These martial artists were all martial artists from the Tianzhou state. The leader was a martial artist at the 8th level spiritual whirlpool realm. The other martial artists were all at the 7th level spiritual whirlpool realm. In the Tianzhou state, they were considered outstanding geniuses. However, in the Heavenly Void secret land, their strength was nothing. As they were chatting, they suddenly felt that someone was approaching. The leader frowned and looked into the distance, cautiously. At this time, Fong Qin's figure entered their sight. Yes, seeing that Fong Qin was alone, these people instantly let down their guard. Fong Qin was walking when he suddenly saw the martial artists. His eyes lit up and he walked towards them. "Boy, who are you?" the leader asked coldly. "I'm just passing by and want to ask where this is." Fong Qin cupped his hands and said, "We don't know either." The leader said. He noticed that there was a 5-pointed star symbol on Fong Qin's collar. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 5-pointed star was the symbol of the 5 Elements Academy. "Boy, have you seen this girl before?" The leader's soul moved and a soul portrait appeared in the sky. Yes. Seeing this, Fong Qin's expression changed slightly, and he stared at the portrait. Wasn't this the portrait of the star and moon? Why were these people looking for her? "I don't know her," Fong Qin said. "Why are you looking for her? Why are you asking so much nonsense? If you don't know her, then hand over your interspatial ring and get out of here," the leader said coldly. "Robbery." Fong Qin raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Boy, don't be so shameless." Before the martial artist could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly, because his chest was bleeding. Opposite him, Fong Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood. "Boy, you dared to attack!" The leader was furious and launched a fierce attack. "You dare to rob with such strength?" Originally, Fong Qin disdained to attack them. However, they were looking for the star and moon, and seemed to want to harm the star and moon. Moreover, they wanted to rob Fong Qin. Therefore, Fong Qin attacked. His combat power was comparable to the 9th level of the spirit vortex realm. The martial artists in Tianzhou were unable to resist. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, the other martial artists were all killed. Only the leader was left. He cried out in horror. Bang! Fong Qin stepped on the leader's chest and pressed the hidden star sword against his throat. He asked, "Why are you looking for that girl?" "This girl killed the younger brother of our Tianzhou's #1 martial artist, Lin Lu. Lin Lu issued a reward for finding this girl. He will unconditionally fulfill one request." The leader was already scared out of his wits. He answered whatever Fong Qin asked. Lin Lu. Fong Qin had never heard of this person, but he remembered it in his heart. "Hero, please spare my life." The leader begged for mercy. Pucci the hidden star sword slashed across the leader's neck and blood spurted out. Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. Not long after Fong Qin left, a group of Tianzhou martial artists arrived. After discovering the dead Tianzhou martial artists, their faces were gloomy. "Who killed our Tianzhou martial artists?" Someone said coldly. "Could it be that girl? The culprit shouldn't have gone far. Chase!" In an instant, these Tianzhou martial artists all gave chase. After Fang Chen killed a few Tianzhou martial artists, he left the mountain range. He realized something. When he came out of the void plane, he seemed to have entered the space tunnel at the entrance of Tianzhou. After coming out of the space tunnel, this area was filled with Tianzhou martial artists. I have to find the star and moon as soon as possible, Fang Chen said to himself. At a certain moment, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. It sniffed and said, "Boss, I smell danger." Hearing this, Fang Chen leaped and instantly stood in the air, looking into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a black figure flew over from the horizon and let out a loud and clear cry. The ear-piercing cry made Fang Chen slightly startled. Bang! Seeing the black shadow's aggressive attack, Fang Chen punched out. Immediately, his body kept retreating and finally landed on the ground. At this time, Fang Chen also saw the black shadow that attacked him. It was a flying beast, golden-winged bird. Staring at the black shadow in the sky, Fang Chen said, Chapter 769. It was rare to encounter a golden-winged bird in the outside world. The golden-winged bird clan was best at speed. It was said that an adult golden-winged bird's speed was so fast that even a warrior at the limit of the spiritual vortex realm could not catch up with it. The powerful golden-winged bird did not even fear a warrior at the real martial arts realm. They dominated the demonic beast world by relying on their speed. In terms of survival skills, the golden-winged bird was definitely the best. It's a golden-winged bird. Fang Chen stared at the golden-winged bird in the sky and muttered to himself. Fang Chen sensed that the golden-winged bird's strength was around the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. If it were other demonic beasts, Fang Chen would not be afraid. However, he could not kill the golden-winged bird. Whoosh! The golden-winged bird flapped its wings and instantly turned into a black shadow, charging towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the earth escape sword technique. Crash! Countless rays of earthy yellow sword light instantly surrounded Fang Chen's body, forming an extremely strong defense. Puchi! The golden-winged bird's sharp beak collided with the yellow sword light and disappeared in a flash. When the golden-winged bird returned to the sky, Fang Chen realized that a few rays of the yellow sword light had been shattered. In the following time, the golden-winged bird used its speed as its foundation to attack Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he could not even catch the golden-winged bird's shadow. This made Fang Chen speechless. Damn it! After 15 minutes, the defense formed by the earth escape sword technique was completely broken by the golden-winged bird. Fang Chen could not attack the golden-winged bird at all. The bird's speed was too fast. At this moment, Little Mouse used its special ability. A huge purple rat shadow appeared and a strong suction force instantly enveloped the golden-winged bird. Roar! The golden-winged bird let out a loud cry. It seemed to have sensed danger. It flapped its wings and instantly turned into a black shadow. It escaped the coverage of Little Mouse's special ability and disappeared into the sky. Seeing the golden-winged bird leave, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. If he could possess the speed of the golden-winged bird, he would even dare to challenge a true martial realm expert. However, this was just a thought. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen walked carefully. If a rare demonic beast like the golden-winged bird could appear here, there should be even more powerful demonic beasts. After walking for about 10 days, Fang Chen heard a piece of news. On a mountain peak not far away from him, a golden dragon pillar appeared. It was said that there was a powerful treasure hidden within the golden light dragon pillar. Many warriors rushed over after hearing the news. Fang Chen was no exception. He was also curious about the golden light dragon pillar. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen discovered that there was a golden dragon pillar at the top of the mountain. Why was it called the golden light dragon pillar? That was because the pillar that reached the sky was completely condensed by golden light. There were dragon-shaped carvings around it. Thus, it was called the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Faintly, one could see that there was a golden token within the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. At the foot of the mountain, there were about 20 warriors. Some were from the Tianzhou state, and some were from the demon state. However, there were no warriors from the five-element state. Fang Chen's arrival did not attract any attention. Everyone's gaze was on the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Could it be that the token within the Golden Light Dragon Pillar is a keepsake? Even if it's not a keepsake, it's definitely a treasure. How do I get the token? Do I just have to step into the Golden Light Dragon Pillar? Why don't you try and find out? Someone was restless, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. His figure flashed, and he directly flew to the top of the mountain. Then his aura surged, and he instantly stepped into the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Seeing the purple glow around this person, many of the Tianzhou warriors cried out in surprise. Purple glow. Could it be the limitless purple luck technique? A warrior exclaimed. It's Zixi. It's actually him. The Tianzhou warriors recognized this person. His name was Zixi. Among the younger generation of the Tianzhou state, he was considered one of the best. Bang! Just as the crowd was discussing, Zixi retreated from the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Purple glow surged around his body, and he looked battered and exhausted. His face was ashen as he stared at the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Clearly, Zixi had failed. What? Even Zixi failed? Someone cried out in surprise. Zixi's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. If even Zixi had failed, then who could have gotten the token? Fang Chen glanced at Zixi, and then looked at the Golden Light Dragon Pillar thoughtfully. During this time, many warriors had entered the Golden Light Dragon Pillar, but as expected, they were all blasted out. They were even more battered than Zixi. At this time, the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. It's just a Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Let me suppress it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Then, a black figure leaped onto the mountain peak and stepped into the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes widened. It's Yu Heng, the demon state's Yu Heng. Will he succeed? Another peerless genius caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Yu Heng's strength was slightly higher than Zixi's. He was very famous among the demon state's geniuses. Seeing Yu Heng make a move, some of the demon state's warriors believed that the token would definitely be obtained by Yu Heng. At this time, the crowd could clearly see Yu Heng, who was inside the Golden Light Dragon Pillar, step by step. His body was approaching the token. Can Yu Heng really get the token? What exactly is this token? Why is it inside the Golden Light Dragon Pillar? The Golden Light Dragon Pillar had suddenly appeared. No one knew why it had appeared. It was very likely that some warriors had triggered some mechanism, causing the Golden Light Dragon Pillar to appear. Many people believed that the token inside the Golden Light Dragon Pillar was the key to some ruins. Anyway, it was very important. At the beginning, many people were eager to give it a try. But after Zixi's failure, the crowd dismissed the idea. Even Zixi had failed. Among the crowd, there were not many who were stronger than Zixi. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yu Heng was about to touch the token. At this time, Yu Heng's face was full of smiles. It's just a token. Yu Heng can easily get it, Yu Heng said arrogantly. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the token. But at this time, a powerful fluctuation came from the Golden Light Dragon Pillar, instantly pushing Yu Heng back. Yu Heng did his best to circulate his energy, wanting to stabilize himself. But in the end, he still failed. Yu Heng miserably retreated from the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Just a moment ago, he had arrogantly said that he would suppress the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. But now, he was rejected by the Golden Light Dragon Pillar. Yu Heng felt his face burning. What? Even Yu Heng failed? The crowd exclaimed. Could it be that only the top geniuses of the 3 prefectures could suppress the golden light dragon pillar? For a moment, the foot of the mountain became restless. At that moment, Fang Qin tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up to the peak of the mountain. "You're courting death." Seeing Fang Qin step into the golden light dragon pillar, Yu Heng said coldly to Zixi. The Tianzhou and Demon Prefectures cultivators looked at each other. Who is this kid? Does he think he's stronger than Yu Heng and Zixi? I don't even know his name. He must be a nobody. Humph, is he trying to play to the gallery? How laughable. Many cultivators shook their heads. They didn't think that Fang Qin would succeed. At this time, within the golden light dragon pillar, Fang Qin was struggling to move. He was surrounded by boundless energy. Just how is this golden light dragon pillar formed? Fang Qin muttered to himself. The pressure within the golden light dragon pillar was very great. It was impossible to walk to the token. Fang Qin had only decided to give it a try after careful consideration. After taking a few steps, Fang Qin discovered that he still couldn't obtain the token with his current strength. Fang Qin silently circulated his golden heart. The undying bird's essence blood within the golden heart instantly burned. Crash! Boundless, undying flames instantly surged out of the golden heart. Fang Qin's body was surrounded by dense, undying flames. After the undying flames protected his body, Fang Qin discovered that the pressure from the golden light dragon pillar had decreased a lot. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Qin walked step by step to the front of the token. He then picked up the golden token. The outside world was in an uproar. Just who was this kid? Even Zixi and Yu Heng couldn't do it, but he did it. Moreover, he did it so casually. What's going on? Zixi stared at the golden light dragon pillar and said in a low voice. There's something wrong with the flames on his body, Yu Heng said. As they spoke, Fang Qin walked out of the golden light dragon pillar with a token in his hand. Chapter 770. Zixi and Yu Heng had both failed. Below the mountain, many cultivators believed that it would be extremely difficult to take out a token from the golden dragon pillar. Yet a nameless pawn had actually managed to take out a token successfully. Seeing Fang Qin calmly walk out of the golden dragon pillar, everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe how Fang Qin had succeeded. Even Zixi and Yu Heng were staring at Fang Qin. Seeing everyone's gazes on him, Fang Qin grinned and put away the token. It was at this moment that Zixi opened his mouth. Brother, I've never seen you before. Are you a cultivator from the Demon Province or the 5 Elements Province? Asked Zixi as he looked at Fang Qin. To be able to take out a token from the golden dragon pillar, such a cultivator definitely wasn't a nobody. He definitely wasn't a cultivator from the Sky Province. My Demon Province doesn't seem to have someone like you either, said Yu Heng. Fang Qin spread his hands. That's right. I'm a cultivator from the 5 Elements Province. Hearing that, Zixi and Yu Heng's expressions changed slightly before returning to normal. With your skills, you can be considered a peak expert in the 5 Elements Province, said Zixi. Fang Qin shook his head. I'm nothing in the 5 Elements Province. Fang Qin's words caused Yu Hen to frown slightly. This kid was clearly brushing them off. Of the 3 provinces, the Demon Province was the strongest. The 5 Elements Province was about the same as the Sky Province. However, if they were to carefully calculate, the 5 Elements Province was even weaker than the Sky Province. Zixi was already considered one of the Sky Province's geniuses, but even he couldn't take out a token from the golden dragon pillar. Since this person was able to take out a token, his strength should be about the same as Zixi's. But now he was saying that his strength wasn't anything in the 5 Elements Province. Sir, we don't care how strong you are in the 5 Elements Province. We just want to take a look at your token, said Yu Heng. After all, he was a genius of the Demon Continent. His tone was unquestionable. That's right. Brother, We also want to know what the medallion within the golden dragon pillar is. Can you take it out for us to see? Zixi grinned. Looking at Zixi and Yu Heng, Fang Qin said, "It's just an ordinary token. It's not worthy of your attention." Fang Qin tactfully rejected Zixi and Yu Heng's proposal, causing the two of them to be slightly displeased. At this moment, many warriors below the mountain had also leaped to the top of the mountain. "Brat, senior brother Yu Heng is speaking politely to you because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful," berated a demon state cultivator. He was a martial artist from Yu Heng's faction, so he naturally spoke up for Yu Heng. "Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't take it out, there is no need for senior brother Zixi to make a move. I will be able to suppress you," a cultivator behind Zixi said arrogantly. A trace of killing intent flashed through Fang Chen's eyes when he saw this. These small fries before him were not enough to make him, Fang Chen, feel any fear. However, before Fang Chen could say anything, the golden dragon pillar suddenly shook and then collapsed. Countless dense golden auras poured into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's heart shook. This golden aura had actually entered the medallion he had just obtained. In the blink of an eye, the deathly still medallion began to vibrate. Countless golden runes appeared on the medallion. These runes constantly moved about chaotically before finally stabilizing. Then the medallion returned to its original calm state. This process was extremely fast. In fact, it had only taken the blink of an eye. However, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that this medallion was definitely not ordinary. Although he didn't know what this medallion was, it wasn't the time to study it right now. He had to deal with the problem before him, first before studying it properly. Who knew? He might be able to discover something. When everyone saw that Fang Qin had fallen silent, they thought that Fang Qin was afraid. The cultivator from Zixi's faction became even more arrogant. "Brat, are you still not going to hand over the medallion? Do you want to die? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't see the medallion by then, you can stay here forever," the cultivator from Yu Heng's faction said. Fang Qin was startled awake by their voices. When he heard these threats, his face darkened completely. "Are you all planning to snatch it by force?" Fang Qin glanced at Zixi, then turned his gaze towards Yu Heng and asked, "I already said that I'm just borrowing your medallion." "That's right. Given our status, we wouldn't stoop so low as to rob you. We're just borrowing your medallion," Yu Heng said. The two of them didn't even bat an eyelid when they lied, making Fang Qin speechless. A trace of ridicule appeared in Fang Chen's eyes, after which he said, "There's only one token, but both of you want to borrow it to take a look. Tell me, who should I give it to?" "Of course you should give it to me," Zixi immediately said. "I, Yu Heng, naturally want to be the first to see it," Yu Heng solemnly said. Immediately, swords were drawn on the mountain peak. Yu Heng's people and Zixi's people were in a standoff. "Brother Yu Heng, how about you give me some face?" Zixi said. The medallion within the golden dragon pillar was definitely not ordinary. Zixi naturally wanted to be the first to see it. Perhaps he would be able to discover the secret within it. Yu Heng also didn't want to give in. He shook his head. "Then, Brother Zixi, why don't you give me some face?" Immediately, the two sides were in a standoff. Neither Zixi nor Yu Heng was willing to give in. Zixi and Yu Heng didn't make a move. Although Yu Heng was slightly stronger than Zixi, if they really fought, both of them would definitely be injured. They had just entered the heavenly void, secret land. If they were injured, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the future. Naturally, Yu Heng wasn't stupid enough to fight Zixi. The two sides were in a standoff. After a long while, Yu Heng suddenly saw a smile in Fang Chen's eyes. Immediately after, Yu Heng shook his head slightly. He looked at Zixi and said, "Brother Zixi, is there any point in our standoff? Will we be able to see the medallion in the end?" Hearing Yu Heng's words, Zixi was also shocked. To be able to reach such a stage, Zixi's intelligence must be monstrous. After Yu Heng's reminder, Zixi instantly understood. Soon after, he grinned and said, "Why don't we join forces and use this guy's medallion to pass the test?" No matter how they fought, it would be after they obtained the medallion. At the same time, Yu Heng and Zixi couldn't help but admire this guy's strategy. With just a simple sentence, the two of them had almost fallen for it. After Yu Heng and Zixi reached an agreement, they both looked at Fang Qin. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, suppressing Fang Qin. "Brat, don't try to be clever," said Zixi coldly. "You know that if you don't use the medallion, you won't be able to leave here today," said Yu Heng in a deep voice. Seeing this, Fang Qin also directly expressed his attitude. He said, "Robbery is robbery. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? Is this the style of the Tianzhou and Demon Zhou cultivators? How laughable. Since the medallion is in my hands, it means that it is fated to be with me. You want me to obediently hand it over." "Impossible," said Fang Qin in a deep voice. Fang Qin's attitude was very clear. It was impossible for him to hand over the medallion. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Zixi and Yu Heng were completely enraged. "Brat, you will regret what you have done today," said Zixi. "If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" said Fang Qin domineeringly. "There's no need for senior apprentice brother Zixi to do anything. Let me suppress you." The person who spoke was Zixi's disciple. He had been extremely arrogant before. "The Tianzhou's Zixi, are you afraid? Why don't you let your dog test me?" demanded Fang Qin. "Brat, you're courting death." That disciple's expression was gloomy. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he furiously roared. "A dog will always be a dog. You'll never know just how stupid your actions are," continued Fang Qin. That disciple was infuriated and immediately prepared to attack Fang Qin. As for Zixi and Yu Heng, they were extremely disdainful of Fang Qin's provocation. "Brat, although you obtained the medallion from the golden dragon pillar, you still don't have the qualifications to make me, Zixi, personally kill you," said Zixi icily. Zixi's words had just left his mouth when that disciple suddenly roared. Carrying a monstrous aura, he instantly launched a fierce attack at Fang Qin. That disciple's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm. Among the younger generation of the Tianzhou province, he was ranked in the top 30. "With your strength, you're only fit to be someone else's dog." Seeing that disciple's fierce attack, Fang Qin wasn't the slightest bit afraid. "Go die." That disciple tightly clenched his fists. His entire body's strength gathered in his palms as he fiercely punched out. Bang! Fang Qin's fist fiercely smashed into that disciple's body, causing a deafening sound. When the boundless spiritual qi dissipated, Zixi's disciple was instantly sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. "Trash like you dares to be so arrogant." Fang Qin was extremely insolent. He didn't give Zixi any face. Since they wanted to steal his things, then he didn't need to care about their faces. Fang Qin unleashed a fierce attack, sending the martial artist who had shouted at him flying with a single punch. "You!" The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to speak, but because of his heavy injuries he couldn't speak. Zixi's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fang Qin. "Brat, before you hit a dog, you have to look at its master." "You'll have to pay with your life for injuring my people," said Zixi icily. "Why the hypocrisy? If you want to kill me, then just say it. Are all the people of the Tianzhou province so fake?" Fang Qin sneered disdainfully. "Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible?" Zixi's body had a purple luster. His purple hair fluttered as a boundless aura was emitted. "Arrogant? Am I as arrogant as you? I worked so hard to obtain something. Do you think I'm a pushover?" Fang Qin icily said. Chapter 771. Fang Qin believed that he had to be strong sometimes. Otherwise, he would be treated as a pushover, and that would be a very unpleasant feeling. Although his current strength was not enough to easily suppress Zixi and Yu Heng, it was impossible for them to defeat him. Zixi's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Among the younger generation in Tianzhou, he could be ranked in the top 10. As for Yu Heng, he was at the middle stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was slightly stronger than Zixi. However, due to the demon state's ferocious nature and the abundance of geniuses, Yu Heng could not be ranked in the top 10. However, the ranking did not matter. Strength was the most important. If Fang Chen went all out, defeating Zixi would not be a problem. Even if he faced Yu Heng, he could still defeat him if he used some of his trump cards. Yu Heng and Zixi treated him like a fool and asked him to hand over the token. How could he hand it over? Moreover, he had heard that Lin Lu of Tianzhou had issued a bounty to capture his wife not long ago. Why should he be soft on them? Therefore, the usually mild-mannered Fang Chen was furious at this moment. If you are not convinced, come and fight me. I can easily suppress you. Faced with Fang Chen's arrogant words, Zixi's aura surged. He was completely enraged. Yu Heng, on the other hand, stared at Fang Chen with a solemn expression, as if he wanted to see through the latter. However, no matter how Yu Heng observed, he could not see through Fang Chen. "Kid, don't be so arrogant." At this moment, the warriors from Yu Heng's faction could not stand Fang Chen's arrogant words. Before Zixi could make a move, the cultivators of Yu Heng's faction quickly attacked. They attacked Fang Chen at lightning speed. "Trash!" Fang Chen only said 2 words and threw out a simple punch. In the end, just like the warriors from Zixi's faction, the warriors from Yu Heng's faction were just asking for humiliation. Bang! The warriors from Yu Heng's faction were instantly sent flying. Their miserable appearance was not any weaker than the warriors from Zixi's faction. Fang Chen easily defeated 2 warriors from the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made the warriors from Yu Heng's faction fearful. At this time, Zixi was finally going to make his move. "Kid, do you think you can challenge me just because you defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm?" Zixi's purple light rippled as he said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the token, break your arms, and get out of here. Hand over the token and break your own arms." What a joke! Fang Chen chuckled after hearing this. "If you break your arms, I might consider giving you the badge." Zixi's words were filled with threats. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He faced him head-on and did not back down at all. "Brat, allow me, Yu Heng, to teach you how to conduct yourself." Seeing this, Yu Heng wanted to attack. However, Zixi was 1 step ahead of him. "Brother Yu Heng, let me do it." As he spoke, Zixi's figure flashed. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Zixi had his own plans in his heart. If he could defeat Fang Chen, he might be the first to obtain the badge. At that time, Yu Heng would not be able to do anything. If Yu Heng were to make a move, it was very likely that the token would fall into his hands. "Don't fight. One by one, everyone will have a share." Fang Chen chuckled. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Zixi was furious and roared. In the next moment, the purple light around Zixi gathered above his head. Then, Zixi used the limitless purple luck technique. Limitless purple luck technique. Zixi roared and activated the limitless purple luck technique to the extreme. Above Xian's head, the thick purple light transformed into a purple battle spear. This was the most basic form of the limitless purple luck technique. Zixi believed that he did not need to use his full strength to deal with this kid. The limitless purple luck technique was a top level 6 cultivation technique and was extremely domineering. Although it was only the most basic form, this purple battle spear was able to strike at full strength. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the 9th level of the spirit vortex realm would not dare to face it head-on. Whoosh! Under Zixie's control, the purple battle spear above his head shot towards Fong Qin with a majestic force. Petty tricks. Fong Qin sneered when he saw that. Then, Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword. First, Fong Qin used the earth evasion sword technique. Countless rays of yellow sword light surrounded his body. Then, Fong Qin activated the sword body. The sword body at the beginning of the body refinement realm, combined with the earth evasion sword technique, formed the strongest defense. A mere battle spear can't even break through my defense. After doing all this, Fong Qin's face was full of disdain as he said coldly. Zixie was furious. He increased the strength of the purple battle spear and ruthlessly struck Fong Qin's body. The latter did not move and allowed the purple battle spear to strike his body. Too weak. It's like scratching an itch. Within the majestic purple aura, Fong Qin's voice sounded. With a rumbling sound, the purple aura dissipated and the purple battle spear disappeared. Fong Qin was still standing there, the yellow sword light still around him. This is... Zixie narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fong Qin. He had underestimated this person's defense. He hadn't thought that he would be able to block the most basic form of his violet luck limitless art with just his physical body. Suddenly, Zixie laughed out loud and said, "Brat, I have indeed underestimated you. With your defense, even in the Tianzhou province, you would be considered a decent genius. Unfortunately, you have met me, Zixie." "You talk too much nonsense," said Fong Qin. After the exchange, Fong Qin had a certain understanding of the violet luck limitless art. He was not afraid of Zixie. Violet luck limitless art. Being mocked by a nobody, Zixie was furious. He immediately activated the strongest form of the violet luck limitless art. Above his head, the purple light condensed into a purple lion. This purple lion opened its bloody mouth and a vast amount of power surged out. "Kid, you should be proud that you died to my violet luck limitless art." Zixie coldly laughed. The purple lion opened its bloody mouth and countless motes of purple light shot towards Fong Qin. Seeing this, Fong Qin used the golden light dragon sword technique. Countless rays of golden sword light floated around Fong Qin. Then, under his control, 10,000 swords shot out, carrying a thunderous power as they pierced towards the purple lion. Rumble on the mountain peak. A wild, rumbling sound exploded. Countless rays of golden sword light collided with the purple lion. Zixie's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. He stared at the center of the explosion, surrounded by a majestic purple aura. He should be dead, Zixie muttered to himself. To the side, Yu Heng also stared at the center of the battle. He wanted to confirm whether or not this person was dead. Crash! The vast purple aura dissipated, revealing Fong Qin's true appearance. The corners of his clothes were torn, and he looked a bit haggard. This is the violet luck limitless art. Fong Qin's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. When Zixie saw Fong Qin standing on the mountain peak, perfectly fine, a huge wave of shock surged in his heart. His cultivation was clearly inferior to his. So why was his battle strength so strong? Even the strongest form of the violet luck limitless art was unable to injure him. It wasn't just Zixie. Even Yu Heng was shocked. This kid was able to withstand Zixie's violet luck limitless art. It looks like his battle strength is at least at the middle 9th level of the spirit vortex realm. Yu Heng thought to himself. It looked like this kid really did have the right to be arrogant. Zixie did his best to suppress the fury in his heart. He looked at Yu Heng and said, "Brother Yu Heng, you've seen this kid's strength. Why don't we work together to deal with him?" This, Yu Heng was in no hurry to reply. He pondered for a moment. "Brother Yu Heng, if we don't get rid of this kid, he will definitely be a threat in the future. After killing him, you can look at the token first. After you're done, I'll look at it. How about that?" Zixie asked. Hearing Zixie's words, Yu Hung immediately agreed. Okay, I agree. In the blink of an eye, Zixi and Yu Hung had reached an agreement to work together to deal with Fang Chen. You can't defeat me alone, so you want to work together? Fang Chen deliberately provoked them. Are these the elites of the Tianzhou and Demon Continent? I think they're just SOZO. Kid, your provocation is useless against us, Yu Hung said coldly. Kid, if I work together with brother Yu Hung, you won't have any chance. Zixi looked sinisterly at Fang Chen. So what if you work together? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fang Chen's attitude was as strong as ever. You don't know what's good for you, Yu Hung said indifferently. If he and Zixi worked together, they would even dare to fight against a late 9th level spirit vortex realm practitioner, let alone this clown in front of them. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, countless supreme grade spirit stones flew out and shot into the ground. Boundless spirit qi complemented each other. The supreme grade profound level formation was instantly set up. Formation. Zixi was just about to make a move when he found himself trapped in the formation. As for Yu Hung, after seeing the formation, his face became even more gloomy. Yu Hung was experienced and knowledgeable, so he instantly recognized that this formation was a supreme grade profound level formation. A supreme grade profound level formation. Looks like we've underestimated this person, Yu Hung said softly. A supreme grade profound level formation. Doesn't that mean this kid is a top formation grandmaster? Zixi asked in disbelief. Yu Hung nodded. A formation grandmaster's combat power is not weak. It's too difficult to kill him. Then what do we do? Zixi asked. Attack the formation with all your strength. After Yu Hung finished speaking, everyone attacked the formation with all their strength. Rumble, although the supreme grade profound level formation was powerful, Yu Hung and the others were also very strong. In the blink of an eye, the formation was destroyed. Seeing this, Fang Chen prepared to set up another formation. Brother, we were reckless. The token belongs to you. We won't lend it to you. Let's end this here. How about it? Yu Hung suddenly said. At the side, Zixi's expression kept changing. Yu Hang's words were tantamount to giving up. Zixi felt powerless. His eyes were filled with anger. One day I'll kill you, Zixi swore in his heart. Chapter 772. A cold smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Just a moment ago, he had threatened to kill him and then take his token. Now, he didn't want to fight. Yu Hung and Zixi's expressions changed slightly. If Fang Chen was just powerful, then they wouldn't be afraid. But now, Fang Chen's other identity had been exposed. He was a formation grandmaster, and a peak formation grandmaster at that. If they fought with their lives on the line, both sides would definitely be injured. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Brother, if the two of us join hands, although we'll be injured, it won't be difficult to defeat you. Don't force me, said Yu Hung. Zixi's eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want the token anymore, asked Fang Chen. Yu Heng shook his head. Let's end this here. In the future, we'll meet again. After he finished speaking, Yu Hung turned around and left with the warriors of his faction. Fang Chen didn't stop them. Just as Yu Hung had said, if he completely infuriated Yu Hung and Zixi, the two of them would join hands and cause trouble for him. After Yu Hung left, Zixi, who was left behind, glared coldly at Fang Chen and said icily, If I had ZMO, you would have died without a doubt. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then scram. Fang Chen directly berated Zixi. Zixi was infuriated, but in the end he managed to restrain himself. Now that Yu Hung had left, he couldn't defeat the person in front of him by himself. Brat, the next time we meet, I'll personally kill you, said Zixi icily. Then he turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Zixi's departing figures. His eyes were blurred as he muttered to himself. The next time we meet, you might not even have the chance to fight. After everyone left, Fang Chen didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he took out the token he had obtained from the golden dragon pillar. There were many dragon markings on the token. Those dragon markings were extremely complicated. They seemed to be indicating something. Why did the golden dragon pillar suddenly appear? Fong Qin was puzzled. This medallion was one of the medallions in the golden dragon pillar. It was definitely extraordinary. How extraordinary was it? Fong Chen's soul entered the token and began to examine it. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At that instant, a magnificent aura burst out from the badge. Immediately after, Fong Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. This was because he discovered that the token was filled with a majestic aura. A golden aura filled the entire token, causing Fong Qin to be extremely shocked. Fong Qin tried to absorb the golden aura, but found that he couldn't. After the golden aura surged out from the token, it revolved around the token. In the end, when the golden aura dissipated, a word appeared on the token. Dragon. Fong Qin was puzzled. What did the word dragon mean? However, after pondering for a moment, Fong Qin understood that the word long should represent some kind of identity. No matter how he thought about it, Fong Qin couldn't figure it out. In the end, he put the token into his spatial ring. Then he turned around and left. Half a month later, Fong Qin finally found Star and Moon. At this time, Star and Moon's strength had improved. The aura around her was perfect and flawless. When she saw Fong Qin appear, Star and Moon's beautiful face was filled with excitement. "Brother Qin!" Star and Moon threw herself into Fong Chen's arms and cried out excitedly, Are you okay?" During this time, Fong Chen had been hearing that the cultivators of Tianzhou were searching for Star and Moon. He was also very worried. "I'm fine," Star and Moon whispered. Back then, when Fong Chen was swallowed by darkness in the spatial tunnel, Star and Moon thought that Fong Chen had died. Since then, she had been searching for the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect in an attempt to avenge Fong Chen. However, she hadn't been able to find him. Now, she finally saw Fong Chen again. Remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Fong Chen was also very surprised when he learned from Star and Moon that it was a remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect who had ambushed him. According to Zhang Jingtao, it should be a king of the Yellow Spring sect, Star and Moon said. The Yellow Spring sect had 8 kings and 3 venerables. Every king had the combat power of the limit of the spiritual vortex realm at their peak. In that battle back then, several of the 8 kings had fallen. The king of Lingtong had also survived with great difficulty. "It's actually a king," Fong Qin said to himself. Now, there were the younger generation of the 3 states in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. If the king of the Yellow Spring sect wanted to make a move, he would have to consider his own strength. The 2 of them snuggled together, and it was very sweet. After a long time, Star and Moon suddenly thought of Lin Yan. "Brother Qin, I have an appointment with Yan. We will meet at Annihilation Peak at noon today," Star and Moon suddenly said. "Then let's go there now," Fong Qin said. Star and Moon had met Lin Yan before, but both of them had matters to attend to, so they parted in a hurry. When they met at Annihilation Peak, it was almost noon. Annihilation Peak was a nameless peak. On Annihilation Peak, Lin Yan, who was wearing a fiery red dress, was waiting for Star and Moon's arrival. However, to his surprise, Xingyu did not come. Instead, a few cultivators from the demon continent came. "Boss, look at that girl on the peak." A few people were walking hurriedly on the plains. Suddenly, a warrior pointed at Lin Yan on Annihilation Peak. Immediately, the others looked at the peak. When the leader saw Lin Yan, a greedy light shone in his eyes. He said, "Let's go up and have a look." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warriors from the demon state immediately stepped onto Annihilation Peak. "Miss, are you alone?" the leader asked. "Who are you?" Lin Yan asked cautiously. "Miss, don't be afraid. I am LV Ijo of the demon state," LV Ijo said with a smile. The warriors from the demon state behind him saw LVE expression and knew that this girl was in trouble. "I don't know you," Lin Yan said calmly. "Miss, we are fated to meet. Why don't we have a chat?" LVE continued. "I said that we don't know each other," Lin Yan said with a little displeasure. "Miss, how dare you talk to our boss like that? Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a warrior behind LVE scolded angrily. "Boss, why are you talking to her?" "Just take her down," another warrior said. Others might not know, but these people knew very well. LVE was a famous womanizer in the demon state. The cultivation technique he practiced was the art of plucking yin and nourishing yang. However, because of LVE deep background, most major forces would not touch LVE. Of course, LVE knew his place and did not dare to provoke the major forces. Even the female disciples of the minor forces would not dare say anything if they were humiliated by him. In the demon state, any woman that LVE had taken a fancy to had never run away. It seems that Miss still doesn't know what the name LVE represents. LVE sinisterly smiled and walked toward Lin Yan. Seeing this, Lin Yan suddenly erupted with a fiery red aura and then launched a fierce attack. LVE sneered and his aura surged. He directly grabbed Lin Yan's hand, making it impossible for her to move. "Let go!" shouted Lin Yan. "Miss, you still want to run after meeting me?" LVE sinisterly smiled, his eyes filled with obscenity. "You." Lin Yan was infuriated. She found that she was not LVE match. Now Lin Yan could only pray that the star and moon would come quickly. With the star and moon's strength, defeating LVE shouldn't be difficult. "My friends will be here soon. If you don't leave, you'll regret it," threatened Lin Yan. "Humph. Have I ever been afraid of anyone? Even in the demon state, I'm ranked in the top 10. LVE other hand reached toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan constantly twisted her body, trying to dodge. But LVE was controlling her body, making it impossible for her to dodge. "You." Lin Yan's eyes were filled with tears. But at this moment, she saw the star and moon and Fong Chan in the distance. "Sister, you!" shouted Lin Yan. Hearing this, LVE sneered and said, "You want to trick me with such petty tricks?" Not to mention that she didn't come. Even if she did, LVE would not be afraid. LVE thought that Lin Yan was lying to him, and his hand continued to reach toward her. Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp sword light cut through the sky and appeared above the Annihilation Peak. LVE sensed danger and immediately retracted his hand, giving up on Lin Yan. He turned around and punched out, instantly shattering the sword light. Then, LVE face darkened as he looked below Annihilation Peak. At this moment, below the Annihilation Peak, a man and a woman leaped onto the peak and walked over to Lin Yan's side. "Yan, are you all right?" asked the star and moon worriedly. As for Fong Chin, he stared at LVE vigilantly. LVE originally wanted to get angry, but when he saw the star and moon, his eyes lit up and his heart rippled. "She's simply a fairy," said LVE excitedly. It would be great if he could cultivate with this woman. LVE thoughts were incomparably dirty. His eyes were greedily staring at the star and moon. He originally thought that Lin Yan was beautiful enough, but who would have thought that there would be someone even more beautiful? If you're still looking, there's no need for your eyes to exist. Suddenly, Fong Chen's voice rang in LVE ears. At this moment, LVE finally noticed Fong Chen. "Kid, who are you?" "I'm in a good mood." "Hurry up and scram," said LVE disdainfully. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you attacked my friend," said Fong Chen. "Kid, why don't you look in the mirror? You want to be a hero saving a beauty with your little strength?" said LVE coldly. LVE cultivation had reached the late 9th level of the spirit vortex realm. He did not fear the person in front of him at all. "If you don't scram, don't blame me for being merciless," said LV coldly. In his heart, he was already impatient to conquer the two women in front of him. Naturally, he was furious that Fong Chen had ruined his plans. Whoosh! The response was a sword light. LV clenched his fists and shattered the sword light with a punch. Then he was completely enraged. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Remember, the person who will kill you is called LV. After saying that, LV exploded with all the power in his body. His majestic aura soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes turned serious. LV strength had exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Star and Moon walked to Fong Chen's side. She wanted to fight alongside Fong Chen. Star and Moon and Fong Chen exchanged glances, then attacked together. Xing Yu activated the mystical Yin baleful physique and immediately displayed the mystical Yin true intent. The wild attacks caused LV heart to palpitate slightly. Star and Moon strength was not much different from LV. In addition, with Fong Chen's assistance, even LV could not withstand the two of them working together. Bang! Bang! Fong Chen displayed the golden light, bright dragon sword technique and secretly activated the sword true intent. Star and Moon's dark Yin true intent, combined with the dark Yin body, was extremely powerful. Due to his carelessness, LV was instantly defeated by the two. LV steadied himself, licked his dry lips and grinned. "I underestimated you too." As he spoke, an iron rod appeared in LV hand. This iron rod contained a majestic golden aura. This was the metal concept. The metal concept was sharp and domineering. Together with the iron rod, its power was raised to the peak. Heavenly Stellar Rod. All of a sudden, LV let out a roar and displayed the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Staff. The vast metal essence instantly blended into the iron rod, causing the aura within the iron rod to rise. Heavenly Stellar Rod. Hearing this, Fong Chen sneered. How could LV rod technique be considered the Heavenly Stellar Rod? How laughable! Fong Chen was a martial artist who had truly seen the power of the Heavenly Stellar Rod. That level of stellar energy was simply too vast. Fong Chen simply couldn't forget it. And now, LV Heavenly Stellar Rod only had a simple name. As for his rod technique, it had nothing to do with the Heavenly Stellar Rod at all. "You dare call your trash rod technique the Heavenly Stellar Rod," mocked Fong Chen. "You're courting death." The Heavenly Stellar Rod was LV signature technique. He would only use it when facing a powerful enemy. But now he was actually being mocked by Fong Chen. This infuriated him. Crash! Majestic metal concept revolved within the iron rod, and then LV palm suddenly moved. The iron rod spun in front of him faster and faster. Countless afterimages of the rod floated out. "Go!" shouted LV. Controlling the iron rod, he sent countless afterimages at Fong Chen and Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon exchanged a glance with Fong Chen. The two of them pushed their true intents to the peak and then merged them together. Using Fong Chen's hidden star sword as a foundation, they directly released it. Rumble! Their wild, true intents transformed into a ray of swordlight that viciously stabbed into the iron rod. Crack! The iron rod shattered, and the countless afterimages scattered. As for LV he was sent flying and crashed to the ground. "How is this possible?" exclaimed LV. His Heavenly Stellar Rod technique had actually been broken. No. Only now did LV realize that there seemed to be an extremely strange aura coming from these two. LV brain rapidly spun. Finally, he realized that these two's auras were true intents. How is this possible? "Two true intents," cried LV in disbelief. Even in the demon province, there were only a few martial artists who had comprehended true intents. He hadn't expected to encounter two at once. Damn it! Seeing Fang Chen walk over step by step, Lvijo couldn't help cursing. The combination of two true intents caused Lvijo's power to explosively increase. Protect boss! The cultivator that Lvijo brought with him recovered from his shock and shouted loudly, Puchi! Displaying the golden light, bright dragon sword technique. These martial artists were instantly beheaded by Fang Chen. In the end, only Lvijo was left. Fang Chen, don't let him off. He's a rapist, shouted Lin Yenner. Fang Chen was startled, but then he nodded and looked meaningfully at Lvijo. Rapist! Fang Chen walked in front of Lvijo. He gently raised the hidden star sword and then slashed it at Lvijo. Puchi! When the hidden star sword fell, Lvijo let out a miserable cry, but he endured the pain and used the blood escape art. He ignited his blood and instantly fled. I won't let you off. Lvijo escaped, but his furious voice rang out. This Lvijo is from the Demon Province. Fang Chen looked at Star and Moon and Lin Yenner. Lin Yenner and Star and Moon were blushing, but they didn't say anything. Fang Chen was a bit flabbergasted. What's wrong with the two of you? Brother Chen, you're so naughty. Star and Moon lowered her head. Fang Chen was stunned. He spread out his hands and said, I just made it so that he wouldn't be able to harm women in the future. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the two women's faces burned even hotter. In a hidden valley, Lvijo was battered and exhausted. His face was ashen, and the blue scripture on his forehead was exposed. Damn it, I'll definitely get revenge. Lvijo was extremely weak. He had been heavily injured by Fang Chen, and he had used the blood escape art to escape here. He had no strength left. Just wait until I'm healed. I'll definitely make that bastard suffer a fate worse than death, roared Lvijo. Just as Lvijo was about to enter the valley, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Do you want revenge? The black silhouette asked with a hoarse voice. Who are you? Lvijo was startled. He turned to the black shadow and asked cautiously, Who I am isn't important. I can sense the fury in your heart. I can help you recover from your injuries, and I can even raise your strength to another level, said the black shadow sinisterly. Why should I believe you? Lvijo stared at the shadow and asked, You have no other choice. Only I can help you, the black shadow continued. Lvijo was silent for a moment. You can really help me recover, and even raise my strength to another level. Of course, said the black shadow confidently. Why are you helping me? Asked Lvijo. Because we have a common enemy, said the black shadow. Lvijo's eyes flickered. In the end, Lvijo chose to cooperate with the black shadow. The black shadow also started to heal Lvijo. In a certain area of the Tian-Su Mystery Land, Fang Chen and the other two were walking when they suddenly heard a piece of news. This piece of news was extremely shocking. They were not in the real Tian-Su Mystery Land. They were in the outer area of the Tian-Su Mystery Land. In other words, only by entering the inner area could they obtain the true inheritance treasure. When this piece of news spread, it instantly shook the entire outer area of the Tian-Su Mystery Land. All the cultivators wanted to enter the inner area. At the same time, the entrance to the inner area was also discovered by the crowd. There were a total of 3 entrances. Each entrance was quite far away from each other. Fang Chen and the other 2 thought carefully for a moment. In the end, they went to the entrance that was closer to them. After flying for a few days, Fang Chen and the other 2 finally arrived at the entrance. In front of the entrance, there was a huge waterfall. Under this waterfall, there were many cultivators. There were cultivators from the Tianzhou, the 5-element state, and the demon state. When the cultivators from the 5-element state saw Fang Chen and the other 2, they were overjoyed. Is it just the few of you? Asked Fang Chen. There were not many cultivators from the 5 elements state at this entrance. There were only about 10 of them. Moreover, their strength was not as strong as Fang Chen and the others. It's just the few of us. Zhang Jingtao and the others seem to have gone to the other 2 entrances, said Blazing Heaven. Blazing Heaven was the strongest cultivator from the 5 elements state at this entrance. Of course, after Fang Chen and the Star and Moon came, he was no longer the strongest. Fang Chen glanced around. In the Tianzhou area, there was a leader. That person exuded a strong aura. The leader is the Tianzhou's golden fox. His cultivation is about the same as the Star and Moon's. He can be ranked in the top 3 in the Tianzhou area, introduced Blazing Heaven to Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at the golden fox. The golden fox also turned around to look at him. The 2 of them looked at each other. In the end, Fang Chen looked away. What a powerful illusion, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Just by looking at each other, he could feel that the illusion coming from the golden fox's eyes was abnormally powerful. Then Fang Chen looked at the demon state area. The leader of the demon state is called Husan. His strength is about the same as the golden fox, said Blazing Heaven. Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that those top geniuses had not come to this entrance. This way, his competition would be relatively smaller. How do we enter the inner area? Asked the Star and Moon. The entrance to the inner area is under this waterfall. If you want to enter, you need a token from the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, said Blazing Heaven. What token? Lin Yenner was confused. I don't know the specifics, said Blazing Heaven. When Fang Chen heard that, he suddenly thought of the golden token he had obtained from the golden dragon pillar. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the golden token and said, Is it this? Just as Fang Chen took out the golden token, the dragon runes on it suddenly began to move. Then a trace of the golden dragon runes left the token and shot into the waterfall. At that moment, some new information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Information about the inner area. Fang Chen was overjoyed. It really is the token. Is this the token? Asked Blazing Heaven. The token's change attracted the attention of the Tianzhou's golden fox and the demon states Husan. The 2 of them glared at Fang Chen with unfriendly gazes. It seemed they wanted to snatch the token. Brat, your token isn't bad. Let me see it, said the demon states Husan coldly. Fang Chen sneered. Do the demon states cultivators all like to snatch other people's things? Yes, you've also met other demon states cultivators? Asked Husan as he looked at Fang Chen with surprise. Yu Heng also wanted to snatch my token, but I forced him back. Oh, right, the Tianzhou Zixi was also forced back by me, said Fang Chen. The golden fox's eyes flashed, and she said, Brat, you snatched the token from Zixi. Please return it. How laughable. Brother Chen worked so hard to obtain this token. Why would he exchange it? Could it be that the Tianzhou and demon states cultivators are all like this? Asked the Star and Moon. You don't have the right to speak here. The golden fox sneered. Suddenly, she used an illusion on Fang Chen. Whoosh! After sensing the golden fox's illusion, Fang Chen's face instantly turned stiff. Then he looked like a walking corpse, which made the Star and Moon extremely worried. You can't even resist my most basic illusion. How dare you have the token? You're really looking for death, said the golden fox disdainfully. Then the golden fox ordered Fang Chen to hand over the token to her. Fang Chen walked in front of the golden fox, like a walking corpse, and handed over the token. The golden fox's face was full of smiles. However, just as she was about to take the token, a long sword suddenly pressed against her body. Puchi! Although she dodged in time, she was still stabbed by the long sword. The sharp sword caused a wound on the golden fox's body, and blood flowed out. Your illusion is only SOSO. Fang Chen leaped back to the Star and Moon side and put away the token. The worry in the Star and Moon's eyes faded. It turned out that Fong Qin was pretending to be controlled. Damn it! The golden fox was furious and was about to attack. However, a vast aura appeared around the star and moon, which directly intimidated the golden fox. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The star and moon's cultivation was almost the same as the golden fox's. At this moment, the wild aura that erupted from them made the golden fox somewhat wary. Hu-san, how about we join forces? Asked the golden fox. Hu-san nodded and joined forces with the golden fox, preparing to snatch the token. However, at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly appeared. Soon after, the crowd noticed that a figure had appeared. Trash from the Tianzhou and Demon Zhou. Are you going to attack people from the Five Elements Zhou? Asked Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao's appearance made the golden fox and Hu-san extremely wary, and they forcibly stopped their attacks. Zhang Jingtao! Cried the golden fox. Although the golden fox thought that he was strong, in front of Zhang Jingtao, he was not worth mentioning. Let's go! The golden fox roared and led their people to search for the token. Hu-san looked meaningfully at Fong Qin and then turned to leave. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Zhang. Fong Qin cupped his hands. Zhang Jingtao waved his hand. We're all from the Five Elements Zhou. Naturally, we should look after each other. Have you found the tokens? Each token can allow 2 cultivators to enter, suddenly asked Zhang Jingtao. Fong Qin shook his wrist, and a token appeared. Zhang Jingtao also took out his own token. It was similar to Fong Qin's token. Each token could allow 2 people to enter. Fong Qin was prepared to bring Lin Yenner and Star and Moon, while Zhang Jingtao was going to bring Blazing Heaven and another cultivator. As for the others, Zhang Jingtao had them quickly search for the tokens. In the past 2 months, most of the outer regions had been searched. The true inheritances were all in the inner regions. Once they entered the inner regions, there would be a storm of blood. Let's go! Fong Qin held the golden token in his hand. The dragon pattern enveloped the 2 girls, and the 3 of them instantly entered the waterfall. Seeing this, Zhang Jingtao also entered. At the same time at the other 2 entrances, some powerful geniuses also entered the waterfall. The true battle was in the inner regions of the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. There, the cultivators from the 3 Zhou would engage in an intense battle. Whoever could stand out in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land would be famous in the entire ancient Sword Continent. 5 Elements Zhou, Nanling Land, Xingfeng Country. The current Shangfeng Country, Kamikaze Kenbo, was no longer the force that needed to be wary of other sect. Because Fong Qin came from Kamikaze Kenbo was very famous in Shangfeng Country. There were many geniuses in Kamikaze Kenbo. However, ever since Fong Qin left, the #1 genius in terms of combat strength had not moved. However, one day, Tian Xian's arrival completely changed the situation. Tian Xian had been in Kamikaze Kenbo for a long time. Now he was firmly ranked as the #1 in terms of combat strength in Kamikaze Kenbo. Just when Kamikaze Kenbo was preparing to nurture him, he resolutely gave up everything and left Shangfeng Country. Because his strength was already considered a top expert among the younger generation in Shangfeng Country, he simply wanted to walk through the place that his master had walked through before. Therefore, he came to Moyun Pass in Moyun Country. Many people did not think that Tian Xian could pass the pass. However, he was incomparably heaven-defying and succeeded. Just like Fong Qin back then, he directly alarmed Old Man Tianguan. Old Man Tianguan wanted to guide him in his cultivation, but he directly refused. You are not qualified to guide me in my cultivation. My master is Fong Qin. Tian Xian left such a domineering sentence and turned to leave. The entire Mayan country was shaken by Tian Xian's words. A few years ago, Fong Qin appeared out of nowhere and swept through the younger generation of Shangfeng Country. Even when he came to Mayan Country, he was still a top genius. And a few years later, his disciple also came to Moyun country. His trajectory was exactly the same as Fong Chen's, passing through Moyun Pass and then leaving. However, no matter how everyone discussed, Tian Xan did not care. Finally, Tian Xan came to Jingguan country. First, Tian Xan came to the southern part of Jingguan country. His master started here, and he also wanted to start here. Because of Prince 19 of Jingguan country, although many people were afraid of Fong Chen on the surface, they secretly wished that Fong Chen would die a horrible death. Hearing that Tian Xan came to Jingguan country, many warriors were secretly ready to make a move. And Tian Xan also made a bold statement. After a few years, I will replace my master to fight against his enemies. Tian Xan was very confident. Jingguan country was shaken because of Tian Xan's arrival. Tian Xan's goal was very simple. He wanted to go to every place that his master had gone before meeting up with his master. His master had taken first place, so he also wanted to take first place. He did not want to be the best, but he wanted to be the closest to his master. In Tian Xan's heart, his master was like a god. Master, I will definitely follow in your footsteps. Tian Xan swore in his heart. He knew that his master's name in 5-element state would soon spread throughout ancient Sword Continent, and he was only in Jingguan country now. But he believed that it would not be long before he went to the 4 Great Ridges and then to 5-element state. He would step into the legendary 5 Elements Academy, the overlord of 5-element state. Then he would use the 5 Elements Academy as a springboard to enter ancient Sword Continent. This was Tian Xan's plan. As for him, he was gradually carrying out his plan. Outside Tian Su Mystery Land in a dark valley, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees had all withered. This was an abandoned valley, and there was not even a demon beast. In such a desolate place, a figure suddenly appeared. If one looked carefully, they would realize that this person was the demon state's flower thief, Lu Yizhou, who had been severely injured by Fong Chen. At this moment, Lu Yizhou's eyes were glowing with an evil aura. His entire body was extremely gloomy. Kill the geniuses. This sentence echoed in L.V. Yizhou's mind. Then, Lu Yizhou's figure flashed and left the valley. After Lu Yizhou left, a black figure appeared. His face was full of smiles. This person is the first. The spiritual pupil's monarch's plan was to kill all the geniuses and then use the blood of the geniuses to awaken the supremacies. The Netherworld sect had 3 supremacies. Their cultivation was second only to the Netherworld sect leader. Once one of the supremacies could be awakened, the Netherworld sect would rise again. A few days later, L.V. Yizhou ran into several martial artists on a certain plain. Its senior brother Lu Yizhou. These martial artists were from Demon State. They recognized Lu Yizhou. Senior brother Lu Yizhou. A few martialists quickly ran in front of L.V. Yizhou and shouted loudly. However, what they received in response was Lu Yizhou's wild attacks. Caught off guard, the martial artists died instantly. Senior brother Lu Yizhou. These several martial artists died without knowing why senior apprentice brother Lu Yizhou would suddenly deal a fatal blow to them. After killing these people, Lu Yizhou laughed sinisterly. He then took out a pitch-black bottle and drew all the blood of these people into the bottle. After doing all this, Lu Yizhou continued on his way. The former great flower thief Lu Yizhou had now completely turned into a walking corpse. The purpose of his existence was to help the spiritual pupil's monarch complete his mission. Of course, in Lu Yizhou's heart, he could never forget his hatred, the enemy that made him unable to be a man. He wished he could pull out his tendons and skin him alive. This was also the only thought left in Lu Yizhou's heart. The other memories were all erased by the spiritual pupil's monarch. While Lu Yizhou was helping the spiritual pupil's monarch collect the blood of the geniuses, the spiritual pupil's monarch was also secretly moving. Chapter 773. The core of the Tian Su secret dimension was the inner area. All the warriors who entered the Tian-Su secret dimension were desperately searching for the token. As long as they had the token, they would be able to enter the inner area. There was no other way. Of course, there were also some people who were crazily collecting the blood of geniuses, such as Lu Izhou. The Lingtong monarch was harvesting the lives of geniuses, planning to awaken the honorables of the Yellow Spring sect. As for Feng Qin, he used his golden dragon title plate to bring Lin Yener and Xing Yue into the inner area. After entering the waterfall, Feng Qin realized that the waterfall was similar to a spatial tunnel. Feng Qin could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Oasis King was indeed unrivaled in the true martial realm back in the day. He was known as a quasi-king. Other than the Heavenly Oasis King, there was no one else in the true martial realm who could do such a thing. With the experience of passing through the spatial tunnel, Feng Qin and the other two were very relaxed. After a while, Feng Qin and the other two came out of the waterfall. Is this the inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension? Feng Qin looked around and said, the outer area of the Tian-Su secret dimension had broken rules, but the spiritual qi was very dense. In the inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension, Feng Qin realized that the rules here were not broken at all. They were intact. What's going on? Feng Qin was puzzled, but after thinking for a while, he understood. It should be the Heavenly Void King's doing. Just as Feng Qin and the other two were looking around, a ripple suddenly appeared in the waterfall. Then Zhang Jingtao came in. Senior Zhang. Feng Qin had a good impression of Zhang Jingtao, so he cupped his hands and greeted him. The inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension is full of treasures, but the real attraction is the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. Zhang Jingtao said, do you want to move with us or move freely? Hearing this, Feng Qin shook his head and said, Senior Zhang, let's move freely. Feng Qin had many secrets, so he didn't want others to see them. Moreover, moving freely was more beneficial to his cultivation. Okay, be careful. After speaking, Zhang Jingtao turned and left. After Zhang Jingtao left, Blazing Heaven also left. Right now, taking advantage of the fact that there were very few martial artists in the inner region, it was a good opportunity to search for the inheritance. Feng Qin glanced at the two women and said, let's go. Brother Qin, where are we going now? Star and Moon asked. Let's walk around, Feng Qin said. Then, the three women quickly moved forward. The inner area of the Heavenly Void secret realm was obviously much smaller than the outer area. However, the inner area was filled with a dense aura. Enveloped by the complete rules, Feng Qin's sword intent could not help but burst forth and absorb the surrounding power of heaven and earth. After walking for about a day, the three of them suddenly ran into Song Xiong. Speaking of which, Feng Qin was still Song Xiong's junior brother because their master was the same person, the bone weapon's sacred master. Junior brother, you're here too. Song Xiong thought that Feng Qin came in later than him, but he didn't know that Feng Qin was the first to come in. Senior brother Song. Feng Qin cupped his hands and greeted. Junior brother, where are you going? Song Xiong asked. We're looking for the inheritance, Feng Qin said. Not long ago, there was a piece of news from the inner area. A martial artist seemed to have found a secret place. He broke into that secret place and wanted to take the treasure for himself. However, he didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion. Now many martial artists are heading there, Song Xiong said. Oh, the treasure. Feng Qin was a little confused and said, Let's go together, Song Xiong said. Feng Qin nodded. Since they were looking for the inheritance treasure aimlessly, they might as well go with Song Xiong. After saying that, the three of them followed Song Xiong and flew quickly. Several days later, the three of them arrived at a wasteland. Berserk spiritual qi was scattered all over the wasteland. At the center of the wasteland was a mysterious tower. This tower was surrounded by a vast aura that made it impossible for anyone to approach. There were over 20 martial artists on the wasteland. Among these warriors, there were warriors from the Sky State and Demon State. Of course, there were also warriors from the five-element state. Fang Qin saw Zhang Jingtao, Blazing Heaven, and the others here. Fang Qin. Zhang Jingtao saw Fang Chen and Song Xiong and raised his hand, indicating for them to come over. When Fang Chen arrived in front of Zhang Jingtao, he asked, "Senior brother Zhang, what's going on?" Zhang Jingtao said, "There are restrictions around this tower. If you want to enter, it'll be extremely difficult. It seems you'll have to pass through them." Oh, Fang Chen was puzzled as he stared at the distant tower. At this moment, a furious roar rang out in Fang Chen's ears. Following that, a vast aura directly pressed down on him. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that the Sky Province's Lin Lu was emitting an extremely wild aura. His eyes were scarlet and his fists were clenched. He was incomparably furious. You really can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even trying. Lin Lu's aura locked onto Star and Moon as he sinisterly laughed. Lin Lu was the #1 expert of the Sky Province's younger generation. His cultivation base was on par with Zhang Jingtao's. In the outer regions, he had constantly been searching for Star and Moon, but he hadn't been able to find them. He hadn't expected to run into them here after entering the inner regions. Thinking of his little brother Linda's miserable death, Lin Lu was incomparably furious. He had once sworn that he would personally kill his enemies to avenge his little brother. Lin Lu, what's the meaning of this? Zhang Jingtao sensed that Lin Lu was emitting a wild aura that was directed at Star and Moon. Zhang Jingtao, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's best if you don't interfere, said Lin Lu icily. He didn't give Zhang Jingtao any face. Lin Lu emitted a terrifying aura as he walked step by step towards Star and Moon. Seeing this, Fang Qin directly stood in front of Star and Moon and stared at Lin Lu. "Scram!" roared Lin Lu furiously. "She's my wife," said Fang Qin slowly. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he said, "If that's the case, then you can also die." As soon as Lin Lu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly shot out from his fist and exploded towards Fang Qin. Earth Escape Sword Technique. Fang Qin immediately used the Earth Escape Sword Technique. Then he activated his sword body. Bang! A vast aura instantly rushed towards him. Lin Lu's fist fiercely hit Fang Qin's body. Crack! The earthy yellow sword light surrounding Fang Qin instantly shattered. The sword body in the early stage of body refining realm constantly emitted a wild sword chi and forcibly blocked Lin Lu's attack. However, even so, Fang Qin's body couldn't help but take a few steps back. He steadied himself and stared at Lin Lu. His eyes emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. Fang Qin's defense surprised Lin Lu. A guy at the 6th level of the spiritual vortex realm could actually block his attack. It seemed that he had cultivated a profound body refining technique. Your defense is not bad, but do you think it can block my attack? Lin Lu said disdainfully. In the next moment, Lin Lu attacked again. Enough! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Zhang Jingtao stood beside Fang Qin and blocked Lin Lu's attack. Zhang Jingtao, are you going to stand up for him? Lin Lu asked coldly. Fang Qin is a student of our 5-Element Academy. How can I watch him die? Zhang Jingtao's attitude was very clear. This woman killed my brother, Linda. I once swore to the heavens that I would avenge my brother at all costs. Lin Lu said, since I met her this time, she will definitely die. No one can stop me. Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao's confrontation shocked countless martial artists on the wasteland. One was the #1 of the younger generation in the 5-element state, and the other was the #1 of the younger generation in the Tianzhou state. The battle between the two of them was already considered a top battle among the younger generation in the ancient Sword Continent. Many martial artists were guessing who would win. You can't stop me, Lin Lu said coldly. Zhang Jingtao activated his spirit chi and blocked Lin Lu's attack. He then turned to look at Fang Qin and said loudly, "Let's go." Zhang Jingtao knew that although he could temporarily block Lin Lu's attack, once the other experts from the Tianzhou state arrived, Fang Chen would definitely be in danger. "You want to leave?" "Impossible." Lin Lu sneered. He attacked Zhang Jingtao and Fang Qin at the same time. Rumble, a majestic fist radiance, shot out from Lin Lu's right fist. This fist radiance contained an extremely powerful force. True intent. When Fang Qin touched this fist light, he was instantly shocked. He immediately activated his sword intent with all his strength. But it was too late. The fist light heavily smashed into Fang Qin's body, sending Fang Qin flying. Damn it! Zhang Jingtao used all his strength to block Lin Lu. When Star and Moon saw that Fang Qin was injured, she directly jumped to Fang Qin's side and hugged Fang Qin. Pucci! At this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared in the void and directly penetrated Star and Moon's arm. Blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! Star and Moon let out a miserable cry. Fang Qin fell from her arms, and her body fell. "You are—" The injured Fang Qin saw the large hand appear in the void and penetrate Star and Moon's arm. He roared in anger. At the same time, a short sword appeared in Fang Qin's hand. As soon as this short sword appeared, Fang Qin desperately injected spirit chi into it. Hiss! This short sword emitted a vast aura. "Go to hell!" Fang Qin's heart was filled with anger. He held the short sword in his hand and directly pierced it towards the large hand that appeared in the void. Pucci, the large hand in the void, clearly didn't expect Fang Qin's attack to be able to injure it. When the short sword came into contact with its palm, it directly penetrated its palm with a crack. Blood instantly gushed out. Damn it! At this moment, the owner of the large hand in the void was furious. He clenched his fist, and a wild power directly grasped the short sword. Instantly, some cracks appeared on the broken sword. Chapter 774. Crash! A man in a black robe appeared in the void. His face was ashen, and blood was dripping from his palm. At the same time, he played with the cracked short sword in his hand, looking extremely sinister. "A puny martial artist actually has a Dao weapon," the black-robed man suddenly said. His words were full of anger. This sudden turn of events shocked all the martialists. The master of the void hand, the black-robed man, was the #1 genius of the demon state, Heitai. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill the younger generation of martial artists from the 5-element state, but he didn't expect to be injured by a puny ant. This made Heitai very angry. This was a disgrace, and he was very displeased. If he was displeased, the consequences would be severe. Heitai! Everyone gasped when they saw Heitai appear. They didn't expect the martial artist hiding in the void to be Heitai. He pierced Star and Moon's arm at the critical moment, seriously injuring Star and Moon and causing them to fall down the cliff at the edge of the wasteland. "People from the 5-element state are annoying," Heitai said thoughtfully as he glanced at Zhang Jingtao. At this time, the bleeding on Heitai's palm had stopped. He played with the short sword while looking at Zhang Jingtao and Lin Lu. "Heitai!" Lin Lu cupped his hands and smiled at Heitai. Although Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao were top powerhouses of the ancient sword continent's younger generation, there was a big gap between them and Heitai. After all, Heitai was the #1 person of the demon state's younger generation. Zhang Jingtao stopped attacking when Heitai arrived. Lin Lu greeted Heitai and went straight into the pit to look for Fang Qin. However, he came out of the pit after a while with a gloomy face. "He escaped," Lin Lu muttered to himself. Fang Qin was clearly blasted into the ground by Heitai. Why did he suddenly disappear? Did he escape? "Lin Lu, there's no need to look for him. He's dead for sure after being injured by me." In Heitai's eyes, Fang Qin was already a dead man. Lin Lu thought for a moment, then nodded. He tiptoed and came to the edge of the wasteland. There was a bottomless cliff here. "I hope you're already dead," Lin Lu muttered to himself as he stared at the cliff. Star and Moon was ambushed by Hei Tai and fell off a cliff with heavy injuries. Hei Tai's arrival instantly caused the Five Elements state to suffer disastrous losses. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao was extremely furious. However, he could not do anything about it. "Hei Tai, you dare to casually attack the martial artists of my Five Elements province. In the future, I, Zhang Jingtao, will definitely have a taste of your skills," Zhang Jingtao said sinisterly. "Zhang Jingtao, you can take revenge if you want, but I'm afraid you'll lose your little life when the time comes." Hei Tai didn't care at all. If not for the tower in front of him, Hei Tai would have definitely attacked Zhang Jingtao. In the wilderness, the crowd finally found a way to enter the tower. Hei Tai took the lead and entered the tower. Lin Lu also led the younger generation of the Tianzhou into the tower. As for Zhang Jingtao, he was the last to enter the tower. In a dark space, the little mouse came out of a special spatial ring with a whoosh. It looked at Fang Chen anxiously. "Boss, are you all right?" The little mouse hurriedly called out. Fang Chen was heavily injured. At the critical moment, the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring and dragged Fang Chen's body into the ground. The little mouse didn't know where it was, but it was certain that Lin Lu and the others wouldn't be able to find it. The mouse race's innate ability was to dig holes. Digging through the ground was nothing to the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse had dug a very large hole underground that could accommodate Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura was very weak. His life could be in danger at any moment. "Boss, you must hold on." After the little mouse finished speaking, it turned and left. Time passed bit by bit. The martialists of the three great continents had obtained many inheritances within the tower. Tens of thousands of miles underground, the little mouse was frantically shuttling back and forth, helping Fang Chen find heaven-defying spirit herbs. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fang Chen was in a coma. Unknowingly, the Golden Heart was improving Fang Chen's body. During this time, the little mouse also brought back many spirit herbs and fed them to Fang Chen. One day, Fang Chen's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, the little mouse stared at Fang Chen. "Boss," the little mouse called out. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was transforming. The undying bird's blood essence was merging with the golden heart. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the undying flame. Even the little mouse couldn't resist the high temperature of the undying flame. The little mouse retreated to a place far away and carefully observed his boss. This transformation seemed to be caused by the undying bird's blood essence. The golden heart was like a vast ocean, able to contain everything. Just as the golden heart was transforming, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in Fang Chen's elixir field was also constantly trembling. A corner of the cauldron's lid slowly lifted, and a head flew out, frantically absorbing the aura emitted by the golden heart. Boom! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron's abnormal movements made Fang Chen's body tremble. Boom! In Fang Chen's elixir field's qi, wild spiritual energy was suddenly condensing. 6 spiritual spirals were suspended at the side, and the 7th spiritual spiral was condensing. After 15 minutes, the undying bird's blood essence completely disappeared, and a trace of bright red appeared on the golden heart. It seemed that the undying bird's blood essence had been completely assimilated by the golden heart. After the golden heart had completely absorbed the undying bird's blood essence, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron also returned to normal. At this time, the 7th spiritual spiral in his qi was also successfully condensed. Fang Chen profited from the disaster. Not only did he not die after being severely injured by Hei Tai, but he also completely activated the golden heart, causing it to undergo a transformation. As for himself, He had also successfully raised his cultivation to LV7 spiritual spiral realm. Crash! At a certain moment, Fong Chen opened his eyes, and a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. You are... The moment Fong Chen opened his eyes, he shouted the name of Star and Moon. When he was blasted into the ground by Hei Tai, he clearly saw Star and Moon fall into the cliff. His eyes were scarlet, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Boss, are you okay? The little mouse hurriedly asked when he saw this. After a long time, the aura around Fong Chen's body was withdrawn, and his emotions finally calmed down. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said gloomily, "If I don't kill you, I'm not human." Although he did not know who the owner of the giant void hand was, Fong Chen was not worried. He would know if he asked around. "I'm fine." Fong Chen glanced at the little mouse and said slowly. Seeing that Fong Chen had calmed down, the little mouse breathed a sigh of relief. "Where are we now?" Fong Chen asked. "Underground," the little mouse said. "Boss, it's all my fault. If I could cultivate my divine powers to a higher level, a mere LV9 spiritual spiral realm martial artist would not be worth mentioning." The little mouse's divine powers were only in the initial stages of awakening and had not yet been upgraded. Once it was upgraded, the little mouse was confident that it could fight against a real martial arts realm martial artist. "Since my cultivation has been upgraded, I'll take the opportunity to consolidate it," Fong Chen said. The little mouse stood guard at the side, while Fong Chen began to consolidate his cultivation. Fong Chen took out the Tao level elixir given to him by Saint Master Danyan and swallowed it. The effect of the elixir instantly spread. Fong Chen felt that his body was filled with boundless power. His 8th spiritual spiral was condensing. As expected. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. This time he hoped to break through to LV8 spiritual spiral realm. In the end, Fong Chen still underestimated the power of the Tao level elixir. When half of the elixir's effect was consumed, Fong Chen's 8th spiritual spiral was successfully condensed. The remaining half of the elixir's effect was absorbed by the golden heart. After another 2 hours, Fong Chen's cultivation finally consolidated at LV8 spiritual spiral realm. He felt that his whole body was filled with power. So powerful! Fong Chen could not help but exclaim. Being seriously injured and nearly dying had instead stimulated his golden heart, causing it to undergo a metamorphosis. Furthermore, his cultivation had also increased enormously. "How long has it been?" Fong Chen asked. "More than a month," the little mouse said. Fong Chen was also stunned. He did not expect to be unconscious for a month. Calculating the time, it had been almost 3 months since he entered the heavenly void mystery land. His cultivation had increased greatly and was much stronger than before. "When did you go out to collect debts?" Fong Chen stood up slowly and said eerily. Then the little mouse went to the cave, and Fong Chen followed closely behind. After 6 hours, the man and the mouse returned to the surface from tens of thousands of miles underground. It was still the same wasteland. There was still a cliff, and in the middle of the wasteland there was a tall tower. However, the restriction around the tower was already gone. It was as if there was nothing in the tower. Fong Chen's gaze was not attracted by the tower at all. Instead, he hurriedly looked below the cliff. Below the cliff there was a gray fog. It was bottomless. Fong Chen stared for a moment. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he slowly retracted his gaze. I hope you're okay. If anything happens to you, I will definitely kill everyone who attacked you," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fong Chen's gaze shifted from below the cliff to the tower. With a thought, Fong Chen entered the tower. The tower had a total of 9 floors. As soon as he entered the first floor, Fong Chen found several warriors lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that there was a battle. "Reality is so cruel," Fong Chen muttered to himself. The first floor was empty except for a few people lying in a pool of blood. Fong Qin continued to step onto the second floor. It was the same. When he stepped onto the seventh floor, he could not see the corpses of the warriors. However, the seventh floor had obviously been visited by others. There was no one left. He continued to the eighth floor and the ninth floor. When Fong Qin entered the ninth level, he was shocked to find a head absorbing the spirit qi on the ninth level. Fong Qin was shocked. Wasn't this head the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian? Chapter 775. When Fong Qin saw the head, it also blinked and stared at Fong Qin. Fong Qin's heart pounded. Why would the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron mysteriously appear here? Fong Qin stared at the head. Unconsciously, his eyes began to blur. He walked step by step towards the head. When he got close, the head was floating in front of him, blinking. It seemed to be communicating with Fong Qin. Fong Qin stretched out his hand and gently touched the head. Fong Qin suddenly woke up and slapped the head, causing it to fall to the ground. A strange scene appeared. When the head fell to the ground, it turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Fong Qin couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. I actually fell into an illusion. Fong Qin looked around and said vigilantly. Just now, when he entered the ninth floor, he fell into an illusion. What a terrifying illusion. Just who did this? Fong Qin muttered to himself. There was no one on the ninth floor. That head just now was also an illusion. Fortunately, Fong Qin cultivated the illusory Sword Dao. He had a deep understanding of the Dao of illusions. That was why he woke up at the crucial moment. Fong Qin looked at his dantian and found that the cauldron's lid was very tight and motionless. In the next instant, Fong Qin saw a scene appear on the wall of the ninth floor. In the scene, a man in black clothes was sitting cross-legged, accepting the inheritance. Seeing this scene, Fong Qin gnashed his teeth. It's you. Fong Qin recognized him with a glance. This was the guy who had sneak attacked him and the star and moon. It seems that the inheritance of the ninth floor has been obtained by him, Fong Qin said. In the blink of an eye, the scene on the ninth floor disappeared. Fong Qin turned and left the tower. Then the tower disappeared. When the tall tower disappeared, a strand of fluorescent light silently entered Fong Qin's dantian and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron before disappearing. Fong Qin was completely unaware of this. In a certain clearing, a group of cultivators from the demon province were chatting. They were very happy. They had just found an ancient ruin and obtained the treasures inside. Their strength had increased by a lot. Ha ha ha, we're really lucky. One of the cultivators laughed mischievously. Yeah, if we hadn't worked together to kill that demonic beast, I'm afraid we would have died, said another cultivator. These people were the top 10 disciples of the demon province's younger generation. Yu Heng was one of them. Yu Heng, you brat, your harvest is the greatest. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? A fat man laughed. Seeing this, Yu Heng laughed and said sure. As he spoke, Yu Heng took out a large black halberd. This large black halberd contained a majestic power. Yu Heng held the large halberd in his hand. It was as if he could feel the energy fluctuations within the large halberd. This large halberd was the treasure that Yu Heng had obtained in the ancient ruin. This large halberd should be a Dao-level weapon. Yu Heng, you're really lucky. The plump fatty grinned. They were also very envious of the Dao-level weapon in Yu Heng's hand. One had to know that Dao-level weapons were very powerful. Even the many cultivators of the demon province didn't have many Dao-level weapons. Under normal circumstances, even a weapon refining saint might not be able to refine a Dao-level weapon. One could imagine how powerful a Dao-level weapon was. If I had a Dao-level weapon back then, I would definitely have been able to kill that arrogant fellow, Yu Heng muttered to himself. Now that he had a Dao-level weapon in hand, he didn't fear Fong Qin. Everyone watched for a while before Yu Heng put away the Dao-level weapon. The eyes of the cultivator who spoke first flickered as he said, "Let's explore again." The ancient ruin they had discovered was very wide. It was like a maze inside. They had only explored one side of the maze, and they had already obtained such a treasure. If they could explore the entire ancient ruin, they might even be able to obtain a Dao-level weapon. A Dao-level weapon was very attractive to them. If you can obtain a Dao-level weapon in one side of the maze, there will definitely be Dao-level weapons in other places, said the plump fatty. The other cultivators looked at each other and then said, "However, we have to be well prepared this time." The cultivators of the Demon Province used 3 days to make ample preparations. They believed that they would definitely be able to obtain a great harvest this time. Haha, if every one of us had a Dao-level weapon, slaughtering the geniuses of the Sky Province and 5 Elements Province would be as easy as crushing ants. The cultivators of the Demon Province laughed loudly. 3 days later, several cultivators gathered. They were prepared to explore the ancient ruin again. However, it was also at this time that they suddenly discovered that someone was approaching. "Someone is approaching," said the plump fatty in a low voice. "Who is it?" asked Yu Heng. For a moment, everyone raised their vigilance and stared into the distance. At this time, Fong Chen was walking leisurely and had unknowingly arrived here. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a human in front of him and quickly came here. "Yu Heng." Fong Chen saw the cultivators of the Demon Province and recognized Yu Heng at a glance. The moment Fong Chen saw Yu Heng, the latter also saw him. Seeing Fong Chen walk over, Yu Heng held a Dao-level weapon in his hand. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I was wondering who it was. So, it's you, the arrogant fellow." Yu Heng smiled sinisterly. "Yu Heng, you know this person?" asked the plump fatty. "Not only do I know him, but we even fought before," said Yu Heng. "You didn't kill this person?" asked the plump fatty. "Don't underestimate this person. Not only is his strength comparable to a 9th-level spirit vortex realm cultivator, but he is also a top-array grandmaster." Yu Heng explained, "Back then, when I fought with him, I didn't have a Dao-level weapon, so I retreated. But now—" Yu Heng didn't finish his sentence, but the others already knew. 5 Elements Province trash. It's your bad luck to encounter a cultivator of the Demon Province. The plump fatty grinned. "Yu Heng, how about I leave it to you?" They knew that Yu Heng had a grudge with this person, so they naturally wanted Yu Heng to take action. "Kid, I let you live that day, but I will definitely kill you today," said Yu Heng, gripping his Dao-level weapon. "That day was your best chance, but you didn't grasp it. It's even more impossible for you to kill me now." Fong Chen's cultivation had skyrocketed from the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm to the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm. Even Fong Chen himself didn't know how much his combat strength had increased. He didn't fear Yu Heng at all, nor did he fear the other cultivators of the Demon Province. Shameless boasting. Yu Heng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fong Chen was still as arrogant as before. Seeing this, Yu Heng suddenly waved the halberd in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual qi shot out from the halberd. Then the spiritual qi turned into dense raindrops and bombarded Fong Chen. The water mist attribute was the attribute power of the halberd. Through the halberd, it could turn the spiritual qi into water droplets. The water droplets were everywhere and could often cause terrifying damage to cultivators. Although Yu Heng had just obtained the Dao-level weapon, he had already refined it. Facing Fong Chen, he wanted to avenge his humiliation. Looking at the water droplets in the sky, Fong Chen sneered and displayed the Hidden Star sword. "You're not the only one who has an attribute weapon." Fong Chen's Hidden Star sword was also an attribute weapon. Although it wasn't a Dao-level weapon, it was better than one. Although it wasn't a full moon night, the power of the Hidden Star sword was still unusually strong. Golden light dragon sword technique was displayed. Countless golden sword lights instantly bombarded the raindrops in the sky. Crack! At a speed invisible to the naked eye, the golden sword lights bombarded the water droplets. How is this possible? Seeing this, Yu Heng cried out involuntarily. How could Fang Qin be so strong? I don't believe it. Yu Heng refused to believe it. He continued to activate the full power of the Dao level weapon, wanting to kill Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin's strength had increased by a lot. The golden light dragon sword technique was displayed. It directly broke through Yu Heng's Dao level weapon attack and stabbed towards Yu Heng. In the blink of an eye, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Yu Heng, who was originally full of confidence, realized at this moment that he was easily suppressed by his opponent. I'm not convinced. Yu Heng roared angrily. Help Yu Heng. Seeing this, the plump fatty was also shocked. This person's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Yu Heng had a Dao level weapon, and his combat strength was very heaven-defying. Even they were no match for Yu Heng in a one-on-one battle. However, this person could easily suppress Yu Heng. Rumble. In an instant, several demon provinces cultivators displayed their fiercest and most overbearing attacks, besieging Fang Qin. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin set up a supreme-grade mystic rank array, trapping the few of them. Attack the array! The plump fatty roared. If they could not help Yu Heng, the latter would die. The supreme-grade mystic rank array temporarily trapped the few demon provinces cultivators, while Fang Qin focused on attacking Yu Heng. Swoosh! The aura of vicissitudes of life instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Then, a thick and solid golden sword light appeared in the void. This beam of sword light contained unimaginable power as it pierced towards Yu Heng. At this moment, Yu Heng also felt that his life was in danger. He could not care less. The halberd in his hand suddenly slashed towards Fang Qin's hidden star sword. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the Dao level weapon, the halberd. Countless cracks spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the halberd was shattered. No! Yu Heng roared miserably. He could not believe that Fang Qin's strength was so strong that he could shatter a Dao level weapon. This was already beyond Yu Heng's understanding. Dao level weapons were indestructible, but now it was shattered by someone. After the halberd shattered, specks of light floated in the sky. After all, it was a Dao level weapon. Even Fang Qin had to be wary of it. The hidden star sword streaked across the sky and swept up these specks of light. Then it merged with the thick golden sword light and stabbed towards Yu Heng. Save me! Chapter 776. No one can save you. Fang Qin sneered. The hidden star sword in his hand emitted a dazzling moonlight that instantly enveloped Yu Heng. In the next moment, Yu Heng felt an endless pain in his chest. He subconsciously looked down and was shocked to find that Fang Qin's hidden star sword had pierced his chest. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Uft! Yu Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as his corpse fell to the ground. The moment Yu Heng died, the peak-grade profound rank formation was also blasted open by the demon province's cultivators. When they saw Yu Heng die, they were all enraged. Brat, hand over your life! The fat man roared. He suddenly circulated his power and directly attacked Fang Qin. Golden Radiance, Dragon, Sword Technique. At the same time Fang Qin used the Golden Radiance Dragon Sword Technique, he also used the Earth Escape Sword Technique. His defense was raised to the extreme as he crazily attacked. With Fang Qin's current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Lu, he wouldn't be afraid of him. How could these people compare to him? Die. The hidden star sword pierced through the sky and suddenly stabbed the fat man's body. Instantly the fat man died. When the others saw this, they all turned pale with fright. Fang Qin's combat strength was too strong. Yu Heng and the fat man died one after another, causing them to tremble with fear. Run! In the end, it was unknown who roared, but a few of the demon continent's martial artists scattered and fled rapidly. You want to run? Fong Chen frowned slightly. He once again released a powerful force and directly swung his sword. With a poof, a demon province's cultivator was struck and died. However, the other cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to escape. Fong Chen didn't chase after them. In his opinion, those who escaped were just ants. They weren't worth his time. Fong Chen glanced at Yu Heng and then turned to leave. Yu Heng should be using a Dao tool. Didn't he not have a Dao tool last time? Fong Chen pondered as he walked. Fortunately, when Fong Chen was attacking Yu Heng's halberd, he secretly activated the sword intent and integrated it into the star-concealing sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to shatter a Dao weapon with a supreme-grade profound weapon. What a pity for Yu Heng's Dao soldier, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Fong Chen naturally knew the might of a Dao tool. If not for the Dao weapon dagger that Bone Warrior Master gave him, he would have been killed by the warrior hiding in the void in the wilderness. Unfortunately, the Dao tool short sword was taken away by that cultivator. One day I will get it back, Fong Chen said to himself. Fong Chen carefully observed his surroundings. The deeper he went, the thinner the air became. There's something strange here, Fong Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Fong Chen had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly wondered why Yu Heng and the others had gathered here before he came. They were obviously plotting something. Could it be that there was an inheritance nearby? At this thought, Fong Chen moved forward quickly. The little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and searched carefully. In terms of searching for treasures, the little mouse was much better than Fong Chen. Not long after, Fong Chen arrived at the deepest part of this space. Weeds grew everywhere, and the surroundings were cliffs and precipices. At this moment, Fong Chen found a tombstone in front of a cliff. Tombstone. When Fong Chen saw the tombstone, he was surprised and quickly went to the tombstone. It was unknown how long the tombstone had been there, but it had already decayed a lot. The words on it were also a little unclear. King's Tomb. Fong Chen could faintly see that there were 3 words on the tombstone. As for the first few words, they were no longer clear. Could it be the Heavenly Void King's tomb? Fong Chen muttered to himself as a bold idea appeared in his mind. However, Fong Chen quickly rejected this idea. What kind of person was the Heavenly Void King? When he died, he caused this independent space to collapse. He was unparalleled in the true martial realm and was known as a quasi-king. His tomb must be very hidden. Ordinary people would not be able to find it. This person was most likely a servant of the Heavenly Void King. Thinking of this, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Fong Chen's mind. This information was given to Fong Chen by the 5 Elements Academy's dean before he entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. Back then, the Heavenly Void King's strength was too heaven-defying. As long as a profound king didn't appear, he was unparalleled. At that time, the Heavenly Void King had fought his entire life and had 8 kings under him. Each king was a true martial realm expert. As for the Tomb of the Kings, could it be the tomb of one of the Heavenly Void King's subordinates? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's curiosity was greatly piqued. If this really was the tomb of one of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King, then there must be many treasures inside. Where do we enter the tomb? Fong Chen looked around and asked. The little mouse did not say anything and directly plunged into the tomb and began to steal the cave. After a while, the little mouse came out of the mound and said, "Boss, go in from here." Seeing this, Fong Chen was overjoyed. He followed the little mouse and dived into the tomb. The little mouse considered that Fong Chen's body was relatively large and the tomb was also very wide. It was enough to accommodate Fong Chen. Following the little mouse, Fong Chen soon saw a wall. "Boss, I can only take you up to here." The little mouse pointed at the wall. The little mouse was blocked by the wall. Fong Chen walked forward and punched it. Bang! The wall did not move at all. Instead, it was Fong Chin who was forced back. What kind of stone is this? Why is it so hard? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. The stone used to make this wall was too hard. Fong Chen was unable to break it. If my guess is correct, Yu Heng's Dao soldier must have been obtained from the tomb. How did they enter the tomb? Just as Fong Chen was trapped outside the tomb, two cultivators quietly appeared in a dark space within the tomb. One of them was Lve Zhou and the other was the Spirit Eyes King. During this time, the Spirit Eyes King had crazily killed the geniuses of the 3 prefectures. He had already collected a large amount of geniuses' blood, and this time he had entered the inner area of the Heavenly Void secret realm to awaken the Yellow Spring sect sovereigns, the tomb of the Dharmaraja. The Spirit Eyes King looked around and said eerily, using the unique method of the Yellow Spring sect, he had discovered this tomb. Furthermore, from the situation within the tomb, he knew that the tomb was the tomb of Dharmaraja, one of the 8 great sovereigns who had followed the Heavenly Void King. Dharmaraja was one of the 8 great sovereigns. He was exceptionally strong and was skilled in spells. He was famous in the ancient sword continent for his talismans. However, when Dharmaraja reached the end of his life, he followed the Heavenly Void King. No one knew the reason behind it. They only knew that after following the Heavenly Void King, Dharmaraja's cultivation and talismans became even more profound. The power of the talisman he had inscribed was simply too tyrannical. Hence, Dharmaraja's strength increased greatly, and he became one of the Heavenly Void King's capable subordinates. He followed the Heavenly Void King and fought everywhere, making great contributions. The sovereigns are not dead. They are actually hiding in the tomb of Dharmaraja in the Heavenly Void secret realm. The Spirit Eyes King muttered to himself. His pitch-black eyes were filled with excitement. The 3 sovereigns of the Yellow Spring sect were all true martial realm experts. In the true martial realm, there were few who could match them. This time, the Calamity Sovereign that the Spirit Eyes King was looking for was his immediate superior. As long as he could awaken the Calamity Sovereign, he would have a chance to find the remnant consciousness of the sect leader. The Yellow Spring sect would have a chance to take over the ancient sword continent again. You, go over there and take a look. The Spirit Eyes King looked around and found that it was pitch black. There was nothing there. He immediately gave an order to Lve Zhou. Lve Zhou nodded. Like a walking corpse, he slowly walked around the tomb. Why is he not back yet? After an hour, Lve Zhou still had not returned. The Spirit Eyes King was a little anxious. He tried to use the Yellow Spring sect's method to contact Lve Zhou. However, he found that the connection was abnormal. What's going on? Is there someone else in the tomb? The Spirit Eyes King guessed. He did not know that when Lve Zhou was checking the tomb, he had fallen into a maze. At this moment, Lve Zhou was constantly moving through the maze. He was unable to walk out. If one looked down at the maze, one would find that there was a coffin in the center of the maze. There was no need to think about it. This coffin was the coffin of the Guardian King. Unable to contact Lve Zhou, the Spirit Eyes King cursed in his heart. He then started searching. Ever since he entered the tomb, the obscure aura of the Calamity Knight had been completely covered. He could not sense it at all. Right now, he could only search blindly by himself. Damned Guardian King. Even after death, he still won't stop. The Spirit Eyes King cursed. Lve Zhou, who had fallen into the maze, was constantly moving. At a certain moment, Lve Zhou saw a bewitching flower. He reached out his hand and plucked it. When his palm came into contact with the flower, he let out a miserable cry. That bewitching flower then entered Lve Zhou's body. Instantly, Lve Zhou struggled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Lve Zhou calmed down. At this moment, the aura of Lve Zhou was brand new. It was as though he had turned into a different person. Lve Zhou looked around the maze. As though he could see through it, he took a step forward and passed through the layers of maze. He came to the center of the maze. When he saw the coffin, LV face let out a sinister smile. Guardian King, even if you die, I won't let you have peace. LV said coldly. Then, his palm came into contact with the coffin. Suddenly, the entire tomb began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Fang Chen, who was trapped by the wall, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Instantly, he raised his guard. However, at this moment, the wall in front of him collapsed. The tomb was right in front of him. What's going on?